Chapter 411. Round 4 Lu Qing wins. The final result, Songqing University Martial Arts Club wins. When the referee announced the first word, Li Mao, Sun Jian, and the others rushed to the arena excitedly, shouting Yaya without any scruples. If Lu Qing had defeated Peng Liyun or Fang Zhirong in the last round, most of them would not have reacted so quickly. They would not have believed it and would have been too surprised to believe it. However, after going through 2 tough battles and their opponent was Su Wanyin, whose supernatural ability was completely restrained by Lu Qing, they were already full of expectations. They were waiting for the moment when the referee announced the result. Champion. Champion. In the cheers of the audience, Yan Zhike, who was the strongest among the substitutes, rushed to the arena like a nimble deer and hugged Lu Qing. At this moment she could no longer suppress her surging emotions. In front of the audience and the fans watching the match, she openly showed her affection. Who cares? Anyway, my dad knows it. During this process, she was so excited that she forgot herself and carefully avoided touching her boyfriend's injured right arm. Compared to his companions who were mentally prepared, Lu Qing was more absent-minded. He had reached his limit in all aspects, so he was quite confident that he could defeat Su Wanyin. Although he was confident, he was not certain. The worst-case scenario was to create a sure-win condition for Little Fairy to enter the arena. Suddenly winning was like a dream. It wasn't until a soft and hot body with a familiar and charming fragrance fell into his arms that he woke up from his dream. Rolling with joy, he asked the girl with an uncertain tone, "What's wrong with you? Are we the champion?" "Yes." Yan Zhike nodded vigorously, her eyes shining brightly. "We are the champion." Looking at her boyfriend, who could not hide his tiredness in ecstasy, and smelling the obvious sweat on his body, she did not feel dirty or disgusted. Instead, she thought Qing was really handsome now. Feeling excited, she opened her pink lips and was about to stand on tiptoe to give Lu Qing a deep kiss in front of the audience. When Lu Qing regained his senses, he felt his emotions explode like a bomb. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he lowered his head, intending to fiercely kiss his little fairy and share his inner feelings with her while helping each other in need. Just as their eyes met and they were about to lose control of their kiss, Kai Zongming and the rest rushed over and surrounded Lu Qing. Some hugged his waist, some lifted his legs, and some grabbed his shoulders. "Champion." They cheered and threw Lu Qing into the air before catching him firmly. "Champion." The celebration ceremony was still going on. Yan Zhike took a step back and unconsciously touched her pink lips with her right hand. She was both surprised by her loss of control and regretful that it was interrupted by her teammates. Flying in the air, Lu Qing turned his head and looked at the beautiful Cuckoo. He gave her a happy yet helpless look, expressing his regret. When their eyes met, Yan Zhike giggled like 100 blooming flowers. Then she thought of something and hurriedly and worriedly reminded him, "His hand is injured. Be careful, be careful." "Champion. Champion." In the stands, Yan Kai listened to the enthusiastic shouts and witnessed the excitement of his daughter and the Songqing University Martial Arts Club members. He took a deep breath and gave a neutral comment while recalling Lu Qing's previous performance. "His willpower is good and his strength is strong." Ji Mingyu had sharp ears and eyes. She chuckled and said, "My daughter's taste isn't bad. When they first started dating, I didn't expect Xiao Lu to grow to this level so quickly." "Ah? What did you say? I can't hear you." In the deafening noise, Yan Kai, who was not very strong and had no supernatural ability, turned his head and asked in confusion. Ji Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. She glanced at her dumb husband and didn't want to repeat herself. She grabbed his hand and swung it up, shouting loudly, "Champion! Champion!" In this kind of scene, it would be very incongruous to have a refined appearance. Occasionally indulging like this is good for health. Driven by his wife, Yan Kai gradually blended into the surrounding atmosphere and temporarily gave up his usual elegance. However, there was still something in his heart that worried him. Lu Qing was young and had a promising future. Would he be tempted to indulge in debauchery and indulge in debauchery? There were too many similar examples to mention. As a father, he would worry if his daughter's boyfriend was not good enough. He would also worry if her boyfriend was good enough. He couldn't stop worrying. The 4th round, Lu Qing wins. The final result, Songqing University Martial Arts Club wins. In the emergency room, Lin Kei, who was tied with many instruments, suddenly exhaled when he heard the doctor's report. His tight body relaxed and his tightly clenched fists stretched out. He closed his eyes and a manly middle-aged man seemed to appear in front of him. "Dad, I did it. I got the Feiqian Cup," Lin Kei said to himself silently. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, his expression filled with relief. In the room next door, Bernhard and Mao Qingjun clenched their fists tightly, pain written all over their faces. They lost the championship that they were sure to win. Peng Liyun was lying on the bed. He didn't wonder or think. His expression was rarely sad and had a strong sense of loss. Since he started practicing martial arts, he had never encountered such a setback. I said I wouldn't take part in the university tournament next year. He smiled self-deprecatingly. At this time, Fang Zhirong had already returned to the locker room and buried his face in a white towel. Su Wanyin was supported by the staff. He endured the pain in his hip and slowly walked out of the arena. He didn't expect to end the match so beautifully in such a posture. The fourth round, Lu Qing wins. The final result, Songqing University Martial Arts Club wins. In the live broadcast room, the host Lu Chang reacted quickly and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Songqing University. Congratulations to Lu Qing and Lin Quebec. Congratulations to every member of the Songqing University Martial Arts Club for winning the championship of this year's National University Martial Arts Competition. Congratulations to them for winning the first national championship in the history of Songqing University." He finished in one breath and felt a little excited. Chen Sanxing was full of emotions as he continued the conversation. "I believe everyone can see that Shanbei is indeed stronger than Songqing University. However, Lin Kei's courage to sacrifice himself and his determination to fight for his life helped to bridge the gap between them. Lu Cheng's will to withstand the pressure and his performance as the heavenly son of the age brought them the final victory. What I want to say is that the strongest team lost, but the best team won. Congratulations to Songqing University Martial Arts Club. You are the best." After shouting these words excitedly, he took a breath and said with a smile, "Now I'm looking forward to seeing how my old friend will fulfill his promise." Looking at the chaotic replies on the Weibo interface, Xiaowei was stunned for a full minute. Then he clicked on the nickname change section with a heavy arm. After some preparation, he closed his eyes and blindly typed in a new nickname, Poison Milk Hierarch. Phew. As soon as he finished, he leaned back and closed his eyes sadly. He felt that his superstitious self had died. Crack. When the referee announced the result, all-knowing man in ganghood angrily slammed the table and smashed his hard-earned treasure into pieces. He felt a sharp pain in his wrist as if there was a wound. After calming down, he suddenly realized that the bet of "delete your account if Lu Qing reaches the inhuman stage" was not very safe. The fourth round, Lu Qing wins. The final result, Songqing University Martial Arts Club wins. In the dormitory of the School of Arts of Songqing University, Yan Shaoling thought that she would be so excited that she would post, drive, and celebrate. However, when she saw the result, she burst into tears. Her eyes were red and her vision was blurred. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy for Lu Qing and Lin Kei. After so many setbacks and so much effort, they finally won the championship. With tears in her eyes, she refreshed the forum and saw that it was full of champion posts. She cried even harder. It's not easy for everyone. Yan Shaoling subconsciously turned around and looked at Mu Jinyan. She was also crying. Her eyes were red and her face was smeared with tears. You are crying too. Yan Shaoling said in a choked voice. Isn't it a little inappropriate to use, "what a coincidence" at this time? Oh, I'm happy and worried at the same time. Mu Jinyan said while sobbing, Lingling, the effect of your wish is so good, that's. Yan Shaoling was a little proud in her teary eyes. Mu Jinyan wiped her tears and said seriously, in order to not cause any backlash to them from tomorrow onwards, I will supervise you to get up early. Ah. Yan Shaoling's mouth opened into an O shape. She was dumbfounded. After the joyous celebration, the staff began to clean up the arena and rearrange the mats. In the process there were singers and dancers. After waiting for 20 minutes, everything was ready. The president of the National University Martial Arts Federation, Mr. Fang Jinyu, stepped into the arena with several guests. He first awarded the silver medal to the depressed Shanbei University students. Next, let's welcome the champion of this year's National University Martial Arts Competition, Songqing University Martial Arts Club. The host invited loudly. Woo woo woo. Wave after wave of trumpet sounds, led by Geezer Shi, Lu Qing, and the others walked up one by one. They saw the gold medals being held by the hostess and the fighter's flying trophy being placed on the table in front of them. All of a sudden, Lu Qing's emotions surged again. He turned his head to look at Yan Zhika beside him with tears in his eyes. Her eyes were misty and drops of crystal tears slowly slid down her white cheeks. She was so beautiful. Didn't you say you never cry? Lu Qing tried to calm down and joked with Yanjika. Yanjika sniffled and glared at him. She answered with a little sob, I said I never cry when I'm sad or sad. Now I'm so happy and moved. At this time, Li Mao and Kai Zongming helped Lin Ke out of the emergency room. He strongly requested to participate in the award ceremony after his injury was stabilized. Lu Qing squeezed a step to Yanjika's side, leaving the seat on the right side for his brother-in-law. Before they could say anything, Fang Jinyu approached them and gave them the gold medals one by one. How much wine can this thing exchange for? Geezer sure murmured. Fang Jinyu, who pretended not to know him, almost sprained his waist. After coughing twice, Fang Jinyu hung the gold medal around Lin Ke's neck and praised him with a smile. You have perseverance, courage, and action. That's all a martial artist can do. Lin Ke nodded slightly in response. He looked as calm as usual, but his eyes were not calm at all. Young talent, worthy of the title of Heavenly Son. Fang Jinyu moved closer to him and praised him. She then put the gold medal on him. I've just started, Lu Qing replied, half self-deprecating and half humorously. After the medals were handed out, Fang Jinyu picked up the Feitian Cup, which symbolized the highest honor, and was about to hand it to Coach Shi Jiangwo. Geezer Shi waved his hand and pointed at Lu Qing. Give it to the brat. Give it to Lin Ke, Lu Qing interrupted. Fang Jinyu didn't ask why. She solemnly handed the Feitian Cup to Lin Quebec. Lin Ke took it with both hands. Feeling the heavy weight, his vision suddenly blurred. He didn't recall the past. Instead, he suddenly raised the trophy high. The trophy for the champion of the National University Martial Arts Competition. Champion. The audience shouted, and so did Lu Qing and the rest. Bang, bang, bang. The gun salute exploded. Countless white and black fragments fell down, forming a glorious background for Lin Ke, Lu Qing, Yanjika, and the rest. Champion. Chapter 412. Champion. In the beautifully decorated barbecue bar, Lu Qing and the others raised their glasses and toasted each other. Once again they celebrated the national championship, which was not easy to win. After the award ceremony, they first accepted an interview and took a group photo. Then they each carried the trophy around the field and returned to the locker room under the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. After showering, they got on the bus and returned to the hotel to put down their belongings. Then they gathered again and came here for a team celebration. Of course, Lin Ke was an exception. Seeing that everyone was so happy, Geezer Shi relaxed the rules and allowed them to drink to liven things up. Those who wanted to drink could drink, and those who didn't, he didn't force them. The only requirement was that they couldn't get drunk. Lu Qing and Yanjika had their own principles, so they didn't make an exception. They held soda water and sour plum soup to their senior brothers and sisters. After another round of toasting, Sun Jian, who drank until his face was full of alcohol, picked up the beer bottle and poured a full glass. Then he pulled Lin Hua up, looked at the crowd and said humorously, I'm just a salted fish who only knows how to shout 666. Let me toast to you all. Lu Qing, Kai Zongming and the others burst into laughter and said, You can toast to us all. Why do you need senior sister Lin to toast to us? Sun Jian smiled, then sighed and said, That's right. When we go back to Songqing, Hua Hua and I probably won't come to the martial arts club again. Let's take this opportunity to say goodbye to you all. He and Lin Hua were going to work in Huahai, so some things had to be finalized in advance. The thesis defense also had to be put on the agenda. There were too many things to be done. Lu Qing and the others had long known and foreseen this, so they were mentally prepared. However, when they heard it from Sun Jian, they still felt sad. They had been together for almost 2 years, sweating and suffering together every day during the special training. How could there be no friendship? However, all good things must come to an end. Before Kai Zongming and the others could say anything, Sun Jian said emotionally, Although I wasn't like Hua Hua and didn't get a chance to compete in the nationals this time, I still have a deep impression of them. I don't think I'm not a part of this team. Speaking of this, he laughed. When I first joined the martial arts club, I only wanted to practice martial arts and fight in competitions to vent my pent-up emotions. I didn't even think about the regional or national competitions. When I met senior brother Chen and the others, forget it, I won't say anything bad about them. In short, during those 2 years, I didn't feel like a member of the martial arts club. When I was free, I used the venue and strength training room. When I was not free, I ignored everyone. Over the past 2 years, I've been training, and working hard with everyone for the national competition. I truly feel that I'm a member of the martial arts club. I feel sad when I lose, but I feel happy when I win. In my father's words, I feel a sense of collective honor. Lu Qing and Yanjika listened to him quietly. At the end of his speech, Sun Jian gulped down the beer in his glass and said emotionally, "I'm sorry but I don't know what to say. This toast is from the 10,000-year substitute Sun Jian to everyone." Lu Qing and the others picked up their glasses, drank the contents in one gulp and answered in unison, "To senior brother's son." Sun Jian filled a small glass of white wine for himself, held Lin Hua's hand and said, "I once read a book. It said that most of a person's life is ordinary and there is nothing to write home about. It is a cycle that goes on day after day. Only occasionally can one jump out and find the light, leaving a different color in one's life. My future may be as ordinary as this, but I can proudly say that when I was at the peak of my life, Hua, all of you and I fought for our dreams together. We tasted the pain of failure and the joy of success together. We created miracles together. Burning the youth and leaving traces. That's great, that's great." He and Lin Hua raised their glasses together and said in a happy and sad voice, "Remember to contact us when you come to Huahai in the future. Goodbye. We really have to see each other again." As he spoke, he actually cried and drank up the liquid in his glass. Lin Hua held back his tears, raised his head and drank his own glass. Li Xiaofan and the others had tears in their eyes and raised their glasses, saying that they would definitely see each other again. Lu Qing and Yan Zhika also had tears in their eyes and mixed feelings. They also clinked their glasses and drank up. Laughing and crying, happy and sad, excited and sad, Songqing University Martial Arts Club celebration came to an end. Sun Jian violated Geezer Shi's ban and drank until he was dead drunk. He kept repeating, "Goodbye, we have to see each other again." However, no one blamed him or scolded him. Standing outside the restaurant, the night wind blew. Everyone felt cool and refreshed. "Burp, I won't go back to the hotel with you. I have to walk the road with my Fang Yuan." Kai Zhongming, who had always been a good drinker, pointed at the girl on the other side of the road and said, "Go ahead. Let's see how you'll play in the next 2 days." Lu Qing joked. At that time he would be a foreign dog again. After watching little Ming's back safely cross the crosswalk, Geezer Shi coughed and said, "I've been so busy with the nationals that I haven't seen many of my old friends in the capital. You guys can go back by yourselves. I still have something to do." "Yes, master." Lu Qing, Yan Zhika and the others waved their hands. After Shi Jiangwo left, Li Xiaowan and He Zi became more active. They smiled at Lu Qing, Yan Zhika, Sun Jian and Lin Hua saying, "We're going shopping and drinking. We won't disturb you guys." "Take care of yourself," Lu Qing reminded. "Don't worry, we have bodyguards." Li Xiaowan smiled and pointed at Li Mao. Laughing and joking, they crossed the street and left. At this time, Lin Hua stopped the taxi and pointed at Sun Jian. He said to Lu Qing and Yan Zhika, "He's so drunk that I have to send him back first. Do you want to come with me? The hotel is not far. We're going to walk back." Lu Qing smiled and helped Lin Hua put Sun Jian into the car. "Bye-bye." Lin Hua sat in the car and waved to them through the window. "Bye-bye." Lu Qing and Yan Zhika responded with a smile. The car started and drove away. They suddenly found that they were alone in the cool night wind. The previous bustle and noise had returned to silence. After a short period of adaptation, Lu Qing smiled and covered his chest with his left hand. He bowed like a gentleman and said, "Beautiful lady, no, beautiful fairy, may I invite you to take a walk with me?" His right arm was wrapped in layers of bandages and splinted, so he could only wave it forward clumsily. According to the doctor, with his body's recovery ability, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble in a few days. He would be as good as new in about 3 weeks. Of course, the premise was that he didn't get hurt again. Yan Zhika chuckled and said, "You disabled person, don't be so fond of acting." Although she said so, she still gave her right hand to Lu Qing and let him hold it. Bathed in the neon light, the two strolled leisurely on the street, enjoying the faint aftertaste of joy. "Hey, when senior brother Sun Jian and senior sister Lin Hua just said goodbye, I was a little sad." Yan Zhika suddenly sighed while chatting. Lu Qing felt the same way. He nodded and joked, "Coach Yan, I remember you once taught me that there are 2 kinds of friends. The first kind is those who only know each other for a short time and will eventually drift apart. There's no need to be sad about it." Yan Zhika put on an evil smile and rolled her eyes at him, while gnashing her teeth. "I know that. But emotions can't be gone just like that." Lu Qing was glanced at by her lively eyes and suddenly felt some ripples in his heart. After looking around, he pointed to a quiet alley with his chin and said, "Let's go there." Yan Zhika blinked with a blank face. "We can take a shortcut there." Lu Qing answered without changing his expression and pulled the girl to go there. Yan Zhika's face was full of confusion. Seeing that her boyfriend was so insistent, she no longer doubted him. Her steps became heavy and light. Every time she stepped on the floor tiles, she swayed and her skirt fluttered. Lu Qing looked at her greedily. When they walked a few steps into the alley, he suddenly pulled the girl into his arms. Yan Zhika looked up in confusion and was about to say something, but Lu Qing covered her mouth with his passionately and passionately. After a few moans, her body softened. She grabbed Lu Qing's clothes with both hands and took the initiative to stick out her tongue, letting her boyfriend suck her sweetness. Lu Qing kissed and hugged her tighter. He breathed in the girl's warm breath and felt the beauty of her delicate body. After a while they finally separated and panted slightly. Yan Zhika glared at Lu Qing with bright and watery eyes. She said with annoyance and amusement, Why are you so excited? We're going back to the hotel soon." Lu Qing laughed and said, "I thought about it. Your parents will definitely come to talk to you tonight. When we go back to the hotel we'll have to part for a while. So let's kiss first." "Oh, you've learned to answer first." Yan Zhika thought about it and found it reasonable. It's all because of Coach Yan's good teaching. Lu Qing lowered his head and pressed his forehead against his little fairy's forehead. He murmured his inner feelings that he didn't have time to say. So good. We're the champions. We're the champions with you. Such a posture and such words softened Yan Zhika's heart. She raised her head, opened her pink lips slightly, and looked at her boyfriend with sparkling eyes. She looked like she was waiting for a kiss. Lu Qing naturally did as she wished. The two of them were entangled and dilly-dallying. They walked for half an hour and finally saw the entrance of the hotel. When they saw Ji Mingyu and Yan Kai, a car stopped beside them. The car door opened. Lin Kai, who had changed into a t-shirt and casual pants, got out of the car with difficulty and stood in front of them. "Brother." Yan Zhika called out subconsciously. Lin Kai nodded slightly. He looked at them and said in a low voice, "I might not go back to Songqing University." "Ah." Lu Qing was stunned. Yan Zhika seemed to have expected it. Lu Qing knew that Lin Kai came to Songqing University to make up for his father's regret. He didn't like Peng Liyun, who really liked to study, nor did he like Rinli, who didn't want to be an illiterate person. The usual courses and the final degree were almost meaningless to him. Once his wish was fulfilled, there would be nothing holding him back. However, Lu Qing didn't expect Lin Kai's farewell to come so quickly and so unexpectedly. Lin Kai still looked cold, but he was a little more talkative than before. He said calmly, "I've heard a song before and remembered the lyrics. It's called, 'The good days of youth and frivolity are over when you grow up.'" After pausing for a moment, he revealed an extremely faint smile. Using his usual indifferent tone, he said, "That's right. I've been frivolous. It's time for me to grow up." After saying that, he turned around, opened the car door and sat in again, leaving only a lonely figure for Lu Qing and Yan Zhika. The car drove away. Lin Kai didn't turn his head. He just raised his hand and waved casually. The car and him went further and further away until they were out of sight. The bustle was gone. It was deserted. Lu Qing closed his eyes. Lin Kai's words seemed to be echoing in his ears. "I've been frivolous. It's time for me to grow up." Chapter 413. Lu Qing and Yan Zhika were silent for a while. They walked side by side to the entrance of the hotel. "My brother must have been scolded by Grandpa for awakening his supernatural ability," Yan Zhika said faintly as they walked. Lu Qing sighed. "He did pay a lot. Anyway, he won the championship and his wish was fulfilled. There's no need to argue with your grandpa anymore." As someone who had fully experienced high school, he actually did not lack the experience of parting and sadness. However, at that time his mentality and worldview were far from mature enough. He was full of longing for the future and felt that meeting again was something that could happen often. His feelings for such things were more muddle-headed and not deep enough. But now, the more he understood, the more he knew, the more he cherished the days when everyone fought together, suffered together, and broke through together. He understood that there might not be a future for some people and some things once it was over. Therefore he couldn't help but feel sad. Luckily, Lin Kai was my brother-in-law. In the future he would also enter the pro scene, so they would see each other many times. It was just that it would be difficult for them to work together for the same goal like they had in the past 2 years. "Yeah, but it's still so sad." Yan Zhika pouted and looked wronged. Lu Qing was about to say something when he saw his father-in-law and mother-in-law coming out of the revolving door. He straightened his back and cleared his throat in a low voice. But he didn't let go of the girl's hand as if he was saying something. "Dat Mom?" Yan Zhika called twice, her cheeks turning red, but she didn't retract her right hand. "Uncle Yan, Auntie Ji." Lu Qing followed suit and didn't feel at a loss. Yan Kai looked at their clasped hands and nodded slightly in response to Lu Cheng's greeting. Okay. He opened and closed his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but didn't in the end. Ji Mingyu laughed and said, Lu, how's your injury? Are you okay? You did a good job in the competition tonight. You surprised everyone again. Andy, you flatter me. It's not a big deal. I'll be fine in a few weeks. Lu Cheng didn't show his eloquence or humor, but answered honestly. Good. Take care of yourself. Could sleep with me tonight. We can have a good chat. Let your father sleep on the sofa outside. Ji Mingyu looked at her daughter with a smile. Okay. Yan Zhika nodded slightly and turned to look at Lu Cheng. I'm going to my parents' place first. She paused, pursed her lips, tilted her head slightly and smiled. See you tomorrow, see you tomorrow. He waved to Yan Kai and Ji Mingyu and said, Uncle Auntie goodbye. See you tomorrow. Ji Mingyu chuckled and repeated her daughter's words. Yan Kai nodded elegantly. Watching the family of three leave, Lu Cheng sighed to himself. The atmosphere between his parents-in-law was indeed awkward and subtle. Even he, who had seen such a big scene before, was quite reserved. He wondered if someone as strong as Talker would still be able to act freely in front of his parents-in-law. While letting his mind wander, Lu Cheng returned to his room and turned on the lights. On the right was a big bed that he hadn't slept on for many days. On the left were items that were strewn everywhere. Lu Cheng suddenly felt like he had returned to a lonely home after a business trip for several months. The room was bright and full of loneliness and strangeness. This is the night after winning the championship? I'm the only one left? Lu Cheng sighed. Without changing his shoes, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the skyscrapers were towering, lights were everywhere, and the Milky Way was everywhere. It was both prosperous and lonely. After staring blankly for a while, Lu Cheng suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He quickly took it out and saw Yenjika's message. I'm chatting with my parents. They have a good impression of you. Yenjika smiled shyly. Lu Cheng's lips suddenly curled up. The sadness he felt just now disappeared without a trace. He replied with a smirk. So, we can get married now? You wish. The revolution hasn't succeeded yet. Comrade, you still need to work hard. Yenjika said. Lu Cheng couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand to look at the love ring and then looked outside again. This time, he only felt that the lights in the night revealed a faint but lasting warmth, illuminating the way home for the late traveler. The next day, Lu Cheng, who had won the nationals, woke up early as usual. He didn't relax or slack off. His arm was injured, so it was difficult for him to practice many of his moves. He could only focus on internal training, footwork, and leg work. In the morning light, he turned and created wind, whistling as he wished. At 7:40 a.m., Lu Cheng finished his usual training and returned to the hotel. He washed his body with difficulty. At this time, he who was completely free, suddenly had some thoughts. He felt that the experience of winning the nationals last night was still so unreal and so dreamy. If the gold medal wasn't right beside him, he probably wouldn't have believed it. It hasn't even been a day and I'm already thinking about it. Lu Cheng shook his head and laughed. Following the throbbing in his heart, he took the card, left the room, and prepared to take a taxi to the martial arts arena in the capital. Nothing happened along the way. The skyscrapers on both sides of the road were similar in every city. Lu Cheng was in a leisurely mood. He looked around with interest and occasionally chatted with Yenjika. Unknowingly, he arrived at his destination. He put on a pair of plain glasses, put his hands in his pockets, and strolled to the entrance of the martial arts arena. In the surrounding square, the crowd that had entered and left last night had long disappeared. Even the ground was clean, leaving no trace of the previous battle. Passing by several men and women who came to open the door, Lu Cheng's mood became extremely good. Even the outline of the tiles under his feet was pleasing to the eye. The entrance of the arena had been reopened. It was empty and sparsely populated. On both sides of the wall, there were posters of his confrontation with Peng Liyun. Smiling, Lu Cheng put his hands in his pockets and walked step by step to the arena. He found a place to sit down and softly looked at the place where the battle took place last night. He looked at the two children who were fighting with their fists and feet. Their moves were normal, but their bodies had yet to develop and their strength was insufficient. Their footsteps were light, and they did not have any substantial power. Moreover, they had learned from the movies and television shows. Every move they made required a shout, and the fight was lively and lively. Hey, be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Several parents kept reminding him by the side until he was driven to the stands by the coach. Noticing that Lu Cheng was looking at the arena with a smile, An extroverted parent laughed and said, "Children insist on learning martial arts. We have no choice but to accompany them while we are free." Lu Qing thought for a while and said with a smile, "Practicing martial arts is a good thing." As he said, he stood up and added, "Moderate training is good for development. If not, it will hinder development." The parents looked at each other in confusion. Lu Qing did not say anything. He put his hands in his pockets and walked to the door. When he was about to go out, he looked back and looked at the familiar yet strange arena. Vaguely, from the perspective of a bystander, he seemed to see Lin Ke lifting the trophy, himself shouting to the sky, and Yan Zhika running to the arena. The corners of his mouth curled up as he turned around and left the place. Outside the arena, Lu Qing took out his phone, took a picture of the entrance and sent it to Yan Zhika. "Ah, martial arts arena." Yan Zhika was surprised at first, and then she said angrily, "Why didn't you take me? Let's go together next time." Lu Qing said with a silly smile, "I just had a sudden impulse." Yan Zhika giggled with a hand over her mouth emoji. "My silly Qing actually has such a rough side." After that, she added, "Empress Dowager asked you to come for lunch. The address is..." Lu Qing's leisurely mood faded away. He asked, "Do you want to buy cigarettes, alcohol, and fruits? I think I should bring these things for my first visit." "No need." Yan Zhika said with a confused expression, "It's not a formal visit. We're just having lunch together. Besides, we're still students. But it's the first time I'm meeting your parents. I have to show my respect to them." Lu Qing said with an emoji touching his chin. "No one will blame you for being polite. I don't have experience. I'll ask Empress Dowager." Yan Zhika hesitated for a while and decided to ask for help. Lu Qing said with a smile, "Empress Dowager probably doesn't know. Your dad only visited you for the first time a few years after you were born. It's okay. The focus is on my parents. If they think it's okay, then it's okay." Yan Zhika paused for a while and said, "Empress Dowager said you don't need to bring anything. She wants you to relax and not be too cautious." "Okay. I'll come over shamelessly?" Lu Qing asked. Yan Zhika said with an emoji of rolling eyes, "Don't rush. Go back and change your clothes first. Wear that dark-colored shirt." And, looking at her nagging, Lu Qing suddenly laughed and said, "Ku, are you a little nervous? I'm just worried that you don't know what to do." Yan Zhika said with a roll of the eyes emoji. "Hee hee." Lu Qing didn't expose her and replied, "I'll listen to Coach Yan's instructions." Because she cared about herself and their future, Ku was nervous and uneasy. "Yeah, me too." Back at the hotel, he took out his clothes and put them on according to Yan Zhika's instructions. Then he called a taxi and was ready to go. When he got to the lobby, he saw Li Mao, Li Xiaofan, and the others who were happily going out to play. He could feel their happy mood. Waving goodbye, Lu Qing stood at the door and waited for the taxi. The sun was shining brightly. Chapter 4:14. The place for dinner was a courtyard without any sign. When Lu Qing walked to the door, Yan Zhika, in a white knee-length dress, was already waiting outside. Her beautiful black hair was blown by the wind through the alley, gently dancing in the wind. It was as beautiful as a picture scroll. Seeing her boyfriend, her eyes lit up. She stepped forward and helped Lu Qing to tidy up the collar and wrinkles of his shirt. She smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Just eat and talk." "I wasn't nervous before. Now that you mention it, I feel a little nervous." Lu Qing deliberately made a joke. Yan Zhika's beautiful eyes sparkled. She glanced at him, took his uninjured hand and turned towards the yard. "Let's go." Passing through the mottled gate, the vines on the flower rack and the clear little pond, Lu Qing and Yan Zhika entered the row of houses on the east side, into the quiet and secluded warm pavilion, surrounded by the faint fragrance of flowers. A quaint square table was placed by the window. Outside, flowers were blooming, leaves were lush, and waves were gently swaying. Lu Qing didn't have time to look at the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall or the objects in the treasure pavilion. He cast his eyes on the square table and his father-in-law and mother-in-law. "Hello, uncle and auntie. Sit down." Ji Mingyu smiled and pointed to the seat opposite Yan Kai. "Okay." Lu Qing sat down with Yan Zhika. Just as the awkward and subtle atmosphere was brewing, Ji Mingyu said with a smile, "In terms of the local cuisine of the capital, this one ranks in the top 5 in my mind. And the environment is more suitable. I prefer Xiaofan food now. You should be able to get used to it." "Actually, I'm not a picky eater. The ingredients are not exotic and the taste is not bad. I don't have a problem." Lu Qing responded with a smile. Ji Mingyu nodded. "It's not a big deal to use the best ingredients to make delicious food. But it's a real skill to use ordinary ingredients to make ordinary dishes that people can't stop praising. The combination of the two, the best ingredients and the real skill, makes delicious food. Like this one? Yen Zhika asked deliberately to liven up the atmosphere. With the domineering Empress Dowager taking the initiative to lead the conversation, the awkward atmosphere faded away. Lu Cheng felt more at ease and answered all the questions in a well-behaved manner. Yen Kai didn't talk to him much. He just echoed Ji Mingyu's words from time to time, or glanced at Yen Zhika who kept putting food into her semi-disabled boyfriend's bowl. His heart ached for his daughter's thoughtfulness. Who had really grown up. Dishes were put on the table and taken away one by one. Lu Cheng, who already had an inhuman appetite, was too embarrassed to show his true colors. He mainly chatted and ate as a supplement. Well, the dishes are really good but the portion is not enough. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager ordered more than 10 portions. She is indeed a martial arts aristocratic family. She even paid attention to these details. He thought silently. At the end of the conversation, Yen Kai glanced at him, took a sip of tea, and took the initiative to ask for the first time. Lu, what are your plans for the future? Arrangements? Lu Cheng was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to organize his words, Yen Kai added, your master has a close relationship with the military, so there must be some disputes in this regard. Do you want to take this path or play professional matches? Uncle Yen, I'm actually very afraid of death. Lu Cheng thought about it and said self-deprecatingly, if it's not necessary, I really don't want to risk my life. Playing professional matches suits me better. Yen Kai nodded slightly. Do you have any goals? To become a physical invulnerability expert? Yes, Lu Cheng answered honestly. First, all the martial artists I'm familiar with are all physical invulnerability experts. I hope to have the strength to challenge them and compete with them. Second, he paused and continued, second because Ku's grandparents are both physical invulnerability experts. Yen Zhika's eyes curved into a smile and she bit her lip. She wanted to say something coquettishly, but because her parents were present, she forced herself to hold it in. Yen Kai seemed to be reminded of the past. He was suddenly touched. After a moment of silence, he said, not bad. Work hard. Although I consider myself successful in my career and have good self-control, every time I meet my parents-in-law who are physical invulnerability experts, I still have mixed feelings. Besides, most of Mingyu's business depends on the Ji family and the two physical invulnerability experts. Yen Kai didn't say anything more. Ji Mingyu changed the topic and made the atmosphere more natural again. In the end, she smiled at Lu Cheng and said, Lu, are you going back to Songqing tomorrow morning? Yes, the flight is after 10. Lu Cheng answered honestly. Ji Mingyu turned to Yen Zhika. Could come with us today. When we reach the capital, we have to visit some elders. Okay. Yen Zhika agreed in a crisp voice. After saying goodbye, she walked Lu Cheng to the door of the courtyard. That's it? Lu Cheng looked back and asked blankly. This was completely different from what he imagined meeting his parents-in-law. That's right. What else do you want to do? Yen Zhika blinked her eyes and asked him in amusement. Shouldn't you ask me about the details? Like my surname, my name, where I'm from, where I'm going, how many people are in my family, how many acres of land each person has, how many cows are in the fields? Lu Cheng answered in a joking tone. According to other people's experience, such meetings were always followed by interrogation. Pfft. Yen Zhika laughed. It's not like they don't have the means to find out your details. Even if they don't, they should ask me in private first. Who would ask you directly? That's so rude and embarrassing. Okay. Lu Cheng was relieved. Yen Zhika pursed her lips. Suddenly, she turned her head to the side and added, Empress Dowager is very, very satisfied with you now. She thinks you're talented and reliable. When it comes to being able to do what she says, she supports you. My dad can only accept it. Lu Cheng was delighted. He deliberately exaggerated. This is called the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she is? In your dreams. Yen Zhika turned back and rolled her eyes at him, but her eyes were full of unconcealable joy. They chatted for a while before going back. Lu Cheng had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he relaxed. However, he didn't have a gathering with his high school classmates in the capital. He just chatted with them on QQ for half a day. At night, Xiaofan called him at around 10 o'clock as per her daily habit. She wanted to share with him how many congratulations she had received today. The next day Lu Cheng didn't relax. He still went to the nearby park to practice. When he was about to finish, he suddenly found his master standing beside him with a wine pot. Lin Kei was caught back to Shushan's study. He probably won't come back. What's your plan? Geezer sure raised his chin. Without waiting for Lu Cheng's reply, he continued, I've helped your principal win the championship and I've rested enough. You can barely finish your apprenticeship, so it's time to leave. Brat, do you want to enter the professional competition in advance, or what? Master is leaving too. Lu Cheng was in a trance, but the idea in his heart became clearer and firmer. He thought for a while and said, Master, I've improved to my current level in 1.5 years. I'm leaving too quickly. This national competition has exposed many problems. I want to settle down for a year, and enter the professional competition when I've reached the inhuman stage. Well, this may be better. Also, Lin K is gone. You're gone too. If I leave too, won't the martial arts club return to its previous state? Yes, it's stronger than before, but everyone hasn't had time to grow up. It's likely that they won't be able to enter the division next semester. This will be a big blow to them. Besides, the students of Songqing University have finally supported us again. They must be very disappointed and sad if we suddenly return to the starting point. I think I want to stay for another year and lead the others. I'll leave when they grow up and have new blood. By that time I'll be in my senior year and won't have many classes. Even if I leave early, I can still get a diploma. Geezer sure smiled, drank a mouthful of wine and said, I knew it. You little brat, just lift your butt a little. I know what shit you want to shit. Suddenly erupting with superpowers is something that Lin K can do, and you will definitely choose to stay for another year. However, when the time comes, this old man has some things for you to do. What things? Lu Qing asked in surprise. Things related to the 9 words formula and Emperor Yen force. I'll pick some simple things for you to do by yourself. You'll gain something and also train yourself. We'll talk about it when the time comes, Geezer sure said seriously, which was rare for him. Because he didn't have the Emperor Yen force that evolved from Zhu Rong force, Lu Cheng's frost force didn't evolve into ice spirit force in order to balance ice and fire. Okay. Lu Cheng suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask further. At this time, Geezer sure clicked his tongue and put his hands behind his back. Settle down well. Let's see how long it takes for you to reach the inhuman stage. After the training, the members of the martial arts club gathered and rushed to the airport to fly back to Songqing. Along the way, the others only knew that Lin K had returned to Shushan study to recuperate. They were very excited to return home in glory. Lu Cheng revealed to Yan Zhika that his master was also leaving. Both of them were very sad. After getting off the plane, a school bus came to pick them up. Lu Cheng and the others returned to the new campus of Songqing University after a long absence. This time, the school bus stopped directly outside the martial arts arena so that they could put the Nationals champion trophy in the honor room first. On Monday, they would meet the principal to receive the commendation. After getting off the bus and walking to the entrance of the martial arts arena, Lu Cheng turned his head and complained to Yan Zhika with a smile. Suddenly, it feels a little strange. While talking, the two approached the entrance. Suddenly they were stunned. Because the inside was full of students. Students spontaneously filled the seats. There were thousands of them, both male and female. They were holding banners and shouting in unison in an organized manner, "We're here. We're the champions." The warm and surging atmosphere hit him in the face. Lu Cheng's heart suddenly settled down and unconsciously revealed a smile. We're the champions. End of Part 2. Chapter 4:15. Ding. A message rang. Lu Cheng picked up his phone and found that the champion's prize money had been transferred to his account. Your savings account ending with XXXX received 250000 yuan electronically at 9:45 on April 30th. Current balance is 904,724.84 yuan. Since this National University Martial Arts competition had attracted a lot of attention, the broadcasting copyright fee and ticket income had also increased. Every team that made it to the next round could get at least 500,000 yuan, which could be used to cover the transportation fee, accommodation fee for more than half a month, bus rental fee and training ground rental fee. There was still some left over, which could be used to give some subsidies to the coaches and team members. If a team entered the top 8, they could get at least 800,000 yuan. The top 4 would get 1,100,000 yuan, the second place would get 1,400,000 yuan, and the champion would get 1,800,000 yuan. This time, Songqing University was even more generous than during the preliminaries. After deducting 380,000 yuan for various expenses, they only took 300,000 yuan for management fee. As the core members, Geezer Shi, Lu Cheng and Lin K each got 250,000 yuan. Yan Zhika, who had more fights and won the key victory in the capital, got 100,000 yuan. Li Mao, who fought until he was injured, got 80,000 yuan. Kai Zhongming, who fought alone, got 60,000 yuan. Lin Hua, who fought against the He brothers, got 40,000 yuan. Sun Jian, He Zi and Wang Dali, the 3 substitutes, got 15,000 yuan each. Li Xiaofan, who did daily chores, got 10,000 yuan. As for the rest, the team members who participated in the special training but didn't go to the capital got 3,000 yuan each. The rest went to the public account of the martial arts club to cover their daily expenses, such as computer maintenance, dinner parties. Unknowingly, I'm going to be a millionaire soon. Lu Qing took a screenshot and showed off his little bank account to Yan Zhika, feeling both happy and amused. He didn't think that he was rich, but as a college student he didn't need to buy a house for the time being. He didn't need to consider buying a car, so he didn't need to prepare for his wedding, honeymoon expenses, funds to feed his children and future retirement savings. What's more, he could go to the ice god sex business and get some elixirs and ingredients every month. He spent most of his time on campus and only went out for a date once every 1 or 2 weeks. No matter how much he ate, as long as he didn't chase after the best ingredients, he wouldn't consume too much. Adding all of these together, even including the extra elixirs for the swordsman formula, he had used less than 100,000 elixirs since the middle of February. In the past, Lu Qing would have been under a lot of pressure to make money. However, with Wu Ting's father's endorsement contract of 700,000 yuan and the prize of the national competition champion of 250,000 yuan, it was inevitable that he would feel that no matter how much money he spent, he wouldn't be able to spend it. Looks like I'm still too naive. He silently gave himself a thumbs up. Yan Zhika replied quickly. My bonus has arrived. Including mine, you're a millionaire. Shouldn't we say that our family happens to be millionaires? Lu Qing proudly pushed up his sunglasses and casually said, I've finished packing. Now I'm here to look for you? They had already made plans for a trip on the 1st of May. Thinking that they didn't have classes for the first half of the month and had to rely on self-study, they decided to leave early and return late. Not only could they avoid the traffic rush hour, but they could also almost double their holiday. What a wonderful thing. Yan Zhika replied with a blank expression, Wait for a while. I'll put something on and do it a little. Are you going to put on makeup? What a serious treatment. I'm a little flattered. Lu Qing replied with a raised eyebrow expression. Didn't you say that I pay special attention to girls and that I'm not serious about dating you? Humph, I'll fulfill your wish. Yan Zhika sent an emoji of looking up at the sky. I'm looking forward to it. Lu Qing began to imagine. Putting down his phone, he looked around in his free state. He happened to see model worker Zhang Jingye carrying his luggage and walking to the door, passing by him. Going on a trip with your girlfriend? Lu Qing asked with a smile. Yeah, you too? The northwestern man Zhang Jingye glanced at the big backpack on the table. Yeah. You're not going to class in the afternoon? Lu Qing teased. Zhang Jingye looked at him from the corner of his eyes and laughed. I think you're not going either. Yeah, what a coincidence. Lu Qing replied exaggeratedly. What a coincidence. Zhang Jingye replied with a smile and walked out of the door of the small dormitory. At this time, the head of the dormitory, Zhao Chong, took out a few books and stuffed them into his bag. He joked, I'm envious of you guys who have girlfriends. I can only focus on class. Hey Chong, didn't you say that you wanted to make a move on an old classmate? Lu Qing asked curiously. During the winter vacation, Zhao Chong reconnected with a high school classmate who was also studying in Songqing. In the past few months they had been chatting passionately. In the dormitory, he announced that he would seize the opportunity to make a move on her and get rid of the label of being single. Zhao Chong coughed twice and said with a blush, I'm just thinking about it. Classmate, you can't just think about it when it comes to chasing a girl. You have to put it into action. Don't be afraid of failure. Lu Qing first reminded him seriously and then snickered, You'll get used to it if you fail too many times. Anyway, there's the Casanova next door. It's not wrong to ask for more advice. Zhao Chong suddenly sighed, If I were half as capable as you, I would have made a move on her with full confidence. Since you said so, what else can I do? I can only reluctantly be proud of it. Lu Qing smiled and spread out his hands, but then again when I mustered up the courage to chase my coup, I didn't have much ability. I just used Piao Rou and that's how confident I was. He jokingly ran his fingers through his hair. Of course, to be honest, the substantial breakthrough in his relationship with Ku was because he had put her in his shoes during the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament. He had gone through a period of high-spirited and miraculous journey with her. He had also shown the qualities and potential that made the girl feel reliable. Mustering up the courage to chase was a necessary condition, but not a sufficient one. After all, There was no rule in the world that if you were to chase a girl she would have to accept it. You're right. Zhao Chang seemed to have just thought of this point. He seriously pondered and said, forget it. An elder used his own life experience to teach us that we should study more while we are young and grasp more knowledge in all aspects. We shouldn't waste our time on love. Lu Qing was speechless and watched Zhao Chang carry his bag and leave the dormitory. After playing with his phone for a while, he finally received a message from Yanjika. The girl said, you can go out in 5 minutes. Okay. Lu Qing quickly replied and carefully put his right arm through the strap of the backpack to carry his luggage. I'd better wait at the door of Ku's dormitory for these 5 minutes. When he was about to step out, old Qiu Zhigao ran back with sweat all over his face and shouted, Damn, I'm late, I'm late. He looked up and saw Lu Qing. He smiled and asked with expectation, Qing, do you think it's possible for me to reach the amateur third pin before my senior year? After almost 4 semesters of hard work, he sadly found that he was not cut out for studying. Although he had never failed a course, he was not in the top 20% of the class. He had not even won the lowest scholarship. No matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. So he began to think about the problem realistically. He planned to pick up martial arts and get a certificate of amateur third pin, which would increase his chances of finding a job in his senior year. With your physique and strength, as long as you can hold more than 3 times a week, there's a good chance. Lu Qing answered pertinently. Qiu Zhigao suddenly beamed with joy. In his mind, Lu Qing was already a grandmaster in the martial arts circle of the university. If he said he had no problem, then there was no problem. Okay, if you have time, please give me some advice. Feel free to tell me if you need anything. Old Qiu was in a hurry to go to class. He hurriedly packed his bag and ran into the dormitory bathroom to take a cold shower. Phew, everyone's college development is different. Lu Qing sighed and left the small dormitory with his bag. When he passed by the next door, he glanced at him casually and was suddenly stunned. Student Xiaoming was immersed in his studies. Occasionally he would write furiously and draft a manuscript. Holy sh*t, what kind of blow did you get? Lu Qing was shocked and blurted out. Kai Zongming looked up and said grumpily, What's wrong with studying hard? I haven't been in class for almost a month. I have to make up for it. As he spoke, he revealed a self-deprecating smile. I didn't say it. My Fang Yuan said it. Then why don't you go to the classroom to study by yourself? Lu Qing suddenly realized and asked subconsciously. Is there a problem with studying by myself in the dormitory? Little Ming asked in confusion. Aren't you afraid that you can't resist the temptation of computer games? Lu Qing laughed. Since mobile games became popular, I can play in the classroom if I want to. I don't care about appearances. Kai Zongming answered righteously. Lu Qing clicked his tongue and said, But the atmosphere in the classroom is different. Everyone is studying. You will be embarrassed to play mobile games by yourself. So you will control yourself. Kai Zongming snorted and said with a look of disdain, Qing, do you think I'm the kind of person who will be influenced by others and be affected by the atmosphere and then stop playing games and studying seriously? No. Lu Qing gave him a thumbs up, turned around and rushed to the door. After waiting for a few minutes outside the third dormitory, Lu Qing saw his girlfriend walking out gracefully with a new suitcase. Her bangs were elegant, her facial features were delicate, her dress was elegant, and her legs were straight. She was like a painting. Ku is so beautiful after dressing up. Lu Qing didn't hide his loving and burning eyes. Yanjika raised her chin slightly and looked away proudly. Let me do it. Lu Qing reached out to take her suitcase. No need. I'll take it myself, you handicapped person. Yanjika glanced at him. Lu Qing laughed and said, Handicapped? What the hell is handicapped? Hee hee. Yanjika smiled and then turned to him. You have to hold my hand when you have time. Lu Qing smiled and said, It's okay. I'm not wearing a splint. It's not a problem to hold a fairy's hand. Yanjika was about to say something when her phone rang. It was a call. My grandpa. She glanced at it and said to Lu Qing in confusion. Then she chose to pick it up. Hello, Grandpa? Hello, Ku. Ji Jinzhang's slightly old voice laughed. Bring Lu here on the 1st of May. Let me and your grandma see him. Chapter 416. Ah. Yanjika was a little confused at her grandpa's order. She looked at Lu Qing and didn't reply directly. What the hell is going on? Why is Grandpa suddenly asking me to take Qing to Jiangnan? Why didn't he say so earlier? Lu Qing's senses were very strong now. He had already heard everything in front of him. While thinking, he nodded to his girlfriend with a smile, indicating that he was fine with it. Although he was disappointed that he couldn't travel with Ku alone, Getting the approval of her elders would give her a strong sense of security. Anyway, there will be similar opportunities in the future. After asking for her boyfriend's opinion, Yinjika came back to her senses. She puffed up her cheeks and said, "Grandpa, why didn't you say so earlier? Cheng and I have other plans." Okay, we'll come over. We'll change it right away." Ji Jianzhang smiled and said, "I thought you would take the initiative to bring him to see me. But after waiting day after day there was still no news. So I had to be thick-skinned and invite him myself." Yinjika blushed and smiled embarrassedly. "I was thinking of waiting for the summer vacation." She was afraid that her silly Cheng would be bullied, so she planned to wait until Lu Qing reached the inhuman stage before bringing him to the Ji family. "Let's do it today. Send me Lu's identity information. I'll ask someone to arrange the itinerary for you." Ji Jianzhang chuckled. After the call, Yinjika glanced at Lu Qing and said coquettishly, "Grandpa, you're too much. We've already booked the plane tickets and hotel before you tell us." "It's okay. Traveling anywhere is still traveling." Lu Qing smiled comfortingly. "But my strategy won't be of any use. Ko Qian will have to rely on you to lead the way." "Don't worry, I won't lose you." Yinjika smiled and was touched by her boyfriend's understanding. Then she deliberately livened up the atmosphere. "I'm so angry. I can't get a full refund. It's all Grandpa's fault. I'll ask him to give you a big red packet." "Red packet?" Lu Qing asked blankly. "It's a tradition in Jiangnan. Men and women who have confirmed their relationship cough." Yinjika's cheeks were slightly red. She turned her head and said, "When you visit for the first time, the elders will give you a red packet." "It's a red packet from my grandson-in-law," Lu Qing concluded with a smile. To be honest, he was not nervous about meeting Yinjika's grandpa and grandma. In the eyes of the young people of his generation, the father-in-law and mother-in-law were directly related to the girlfriend. Naturally, they would pay more attention to it and feel more nervous. Grandpa and grandma didn't seem to have a big impact on them after a generation. As for the fact that he was a physical invulnerability expert, it wasn't like he hadn't seen one before. He didn't have a physical invulnerability expert backing him up. While they were chatting and laughing, Yinjika sent Lu Cheng's personal information to her grandpa and waited for him to coordinate. The Songqing University students around them had already cast their gazes on them and sent silent greetings. Some of them even plucked up the courage to ask for autographs. Since winning the national championship, Lu Qing had been in the state of everyone in Songqing University. He had become the idol of many seniors, juniors, and classmates of the same year. Wherever he went, he would attract attention and feel goodwill. Just as he was considering the fact that the sun was getting brighter and the number of onlookers was increasing, he had to drag Ku to a cafe or other places to avoid the heat. Soon a phone call came to her. He told her about several first-class cabins and asked her to choose. If she was still not satisfied, she could use Shushan Study's private jet and apply for a flight route. "Let's take the 12:30 flight." Yinjika didn't want to bother others and quickly made a decision. Then they took the school bus out of Songqing University and arrived at the airport according to the original plan. However, the flight had changed, and the destination on the ticket was changed from the neighboring province to Jiangnan province. There was no delay and no delay. The flight took off on time. Lu Qing drank the mineral water that was cooled by itself and casually chatted with his girlfriend. "Ko, I'm thinking about a problem." "What?" Yinjika turned her head and looked at her boyfriend with clear and beautiful eyes. And I'm saying if your parents and your grandparents are not satisfied with me and don't want you to marry me, what will you do?" Lu Qing asked with a smile. It was because Empress Dowager was satisfied with him and his father-in-law didn't object that he dared to ask this question. It was just a way for couples to communicate. Yinjika rolled her eyes and bit her lower lip with her white teeth. Her dimples appeared. "Of course I'll listen to them." "Ah." Lu Qing was stunned. "Ko, that's not the right answer." Seeing his reaction, Yinjika covered her mouth and chuckled, like spring water flowing out of a spring. In the end she said, "You're such a good liar." After joking, she pursed her lips and said while thinking, "I'm the one getting married, not them. My opinion is the most important. If they don't object, I'm happy. If they object, I'll do what I want. As long as I have the ability to support myself and live a good life, other people's opinions are just decorations. I don't think the blessings of relatives are important. Empress Dowager didn't give me any blessings, but she still lived happily. I find that you are deeply influenced by Empress Dowager." Lu Qing was delighted by her answer. "You have a gem in front of you." Yinjika smiled and then asked, "What about you? If your parents don't like me, what will you do?" F***ck asking about this kind of thing always brings me back to myself. Lu Qing criticized himself in his mind. First he complimented, "My Ku is so cute, so pretty, so kind and so sensible. My parents will definitely like you." He paused for a moment and said in a serious tone, "My thoughts are about the same as yours. Yes, it's all thanks to Ko Qian's good influence. Also maybe it's because I've grown up. I have the strength and confidence to not rely on my parents, and I can live a good life on my own. Therefore their opinions are only for reference. I will be filial to them, but that doesn't mean that I have to listen to everything they say. Actually, in my family now, I'm pretty much the one who makes the decisions for me." This was a natural evolution of family status. As long as one's character was not weak, not stupidly filial, and was able to make a decision, after one's career had reached a certain level, one would almost always make decisions for his parents instead of them. Yanjika listened to Lu Qing quietly, her eyes sparkling. But in the end she burst out laughing. "Qing, haha, I just thought of a saying. Haha, when you have a wife you forget your mother." "Hey, be serious." Lu Qing spread his hands helplessly. When couples were together, as long as they were serious about getting married and spending the rest of their lives together, they would inevitably fantasize about the future and discuss every aspect of their marriage life. Unknowingly, the plane began to descend and landed steadily on the tarmac. After taxiing for a while, Lu Qing and Yanjika exited the cabin and walked towards the arrival hall. On the way the girl received a call and turned to Lu Qing. "Qing, let's go straight to the parking lot later. Brother Lingqian is coming to pick me up." The previous generation of the Ji family had the word Ming, while the current generation had the word Ling. Ji Lingqian was not from Ji Jinzhang's branch, but belonged to his younger brother's branch. He was a martial artist at 28 years old and had been in the inhuman stage for 2 years. He was a fifth pin professional and was the vice president of the Ji family's security company. He had a good relationship with this side. Yanjika's first uncle's daughter was her closest cousin Ji Lingxi. Her second uncle's 2 children were her cousin, Ji Lingfeng and Ji Lingyun. "Brother Lingqian is coming personally. Haha, every time you mention him, I'm reminded of my pocket change." Lu Qing joked, dragging his suitcase with his left hand and letting the girl hold his right hand. Yanjika pursed her lips and laughed softly. "Me too. I always laugh when I call him that. You should call him Brother Lingqian too. When you see my grandparents you should call them Grandpa Ji and Grandma Do or Senior Ji and Senior Do." She seriously reminded him about how to address him. It didn't take long for them to find the location Ji Lingqian had mentioned. They saw a dark blue SUV. Ji Lingqian was tall and thin with handsome features and a calm temperament. He was casually dressed in a dark casual shirt and pants. When he saw Lu Qing and Yanjika walking over hand in hand, he shook his head and smiled. "Lu Qing, isn't your arm injured? Don't spoil my sister." "Brother Lingqian, what are you talking about? He insisted on holding my hand and didn't allow me to carry my own luggage." Yanjika pouted. "Brother Lingqian." Lu Qing followed suit. He smiled and moved his right arm. "It's already healed." Ji Lingqian sighed. "Seeing you like this reminds me of my first love. Hey, get in the car. We'll talk in the car." The car door opened. The interior was spacious. There were curtains and partitions blocking the driver's seat so that the driver couldn't see the situation behind. The 2 rows of seats were arranged so that they faced each other. There was a bar counter and a small refrigerator around them. After putting down their luggage, Lu Qing didn't look around the car. He sat down with Yanjika. Ji Lingqian plopped down on the seat opposite them. "What do you want to drink?" He smiled and pointed at the bar counter. "I'm not drinking. I drank a lot on the plane." Yanjika turned to Lu Qing. "How about you?" "I'm not drinking either." Lu Qing shook his head. As they spoke, the car door closed. The car moved forward steadily and made silent turns. Ji Lingqian crossed his arms in front of him and laughed. "Lu Qing, I'll call you Little Lu, otherwise we'll be too distant. I've watched your key matches in the university tournament. Not bad. Could you have a good eye? You're much better than I was when I was young. No wonder second grandpa invited you here." Speaking of this, he looked at Yanjika and said, "Second grandpa did this in a hurry. Everyone was away for the holidays. I went to the south to do a security mission. I was so tired that I was resting at home. But I was asked to do this. I thought grandpa had it all arranged." "That's good." Yanjika was puzzled at first, but then she sighed in relief. This way Qing only needed to see grandpa and grandma. It would be easier and less awkward. Her boyfriend would feel bad for her. What's good about it? Lingxi and Lingfang said they wanted to come back and meet the heavenly son of the era. Ji Lingqian snorted. Regardless of whether Ji Lingqian was being sincere or not, Lu Qing felt an inexplicable sense of vanity when he heard his words. He was secretly pleased. Along the way, Yan Zhika and Ji Lingqian were the only ones chatting. Lu Qing interjected from time to time, so he wasn't too reserved. When the car arrived at the Ji family's old house and entered the courtyard, Lu Qing's breath caught his attention. Through the dark glass, he saw a thin old man with graying sideburns standing beside a flower stand. "Grandpa!" Yan Zhika jumped out of the car and shouted. Lu Qing followed and greeted him respectfully. "Senior Ji." This was the famous heaven-leaning sword. His aura was as deep as the sea. Ji Jianzhang smiled and nodded. He said to Yan Zhika, "Go in and meet your grandma." At this point he turned to look at Lu Qing. "Little Lu, accompany me for a walk." Chapter 417. The scenery on both sides receded as the car sped along. Lu Qing was a little scared and couldn't help but advise her, "You don't have to drive so fast." Yan Zhika glanced at him out of the corner of her eyes. She let go of the accelerator and slowed down. Blushing, she said with an embarrassed smile, "I saw others overtaking me and driving so fast, so I thought that it's okay to drive faster. Aren't they all the same?" Lu Qing was dumbfounded as he listened. He carefully observed his surroundings, using his eyes to measure the details of his surroundings. "What are you thinking about?" Yan Zhika's right foot in white casual shoes unconsciously stepped on the accelerator again. Lu Qing answered with a complicated expression, "I'm thinking about how to accelerate if something goes wrong, how to step on the brake, and how to resist the collision from the opposite side." Yan Zhika slowed down the accelerator again and didn't know what to say for a while. When they stopped at the traffic light, she asked with both annoyance and amusement, "Am I really that bad? I think everything went well except for the ignition at the beginning." "It's not about bad. You're not in the right state of mind. You can't always think about overtaking others and driving so fast. You have to control yourself. How can you not wet your shoes if you always walk on the roadside?" Lu Qing was afraid that Ku would have an accident when he was not with her, so he reminded her seriously, which was rare. Yan Zhika pouted, "Okay, I'll try my best." The green light flashed and the car started again. This time she listened to Lu Qing's advice and drove very steadily. Sometimes she wanted to overtake or speed up, but she realized it in time and controlled herself. "Where are we going for a drive?" Lu Qing was in the mood to look at the scenery outside the car. He saw tall buildings and a river of lights. Yan Zhika smiled and said in a light tone, "I'll take you to see the night market in Linning first, and then we'll go to the river to get some fresh air." The capital of Jiangnan province was called Linning. "Night market? What's it like?" Lu Qing thought of the flea market in Xiaofan. You'll know when we get there." Yan Zhika kept him guessing with a smile on her face. The car turned left and right and arrived at a busy street half an hour later. At first glance, the street was as bright as day. Simple shops were lined up in 3 rows and meandered into the distance. Crowds of people and voices filled the air. With the help of the reversing radar and video, Yan Zhika parked the car with a sense of accomplishment. She held Lu Qing's hand and walked into the night market. There were all kinds of cheap items for sale here, such as clothes and cell phone cases, as well as fragrant delicacies. Lu Qing stretched out his left hand and put it on the girl's other shoulder. He pulled her to his side, separating her from the pedestrians who were rubbing shoulders. As they walked and stopped, Yan Zhika fully enjoyed the pleasure of bargaining. Although she was not interested in those things, she just wanted to experience life. She criticized Lu Qing seriously, saying that he had never learned how to bargain. Every time he talked, it would be, "How much is it? 150? Can you make it cheaper? No, okay, give it to me," and so on. He never deviated from the basic principle. They started their business here. Now it's a national chain. But other than this place, they don't taste good. Their family started their business here, and now it's a national chain restaurant. But other than here, the other restaurants don't taste good. I think their other stores are good. Lu Qing asked with interest. I think their other stores are okay. Lu Qing asked with interest. That's because you haven't eaten anything good. While they were talking, the chicken was ready and put into a bag. They held hands and ate as they walked. They both thought it was like a student couple on a date. While they were talking, the chicken chops were ready and put into a bag. The two of them each took a piece, held hands and ate as they walked. Both of them felt that this was like a student couple dating. It's true. It's much better than the ones in Songqing. Lu Qing chewed on the tender chicken chop and expressed his admiration in surprise. He swallowed half of it in 2 or 3 bites. Yan Zhika lifted her chin slightly and smiled smugly. I told you, but you didn't believe me. She took out her phone and let Lu Qing lean his head and body to her. They held the chicken and took a selfie. She took out her phone and asked Lu Qing to take a selfie with the chicken. She didn't like to take pictures. She didn't know when it started, but she, who didn't like taking pictures, started to like using this method to record the interesting things they experienced together. Snap. Yan Zhika pursed her lips and tilted her head, trying to portray a beautiful image. Lu Qing, on the other hand, didn't care. He laughed and said, "Ku, you haven't eaten much at roadside stalls before, right? Where did you get this place?" "My cousin, Sister Lingxi brought me here once." Yan Zhika answered with a sweet smile. Sister Lingxi is indeed an experienced player. Lu Qing nodded in understanding. Ji Lingxi was the eldest daughter of the Ji family. She was 4 years older than Ku. She was born with great strength but didn't like martial arts. She wanted to study and be a manager. She was a professional 9th pin fighter in her first year and was still a professional 9th pin fighter in her 4th year. 2 years after graduation, she reached the threshold of the dance stage. She was a very playful person. She skateboarded, surfed, rappelling, sang, danced, traveled, took a cruise to the sea, collected bags, and so on. In addition, she was also interested in experiencing the different specialties of different places, exploring roadside delicacies and interesting shops. She was the kind of person who could go to banquets and food stalls. They talked and laughed. They ate from the chicken chop shop to the end of the night market. They ate from one stall after another, all of which were certified by the gourmet Ji Lingxi. After a round, they returned to the car from the outside of the night market. Yan Zhika led Lu Qing to the riverside to take a walk in the cool night wind. The Ning River was wide and refreshing. The water blew on their faces, moistening their skin and soul. The girl held Lu Qing's hand and walked beside the guardrail. She giggled and swayed as if she was still a little girl. "It's late. We have to go back." She looked at her watch. "We can stay out all night." Lu Qing instigated with a half-truth and half-lie. Yan Zhika rolled her eyes at him and mimicked his tone. "Then you will be hunted down by my grandpa and grandma for 8 streets. Shivering? Lu Qing joked. It was his first day here and he had already abducted someone's granddaughter and stayed out all night. Was he asking for a beating or a beating? They opened the door and got into the car. Yan Zhika had just sat down. Before she could fasten the seat belt or start the car, she felt her body tilted and fell into Cheng's arms. "You." Just as she raised her head, she saw Lu Cheng's scorching black eyes. Having shared a bed and pillow intimately during the national competition, Lu Cheng had long been itching to make a move. Due to Yan Kai and Ji Mingyu's interference and other reasons, they hadn't been intimate for the past week. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Yan Zhika closed her eyes, straightened her fair and slender neck like that of a swan, and gave in. Her legs were curled up on her side, and she was in the same position as her boyfriend. They were squeezed very closely together. Lu Cheng had observed the surroundings and knew that there was no one here. He kissed her passionately and let his hands move. He started from her shoulders, back and legs and gradually went deeper. "Could this seat, can it be reclined?" Lu Cheng asked anxiously as he kissed the girl's ear. "I can't do it like this. I don't know. You can search." Yan Zhika answered in a soft and confused voice. She didn't even know what she was talking about. Search at this time? Lu Qing didn't want to be distracted. He wanted to use force concentration to lean against her and knock down the seat. At this moment, a sharp ringing sound rang out, echoing continuously. Yan Zhika pushed Lu Qing away and glared at him with embarrassment and anger in her eyes. She pursed her moist lips, picked up her phone and answered the call. "Hello, Sister Lingxi? You're back." "Yes, we're outside. I brought Qing to the night market." "Okay, we're going back." Lu Qing laughed helplessly at the side. He reached out and helped Ku tidy up her clothes. "Humph, it's dangerous to be with you." Yan Zhika sat back in the driver's seat and calmed herself down. She started the ignition with a blushing face. "I haven't been intimate with you for a long time." Lu Qing adjusted his pants. Yan Zhika glared at him and bit her lip. "It'll be fine after a few days. Anyway, I'm on my period tomorrow." As she spoke, she burst into laughter. "I know. Oh, where's your aunt?" Lu Qing changed the topic and asked about his aunt. "She went to Shushan study to take care of my brother." Yan Zhika calmed herself down and started the car. The journey was smooth without any accidents. They arrived at the old house of the Ji family in 40 minutes. After parking the car, Lu Qing and Yan Zhika walked towards the main entrance. Before they could get close, they heard someone talking loudly inside. "My 300,000 for a gram. It has a medicinal fragrance. It can cure many diseases, It's not as good as your Buddhist beads, Brother Li. This string of prayer beads is made of ordinary materials. It was blessed by a senior monk from the Daxing temple and nourished by chanting scriptures every day for half a year. I was unlucky last year, so my dad begged for this string of prayer beads. It's hard to say how much it's worth. All right. Don't brag about it every time. Get one for each of us if you can. What the hell? Lu Qing was confused. This was a field he didn't understand at all. Yan Zhika glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Don't mind them. They like to play these games." "It's boring." She turned the handle and pushed the door open. 2 men and 2 women were chatting in the main hall. Lu Qing recognized Ji Lingxi at a glance. She looked more like the Empress Dowager than his classmate Ko. She was tall and graceful, but her eyebrows were not sharp enough. "You're back?" Ji Lingxi's white t-shirt, denim shorts and high-heeled sandals showcased her figure to the fullest. She stood up with a smile and said, "Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Li, the young master of the Jindi group. His father has a good relationship with several eminent monks of Daxing Temple." Zhang Li's skin was dark and his eyes were ordinary. He wore a dark brown prayer beads on his wrist. "This is Han Jingqiao. His mother is the chairman of the Provincial Martial Artist Association." Ji Lingxi pointed to the other man with a smile. Han Jingqiao was more handsome than Zhang Li, but his eyes were heavy and his qi and blood were not strong enough. He was holding a green pendant in his hand. "This is Guogua. You know her? We've had dinner together a few times. Her father is now independent." Ji Lingxi looked at the girl with long wavy hair beside her. Then she pointed to Yan Zhika and said, "I don't think I need to tell you. My cousin Yan Zhika. A few guys wanted to pursue her, but they were beaten to the punch. Hey Ku, introduce him yourself." Yan Zhika looked at Lu Qing and thought for a moment. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she said simply without adding anything, "He's Lu Qing." Chapter 418. He's Lu Qing. The 4 simple words made the atmosphere suddenly solemn. Zhang Li, Guogua, and the others were silent for more than 10 seconds. "See, this is the heavenly son of the age." Ji Lingxi was the first to come back to herself. She smiled and looked at her companions. Then she turned to Yan Zhika and complained, when they heard that Lu Qing was coming, they were so excited and curious. They shamelessly followed me home. They wanted to see what the heavenly son of the age looked like and whether he had 3 heads and 6 arms. "So I'm a monster?" Lu Qing replied humorously. No. You're not a monster. After practicing martial arts for a year and a half, you've already reached the top of 6th pin. You're not a monster. You're a Superman. Zhang Li smiled. He was relatively calm. His left hand began to twirl the dark brown prayer beads. "Yes, Superman." Han Jingqiao echoed with an exaggerated smile. Then he asked in confusion, "Lu Qing, why do I feel that you look a little different from on TV?" "How so?" Lu Qing looked at Yan Zhika with a smile and found that she was just as confused as he was. It had only been 5 or 6 days since he last appeared on TV. Guogua was a short and delicate girl with a rather imposing face. She said in a low voice, "You're a little different. On TV you're more, how do I put it? More flamboyant. You have a temperament that people don't dare to look at directly." "Ah, I understand now. During an intense battle, I will definitely release my aura to oppress and affect the opponent's mind." When the match was over and I was interviewed, I hadn't completely calmed down. Lu Qing suddenly understood. The me on TV was a battle form. "So that's how it is. When you're free you're like a forest, when you're in a battle you're like a fire." Zhang Li nodded thoughtfully. They were the kind of people who didn't like martial arts. They would only watch highly watched matches that attracted a lot of attention. Therefore, even though there were many seniors and experts around them, they didn't notice some details. After the small talk, the atmosphere became relatively livelier. Ji Lingxi, Han Jingqiao, and the others sat down and began to chat about various things. It was obvious that they wanted Lu Qing to be the center of the conversation. Seeing that he wasn't interested, they didn't mention the prayer beads and ambergris. Instead, they talked about the gossip in the martial arts circle. Lu Qing didn't care about what they were talking about. He didn't feel the slightest inferiority even if their collection was worth all his savings. Instead, he took it as an opportunity to broaden his horizons and listened quietly. He didn't mind. Time ticked by. Lu Qing pressed on his phone, looked at the screen and stood up with a smile. As time ticked, Lu Lingxi. Ji stood. He was surprised. His tone was normal, but there was an indisputable tone to it. Ji Lingxi stood up and asked in surprise, "So early?" "Ever since he started practicing martial arts, he's been living like an old man." "Yeah, so am I." Yenjika explained for her boyfriend with a smile and thought of an excuse to get herself out of this situation. Zhao. We Sming, Cheng said, Yen Li Yen Cheng, let's go fishing and enjoy the breeze. Oh, there are a few underground fights in the international waters. With the existence of referees, the arena matches were more than exciting but not exciting enough. In order to satisfy their own desires and needs to vent, some tycoons would privately organize underground arena matches in war-torn zones and on the high seas. Arena matches without referees. If they really fought like this, even if no one died, there would definitely be a scene of blood splattering everywhere and bones breaking. It would excite the bestial side of humans. Of course, the fighters who were willing to fight in challenge tournaments to make quick money were not very strong. If there was a Dan stage 7th or 6th pin fighter, they would have a guarantor and a chance to repay the debt. No need. Lu Qing looked at Yenjika and turned her down with a smile. Tomorrow he would stay at home with Ku and rub her tummy. Today was one of the days left out in the travel plan. Fine. I'll look for you next time. With your listening skill, I'm sure you can catch a lot of fish. Zhang Li didn't insist. He left the Ji family's old house with Han Jingchao and Guogua and got into his SUV. He took off the dark brown prayer beads and put them on the gear shift. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, What do you think? What do you think of Lu Qing? He's a gentle, friendly, and introverted person. Han Jingchao rubbed his eye bags and answered seriously. But don't you think he has a strong aura? It's like he's telling us what to do and we can only listen obediently. Guogua frowned and whispered. Ah, that's normal. It's the confidence of a mighty one accumulated from victory after victory. My mom is the same. She doesn't have to get angry or speak loudly. As long as she makes a decision, I don't even dare to fart. Han Jingchao laughed at himself. Not to mention a heavenly son of the age. Yeah. Zhang Li started the engine and started the car. Anyway, whether Lu Qing can reach physical invulnerability or not, I think he'll definitely become an inhuman. Han Jingchao added, We're not strong and have no interest in martial arts. It's good to make more friends like him. Yo, I didn't expect young Master Han, who loves wine, cars and women, to say something like that, Guogua mocked. Han Jingchao usually behaved like a typical rich playboy. This is called being vigilant in times of peace, he replied, clicking his tongue. Zhang Li nodded in agreement and said slowly, Since you have this understanding, it's not a waste of my advice. Why do you think Lingxi insisted on coming back today? Sisterly love? Isn't that so? Guogua and Han Jingchao asked in surprise. Zhang Li chuckled. The Ji family is a typical martial arts family. Don't be fooled by the wealth and power of the outside world. Internally, strength is still the most important factor. Guogua interrupted him before he could finish. She played with her long wavy hair and said with a frown, Uncle Ji's 4 siblings are very harmonious and close. That's because there are old masters and old ladies above them. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Where there are money and power, there are disputes. In order to have strong children to stabilize his foundation, Uncle Ji kept many lovers outside. Unfortunately, none of them turned out to be successful. He didn't dare to bring them home. Zhang Li sighed. Lingxi has shed countless tears because of this. Don't be fooled by her carefree attitude. In fact, she knows better than anyone else. She knows that she can't achieve anything in martial arts and doesn't want to fight for anything. She just wants to maintain her current status and lifestyle. Therefore, continuing to befriend Yenjika, who has a good relationship with her, is the most reasonable and practical choice. Especially when she has a really good boyfriend, the really good kind. Although Lu Qing had been dealing with the heavenly sons of the age recently, which made it seem like there were many young fighters at this level. In fact, there might not even be one in several provinces. At least among Zhang Li and Han Jingchao, only Lin Ke was slightly close to this level. In a situation where a high-ranked inhuman Dan stage fighter could be considered as the upper class of a province, it was normal for the heavenly sons of the age who had a good chance of reaching physical invulnerability to be highly valued. Brother Li. Han Jingchao was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but gasp. You've hidden your strength well. He could see things so clearly. Zhang Li sneered. My family has a lot of people. If they were stupid, they would have been swallowed long ago. How could I be the young master? Speaking of this, he sighed again. I really envy Lu Qing and the others now. They are strong and not afraid of scheming against each other. Anyway, I'm waiting for a chance to help him or be helped by him. Either way, it could improve the relationship between both parties. In the guest room of the Ji family's old house, Lu Qing, who was under the nose of a physical invulnerability expert, didn't sneak into the bedroom. After washing up, he lay on the bed and received a call from his mother. After chatting for a while, Qifang said mysteriously, "Your brother has hit the jackpot recently." Lu Qing was dumbfounded. Lu Yanwei really succeeded in starting his business? He didn't say anything about it recently. Erzi expanded his business to Xiaofan. He asked your brother to help and even gave him shares. Qifang gossiped excitedly. She didn't feel jealous because her son was very successful after all. Others couldn't catch up to him easily. Lu Qing was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Who's Erzi?" Qifang didn't know what to say. After a while she said, "He's a relative from Qingfu's hometown. He often comes to visit your grandpa and grandma." "Ah, I remember. He's quite a nice guy." Lu Qing said perfunctorily. "You have no taste. How could you ask your brother for help? Didn't you see how many things he has failed?" Qifang insisted that Lu Yanwei didn't have the ability to start a business. "It doesn't matter. It's not us who will suffer losses." Lu Qing laughed. "That's true. Also, your dad got promoted recently. Fatigue put him in charge of the whole factory and even gave him shares. Qing, do you think it's because of you? You just won the national championship and Fatigue brought this up. What's that idiom? What's that?" Qifang wasn't well educated. "It's the icing on the cake." Lu Qing added on behalf of his mother, "Fatigue is a nice guy. Didn't he help me in my hour of need?" "That's true. Anyway, if he really asks you for help, don't worry about us. If you can help, just do it. If not, just forget it." Qifang said with concern. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Qing answered with a smile. When the phone was hung up and the surroundings were quiet, he sighed with emotion. As he made his name in the national competition and gained the reputation of the favored fighter of the age, everything around him was changing. Maybe it had changed before, but it was definitely not as obvious as it was now. Without him saying anything, the fate of his relatives and friends had changed. It was only now that Lu Qing truly understood what it meant to have a change in status. Chapter 419. The scenery on both sides receded as the car sped along. Lu Qing was a little scared and couldn't help but dissuade her. "Ko, you don't have to drive so fast." Glancing at him from the corner of her eye, Yanjika released the accelerator and slowed down. She blushed and said with an embarrassed smile, "When I see others overtaking me and driving so fast, I want to overtake them. I think it's okay to drive faster. Aren't they all the same?" Lu Qing was dumbfounded. He carefully observed his surroundings, measuring the details with his eyes. "What are you thinking about?" Yanjika unconsciously pressed the accelerator with her right foot in white casual shoes. Lu Qing answered with a complicated expression. "I'm thinking about how to exert force, how to brake, and how to resist the collision of the opposite side if there is a problem." Yanjika slowed down the accelerator again and didn't know what to say. When the car stopped at the traffic light, she asked with anger and amusement, "Am I really that bad at driving? I feel that everything is smooth today except for the ignition at the beginning." "It's not a problem of bad or not. You have the wrong mentality. You can't always think about overtaking others and driving so fast. You need to control yourself. If you often walk on the side of the road, your shoes will get wet." Lu Qing was afraid that Ku would have an accident when he wasn't with her, so he seriously reminded her. Yanjika pouted and said, "Okay, I'll try." The green light flashed and the car started again. This time, the girl listened to Lu Qing's advice and drove steadily. Occasionally, she wanted to overtake and speed up, but she noticed it in time and controlled herself. "Where are we going for a ride?" Lu Qing was in the mood to look at the scenery outside the car. He saw towering buildings and rivers of lights. Yanjika showed her dimples and said in a light tone, "I'll take you to see the night market of Lining first and then to the river bank." The capital of Jiangnan province was called Lining. "Night market? What's it like?" Lu Qing thought of the flea market in Xiaofan. "Hey, you'll know when you get there." Yanjika kept him guessing with a smile on her face. The car turned left and right, and after half an hour they arrived at a bustling street. At a glance, the street was as bright as day, and simple shops were arranged in 3 rows, winding into the distance. There were people everywhere and voices filled the air. With the help of the reversing radar and images, Yanjika parked the car with a sense of accomplishment. Holding Lu Cheng's hand, they entered the night market. There were all kinds of cheap goods such as clothes and mobile phone cases as well as a lot of delicious food. Lu Qing reached out his left hand and wrapped it around the girl's other shoulder. He pulled her closer to him, separating them from the pedestrians who were rubbing shoulders with each other so that they wouldn't brush against each other. The two of them walked and stopped. Yanjika fully enjoyed the pleasure of bargaining. Although she didn't like those things at all, she just wanted to experience life. She also sternly criticized Lu Qing, saying that he had never learned how to bargain. Every time he talked he would say, "How much? 150? Can you make it cheaper?" "No." "Fine, give it to me." After strolling for a while, Yanjika led Lu Qing to a roadside stall and asked for 2 big chicken steaks. While waiting she said, "Their family started from here and now it has become a national chain. But except for here the food in other places is not good." "Really? I think the food in other stores is not bad." Lu Qing asked with interest. "That's because you haven't eaten good food." Yanjika looked at her boyfriend with disdain, and then turned to sympathy. She laughed in a low voice and said, "Poor child, I can only take you to broaden your horizons." While talking, the chicken steaks were ready and put into a bag. They each took a piece, held hands and walked while eating. Both of them felt that this was especially like a student couple on a date. "It's true. It's much better than those in Songqing." Lu Qing expressed his admiration and surprise while gnawing on the tender chicken steaks. He ate half of them in a few bites. Yanjika slightly raised her chin and smiled with a little pride. "I told you, but you didn't believe me. Come, let's take a picture." She took out her phone and asked Lu Qing to lean his head and body over. They held the chicken steaks together and took a selfie. She didn't know when it started, but she, who didn't like to take pictures before, liked to record the interesting things they experienced together in this way. Click. Yanjika pursed her lips and tilted her head, outlining the beautiful image. Lu Qing showed his true colors indifferently. In the end he laughed and said, "Ku, you haven't eaten at roadside stalls before, right? Where did you hear about this chicken steaks?" "My cousin. Well, Sister Lingxi took me here once." Yanjika answered with a sweet smile. Sister Lingxi is indeed a veteran player. Lu Qing nodded in realization. Ji Lingxi was the eldest daughter of this generation of the Ji family, 4 years older than Ku. She was born with extraordinary strength, but she didn't like to practice martial arts. She walked the path of learning and management. She had reached the level of professional 9th pin in her first year of college, and was still at professional 9th pin in her 4th year of college. 2 years after graduation she had just touched the threshold of Dan's stage. She was a very playful person. She did everything like skateboarding, surfing, singing and dancing, hiking, cruising, collecting and buying bags. In addition, she was also interested in experiencing the different characteristics of different places, discovering the delicious food and interesting shops by the roadside. She was the kind of person who could attend banquets and go to roadside stalls. Talking and laughing, they ate from the chicken steak stall to the end of the night market. They ate one stall after another, all of which were certified by the gourmet Ji Lingxi. They took a detour from the outside of the night market to the car. Yanjika led Lu Qing to the riverside, where the cool night wind blew and they strolled to digest the food. Ningjiang's blue waves were wide and spacious. Looking at it, one would feel refreshed and refreshed. The water rushed into one's face, nourishing one's skin and soul. The girl pulled Lu Qing while walking beside the guardrail. She giggled and swayed as if she was still a little girl. "It's getting late. We have to go back." She looked at her watch, still wanting to continue. "We can stay out all night," Lu Qing instigated, half joking. Yanjika rolled her eyes at him and imitated his tone. "Then you'll be chased by my grandpa and grandma all the way to 8 streets. Shivering in fear. Lu Qing joked. It was his first day in the house, and he was already abducting someone's granddaughter to stay out all night. Was he asking for a beating? They opened the door and entered the car from the left and right sides. Yanjika had just sat down, but before she could fasten her seatbelt and turn on the ignition, she felt her body tilting and falling towards the passenger seat. She was pulled into Cheng's arms. "You." Just as she raised her head, she saw Lu Cheng's burning black eyes. After experiencing the continuous bed and pillow sharing during the national competition, Lu Cheng had been itching for a long time because of Yanjika and Ji Mingyu's interference in the past week. It was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. Yanjika closed her eyes, straightened her slender neck like a swan, and kissed him gently. She sat with her legs curled up, overlapping with her boyfriend. They were very close together. Lu Cheng had already observed the surroundings, so he knew there was no one here. While kissing her passionately, he started to caress her shoulders, back, legs and feet and gradually went deeper. "Could this seat? Can you put it upside down?" Lu Cheng asked eagerly when he kissed her ear. "I can't do it like this." I don't know how to do it." "You can search for it." Yanjika answered in a faint and confused voice. She didn't even know what she was saying. Search for it at this time? Lu Cheng didn't want to be distracted. He couldn't wait to use forced concentration. He leaned close to her and knocked the seat over. At this moment, a sharp ringtone sounded and kept echoing. Yenjika pushed Lu Qing away and glared at him shyly. She pursed her moist lips, picked up the phone and answered the call. Hello, Sister Lingxi? You're back. Yes, we're outside. I brought Qing to the night market. Okay, we're on our way back. Lu Qing smiled helplessly and reached over to help Ku tidy up her clothes. Humph, it's so dangerous to be with you. Yenjika sat back in the driver's seat and calmed down. She started the ignition with a red face. I haven't been intimate with you for a long time. Lu Qing adjusted his pants. Yenjika glared at him and bit her lip. It'll be fine after a few days. Anyway, my period starts tomorrow. As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh. I know. By the way, where's your aunt? Lu Qing changed the topic and asked about her real aunt. She went to Shushan's study to take care of my brother. Yenjika calmed down and started the car. The journey was smooth and there were no accidents. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the Ji family's old residence. They parked the car and walked to the front door. Before Lu Qing and Yenjika got close, they heard people talking inside. Mine costs more than 300,000 yuan per gram. It smells like medicine. It can cure many diseases. It's not as good as your prayer beads, Brother Li. My prayer beads are made of ordinary material. They were blessed by the eminent monks of Daxing Temple and nourished by chanting scriptures every day for half a year. I was very unlucky last year. My dad gave up his pride and asked for this. It's hard to tell how much it's worth. Okay, don't show off this every time. If you're so good, get us one each. What the hell? Lu Qing was at a loss. This was something he didn't understand at all. Yenjika glanced at him and said in a low voice, Don't worry about them. They like to play these games. It's boring. She turned the doorknob and opened the door. 2 men and 2 women were chatting in the main hall. Lu Qing recognized Ji Lingxi immediately. She looked more like Empress Dowager than Ku. She was tall and elegant, but her eyebrows were not sharp enough. You're back? Ji Lingxi wore a white t-shirt, denim shorts and a pair of high-heeled sandals. She stood up with a smile and said, Come, let me introduce you. This is the young master of the Jindi group, Zhang Li. His father has a good relationship with the high monks of Daxing Temple. Zhang Li had dark skin and ordinary features. He wore a string of dark brown prayer beads on his wrist. This is Han Jingqiao. His mother is the chairman of our province's Martial Artist Association. Ji Lingxi smiled and pointed at the other person. Han Jingqiao was more handsome than Zhang Li, but he had heavy eye bags and lacked vitality. He was holding a green pendant in his hand. This is Guogua. Could you know her? We've had dinner together a few times. Her father is independent now. Ji Lingxi looked at the girl with long wavy hair beside her. After that, she pointed at Yenjika and said, You don't need me to tell you. This is my cousin Yenjika. Several guys want to pursue her. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, someone else beat them to it. Hey Ku, you introduce your boyfriend. Yenjika looked at Lu Qing and thought for a while. Then she smiled and said simply without any suffixes, He's Lu Chen. Chapter 420. He's Lu Chen. The 4 simple words made the atmosphere solemn. Zhang Li, Guogua, and the others were silent for more than 10 seconds. Look, this is the heavenly son of the age. Ji Lingxi was the first to come back to her senses. She smiled and looked at her companions. Then she turned to Yenjika and complained, When they heard Lu Qing was coming, they were so excited and curious that they wanted to follow me home. They wanted to see what the heavenly son of the age looked like and see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. So I'm a monster? Lu Qing replied humorously. No. You're not a monster. You've been practicing martial arts for a year and a half and you're already at the top of the 6th pin. You're not a monster, you're a Superman. Zhang Li smiled. He was relatively calm. He turned the dark brown Buddhist prayer beads in his left hand. Yes, a Superman. Han Jingqiao agreed with an exaggerated smile. In the end, he asked in confusion, Lu Qing, why do I feel that you're a little different from the one on TV? What's different? Lu Qing looked at Yenjika with a smile and found that she was just as confused as he was. It had only been 5 or 6 days since he last entered the broadcast. Guogua was a short and petite girl, but her facial features were quite imposing. At this time she also muttered, It's a little different. The you on TV is more flamboyant. You have a kind of temperament that makes people not dare to look at you directly. I know what's going on. During a fierce battle, you'll definitely release your momentum to oppress and influence your opponent's mind. When the battle was over and you were interviewed, you still haven't completely calmed down, Lu Qing said in realization. His TV appearance was considered his battle form. So that's how it is. When you're idle, you're like a forest, but when you're fighting, you're like a fire. Zhongli nodded thoughtfully. None of them were interested in martial arts. They would only watch the matches that attracted a lot of attention. Therefore, even though there were many powerful seniors around them, they didn't notice the details. After such small talk, the atmosphere was relatively lively. Ji Lingxi, Han Jingqiao, and the others sat down and began to chat about various things. It was obvious that they were focusing on Lu Qing. Seeing that he was not very interested, they did not mention the rosary beads, the yellow jade ambergris, and other things. Instead, they talked about the gossip of the martial arts circle. Lu Qing didn't care about what they were talking about. Even if one of their collections was worth more than all of his savings, he didn't feel the slightest bit inferior. Instead, he took it as an opportunity to broaden his horizons and listen quietly. Since he had the confidence, there was no harm in doing so. Time ticked by. Lu Qing tapped on his phone, looked at the screen, and got up with a smile. "It's getting late. I need to rest. You guys take your time." His tone was normal, but there was a hint of irrefutability in it. Ji Lingxi stood up as well and asked in surprise, "So early?" Since he started practicing martial arts, he's been living like an old man. "Yeah, so am I," Yanjika explained for her boyfriend with a smile. She also thought of an excuse for herself. "Then it's time for us to go back." Zhongli turned the prayer beads and smiled. "We're going out to sea tomorrow. Do you want to join us? Let's go fishing and get some fresh air." Alright, there are a few fights on the open sea with no restrictions on life and death. There were referees in the challenge tournament. It was more exciting than exciting. Some rich people privately organized underground challenge tournament in war-torn areas and on the open sea to satisfy their own desires. Challenge tournament without referees. Even if no one died in the real fight, there would definitely be scenes of blood splattering everywhere and bones breaking, which would excite the beastly side of people. Of course, the fighters who were willing to make quick money in the challenge tournament weren't very strong. If there was a dance stage, 7th pin or 6th pin fighter, even if they owed a lot of money, there would be someone to vouch for them and they would have the opportunity to repay their debts slowly. No need. Lu Qing glanced at Yanjika and declined with a smile. Tomorrow he would stay at home with Ku and massage her belly. He had left this day empty in his previously cancelled travel plan. "Alright, I'll find you next time out at sea. With your listening skill, you'll definitely catch a lot of fish." Zhongli didn't insist. He left the Ji family's old house with Han Jingqiao and Guogua and got into his SUV. He took off the dark brown prayer beads and put them on the gearshift. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, "What do you think? What do you think of Lu Qing?" "He's quite gentle, friendly, and introverted." Han Jingqiao rubbed his eye bags and answered seriously. "But don't you think his aura is very strong? It's the kind of feeling where you can do whatever you want and we can only listen obediently." Guogua frowned and said softly, "Ah, that's normal. That's the confidence of a mighty one accumulated through countless victories. My mother was the same. She didn't need to get angry or speak loudly. As long as she decided something, I wouldn't dare to say a word." Han Jingqiao laughed at himself. Let alone a heavenly son of the era like him. "Yeah." Zhongli started the engine and started the car. "Anyway, regardless of whether he can become a physical invulnerability expert in the future, I think he'll definitely become an inhuman," Han Jingqiao added. "We're not strong and we don't have the heart to practice martial arts. It's good to make more friends like him." "Yo, I didn't expect our young Master Han, who loves wine, cars and women, to say something like that." Guogua laughed. Han Jingqiao was a typical spoiled brat. "This is called being prepared for danger in times of peace," he replied. Zhongli nodded in agreement and said slowly, "I didn't advise you in vain. Why do you think Lingxi had to come back today? Is it because of their sisterly relationship?" "Isn't it?" Guogua and Han Jingqiao asked in surprise. Zhongli chuckled. The Ji family is a typical martial arts family. Although they have a lot of assets, money and power, they're still ranked by their strength. Before he could finish, Guogua interrupted him. She played with her wavy hair and frowned. "Uncle Ji and his siblings are very close. They're very close. That's because old master and old madam are pressuring him. Haha, where there are people, there will be the underworld. Where there is money and power, there will be disputes. How many mistresses did Uncle Ji keep outside in order to have a strong son and daughter to stabilize his foundation? It's a pity that none of them are good enough. He doesn't even dare to bring them home." Zhongli sighed. Lingxi has shed countless tears because of this. She may seem like a carefree playboy, but she knows better than anyone else. She knows she can't achieve anything in martial arts, so she doesn't want to fight for anything. She just wants to maintain her current status in life. It's the most reasonable and practical choice for her to continue befriending Yanjika. Especially since she has an amazing boyfriend, the kind that's really amazing. Lu Qing had been interacting with the Heavenly Sons of China recently, making it seem like there were many young martial artists of this level. In fact, there might not even be one in several provinces. At least Zhang Li and Han Jingqiao were around. Previously, only Lin Ke was slightly close. In a situation where a high-ranked Dan stage inhuman could become the upper class of a province, it was normal for the Heavenly Sons of China, who had a high chance of reaching the physical invulnerability stage, to be highly valued. Brother Li. Han Jingqiao was stunned. He couldn't help but gasp. You're really good at hiding your strength. You see things so clearly. Zhang Li sneered. My family has a lot of people. If I were really stupid, I would have been swallowed up by others. How could I be the young master? He sighed again. I'm really envious of Lu Cheng and the others. They're strong and don't have to worry about scheming. Anyway, I'm waiting for a chance to help him or be helped by him. Either way, it would improve their relationship. In the guest room of the Ji family's old house, Lu Qing didn't try to sneak into the room under the watch of a physical invulnerability expert. After washing up, he lay on the bed and received a call from his mother. After a few words, Qifeng said mysteriously, Your brother has made a fortune recently. Lu Qing was dumbfounded. Lu Yanwei really succeeded in starting his own business? I haven't heard him mention it recently. Erzi has expanded his business to Xiaofan. He asked your brother to help him and even gave him shares. Qifeng gossiped excitedly. She wasn't jealous because of this. After all, her son was very promising and not just anyone could catch up with him. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment. Who's Erzi? Qifeng didn't know what to say. After a while she said, He's a relative from Qingfu. He often comes to visit your grandparents recently. I remember now. He's a nice guy. Lu Qing said perfunctorily. He has no taste. How could he ask your brother for help? Look at how many things he has failed. Qifeng insisted that Lu Yanwei didn't have the ability to start his own business. It doesn't matter. After all, we're not the ones who suffer losses. Lu Qing laughed. That's true. Also, your dad got promoted recently. Fatigua put him in charge of the whole factory and gave him shares. Qing, don't you think it's because of you? You just won the national championship and Fatigua mentioned it. What's that idiom? What's that? Qifeng didn't know much about it. Icing on the cake. Lu Qing helped his mother add, Fatigua is a nice guy. Didn't he help me in my hour of need back then? That's true. Anyway, if he really asks you for help, don't worry about us. Help if you can. Don't worry if you can't. Qifeng said with concern. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Qing replied with a smile. After the phone call ended and the surroundings quieted down, he sighed with emotion. After he won the national championship and gained the reputation of being the heavenly son of the age, everything around him was changing. It might have happened in the past, but it was definitely not as obvious as now. Without him saying anything, the fate of his relatives and friends had changed. Until now, Lu Qing really understood what it meant to change one's status. Chapter 421. While Lu Qing was on the phone with Qifeng, Ji Lingxi kicked off her slippers and sat cross-legged on the bed in Yanzhika's private bedroom. She looked at her cousin who had just changed into her nightgown with a faint smile. Ko, you're so good at keeping secrets. Do you still think I'm your sister? I saw you hugging Lu Qing in the finals a few days ago. That's how I guessed you two were together. If it were before today, Yanzhika would have been a little proud of her cousin's words. However, the truth told by Lu Qing had dispelled her complacency. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She replied, I didn't mean to lie to anyone. Grandpa and Grandma already knew. Sister Lingxi, it's because you're living too freely and don't care about me. That's why you didn't find out, right? She had kept it a secret for a long time. Except for her father, she couldn't keep it a secret from anyone. Why was she so careful with Cheng in the beginning? Ji Lingxi was at a loss for words. She combed her hair and said, Didn't I tell you that some guys wanted to pursue you? What did you tell me? I don't want to find a boyfriend for the time being. Isn't that a lie? She changed her voice and tone to Yanzhika's to describe the original words. I didn't lie to you. I already have a boyfriend. Of course I won't find another one. I have to be wholehearted in love. How can I have a foot in two boats? Yanzhika retorted righteously. As she spoke, her lips curved into an unconcealable smile. I've already thought about how to explain it. Ji Lingxi's mouth twitched. She said bitterly, I really want to pinch your face. In childhood, Yanzhika had cute baby fat. Ji Lingxi almost developed the hobby of pinching her face. Without waiting for her cousin to speak, she changed the topic and gossiped excitedly. Ko, when did you and Qing get together? How long? She had asked similar questions on QQ before, but Yenjika always changed the topic skillfully. She didn't want to share her and Cheng's private affairs with others, even her cousin. Now Jilingxi finally had a chance to interrogate her directly. Yenjika's eyebrows twitched. She pursed her pink lips and answered reluctantly, "We got together on Valentine's Day last year." Speaking of this, she suddenly felt sweet and unknowingly added, "He chased after me for a semester. Ayaya, I really want Cheng to chase after me again. I didn't feel anything back then and didn't get to enjoy it properly." Valentine's Day last year? At that time, Lu Qing hadn't reached 9th pin yet, right? Jilingxi recalled the introduction she had read about Lu Cheng. Probably a weak 9th pin, Yenjika retorted seriously. Jilingxi took a deep breath and furrowed her brows. She said in surprise, "In other words, when you two got together, he was just a newcomer who didn't show any signs of becoming a heavenly son of the age at all? You have good taste. At that time, I didn't think that he would be so talented as to reach rank 6 so quickly." Yenjika rolled her eyes and bit her pink lips. She said, "I just felt that he was silly and very attentive to me." Yes, very attentive. He was also very motivated and willing to work hard. Chatting with him and going through the challenge tournament with him were very interesting. That's why I fell in love with him. As she spoke, her tone gradually softened. Obvious sweetness and happiness overflowed between her eyebrows. Her eyes were like ripples in the spring breeze. At this moment, Jilingxi felt that her cousin was too beautiful to look at directly. She was blinded by the happiness in her words. Why were all my 3 boyfriends useless and unmotivated? But Cook could pick an old classmate who had just reached 9th pin and pick a heavenly son of the age? Was there really something wrong with her taste or the standard of her choice? After Yenjika finished her narration, she stopped reminiscing and looked at her cousin with gentle and bright eyes. She waved her white hand in front of her. "Sister Lingxi?" Jilingxi came back to her senses and decided not to continue this topic that would make her feel sad. She chuckled and said, "Ku, did I disturb you and Lu Cheng by calling you before?" Yenjika was stunned at first, but then she understood. Thinking of the charm in the car, she couldn't help but blush and deny it. "Of course not. Hey, I'm experienced. First love aside, I have at least 2 serious ones. When you picked up the phone, even as a woman, my heart skipped a beat. If it were a man, he would have knelt down and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll give you whatever you want," Jilingxi said. Jilingxi teased. She reached out and poked her cousin's collarbone. "Besides, isn't there physical evidence?" Yenjika looked down blankly and saw a red, obvious kiss mark on her delicate collarbone. Her collar was wrinkled with gauze and covered her collarbone in a refined and elegant manner. Even Lu Qing didn't notice that he had left a mark. It was only when she changed into her nightgown that everything was exposed. All of a sudden, Yenjika felt her face burning. She wished she could find a hole and hide in it. She had a subtle feeling of being caught red-handed in bed. She jumped out of bed in embarrassment and anger and ran to the dressing mirror. She took a selfie on her collarbone and sent it to Lu Cheng. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. My cousin saw it." Lu Cheng had just finished lamenting that the fate of his relatives and friends had changed because of him when he saw the girl's message. I was too excited just now." Jilingxi saw the whole process of Yenjika getting out of bed and taking a selfie. She suddenly felt a sense of loss. This was the kind of pureness and passion that only real first love had. Her first love, which was like a child's play, came to an abrupt end. It couldn't even be considered a first love. By the time she fell in love with him for the second time, she loved him so much that they hurt each other so much that they broke up in the end. By the time she had a boyfriend for the 3rd time, her heart had already aged. She thought more and did less. She was no longer pure and unrestrained. Seeing Yenjika come back bashfully, Jilingxi adjusted her mood and smiled. "Cool, let's sleep together tonight. I have a lot of things to ask you." Okay. Yenjika hesitated for a while and then nodded. When Jilingxi went back to the bedroom to take a shower and change into her nightgown, she lay on the bed and buried her face in the pillow. She raised her legs and swung them. She had planned to calm down and get rid of the blush on her cheeks. However, she inexplicably recalled the passion by the river and the panic between them. Yenjika suddenly sat up and bit her lower lip. She picked up her phone and opened the search page. She seriously thought about the brand and model of the car she had driven before. Then, she bashfully typed a line of words in the search bar with a hint of a smile. "Can the passenger seat of XXX car be flat? How do I do it?" Click. The search results refreshed. Yenjika had just browsed a few when she suddenly received a message from her boyfriend. "Ko, what's the brand and model of the car we just drove out of?" Lu Qing asked with an emoji pushing up his sunglasses. Seeing the familiar question, Yenjika's face turned red again. She replied with 2 words, pervert. Pervert? Lu Qing looked at the inexplicable answer and scratched his head in confusion. I just thought that this car was good. It was fast and stable. If I need a car in the future, I can consider it. That's why I asked. How did I become a pervert? The next morning, Lu Qing temporarily put his doubts to the back of his mind. He got up on time, washed up, and went out. He found a corner in the spacious courtyard of the Ji family's old house. Breathing in the fresh air, he visualized the swordsman formula and the corresponding internal training methods of Frost Force and Zhurong Force. The injury on his arm would be healed by the end of May. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to practice his moves. Instead, he concentrated his qi and blood to comprehend the force concentration of the balance between ice and fire. In practice, he felt the experience of the yin and yang 2 forms that old Master Ji had shown him yesterday. The key to the inhuman level was the strengthening of one's willpower and the improvement of one's mental control over one's root pulp. Under the accumulation of internal training, one's body would show signs of supernatural abilities, and one's quality would change. However, this did not mean that one could enter the inhuman level seamlessly with supernatural abilities. Possessing certain characteristics due to this realm and possessing similar characteristics due to certain characteristics were completely different. They were fundamentally different. Lu Qing's ice and fire supernatural ability came from the stimulation of the Jin Dan and the blending of power, which was different from his Frost Force and Zhurong Force. If he wanted to enter the inhuman level, he still had to follow the prescribed internal training and change his root pulp so that it was compatible with the martial arts instead of the Jin Dan. When the supernatural ability of ice and fire, Frost Force, and Zhurong Force were perfectly integrated, there would be no difference. That was one of the main conditions to enter the inhuman level. His qi and blood, spirit, and force all contracted and embraced each other in balance. Then they quickly collapsed and rushed out. Lu Qing observed the subtle changes in his body, looking for the traces of the changes of yin and yang, ice and fire. Unknowingly, the sky was bright and the sun was piercing. Lu Qing put away his stance and exhaled a mouthful of foul air, ending the morning training. His physical qualities were not at the level of the top 6th pin. How could he enter the inhuman level in one step? Calming down, Lu Qing returned to the house and met Ji Jianzhang and Dou Ning, who had also returned from training. They nodded in satisfaction. After breakfast, Ji Lingxi went out to see to play. Yenjika's stomach started to hurt, so she went back to her room to lie down. Lu Qing went to sleep beside her and rubbed her stomach with his warm hands. Yenjika felt the familiar support and the care to relieve the pain. She felt that the pain was not so bad. Sneaking a glance at Lu Qing, she suddenly recalled what her cousin Ji Lingxi had said last night. "Ku, are you still going abroad?" "Yes." "Are you willing to give up your Lu Qing? Are you not afraid? Are you not afraid of problems?" "I believe in him and I believe in myself." "Then enjoy it. There is only 1 year and 3 months left." Hearing this, Yenjika's mood inexplicably darkened. She couldn't help but lean closer to Lu Qing. "There is only 1 year left. I have to cherish every day with Cheng." After the pain of the first day passed, Lu Qing and Yenjika had a good time in Linning with their tour guide Ji Lingxi. On the afternoon of the 4th, they set off on their return journey. In the past few days, except for her aunt who went to Shushan study to take care of Lin Kei, Yenjika's uncles Ling Feng and Ling Yun all had excuses to not come back. When they returned to campus, Lu Qing and Yenjika's life was once again fulfilling. Every day they had to work overtime to make up for the classes they missed. Fortunately, during the national competition they rarely went out. After watching the videos of their opponents, they spent most of their time studying. Finally, they caught up with the progress before the final exam and were confident about their grades. After the last exam, Yenjika was about to wait for Lu Qing when the class monitor told her to go to the school office. "Qing, I'm going to the lower house office. Wait for me after the exam." She sent a message with her dimples. Then she followed the class monitor to the dean's office and saw 3 classmates who were in the same training program as her. When the dean saw that everyone was present, he crossed his arms and coughed. "Ivan University has made a request. They hope that the training program can be advanced by 1 year and you can go there in your 3rd year. This way you can adapt better and learn better. The school has thought about it and thinks it's a good idea." Seeing the dean's mouth open and close, Yenjika didn't hear the rest of his words. There was only one thought echoing in her mind. 1 year ahead, 1 year ahead.
Chapter 2:12. Lu Dehang glared at Head Tan. This old fox was causing trouble for him again. If it wasn't for his daughter, he wouldn't have let him off so easily today. Although Head Tan was older than Lu Dehang, he could be considered half of Lu Dehang's father-in-law. This was because he gave his youngest daughter to Lu Dehang as a concubine. Although a concubine wasn't considered a marriage in the Tang dynasty, Lu Dehang doted on little Miss Tan a lot, so he took care of Head Tan. Lu Dehang also knew that Head Tan wanted to become an internal official, but he was just the head of the bailiffs. He couldn't even be considered an external official, let alone an internal official. Therefore, he could only turn a blind eye to Head Tan's actions. As long as he didn't cause too much trouble, he would act as if he didn't see anything. Head Tan had worked in the county government for half his life, so he knew all the tricks in the county government. He had also used County Magistrate Lu's name to gain a lot of benefits. In Lu Dehang's view, today's matter was just Head Tan trying to blackmail someone and gain some benefits. He didn't expect to be so unlucky as to bump into Duke Wei and Li Jing. This wasn't the first time Head Tan and the others had done something like this, so Lu Dehang didn't take it seriously. At most, he would throw the bailiffs into jail in front of Li Jing and release them after Li Jing left. In any case, Duke Wei couldn't possibly stay in the county government and wait for him to deal with them on the spot. This kind of thing was nothing more than dragging it out. After dragging it out for a while, everything would calm down. There was no way a noble like Duke Wei would care about such a trivial matter all the time. As for the victim's family, he would just give them some money. How could he dare to say anything about it? After making up his mind, Lu Dehang cupped his hands towards Li Jing and smiled apologetically. At the same time, he signaled the bailiffs to take Head Tan and the others away. Duke Wei, it's all my fault for not being strict enough. It's my fault. I will definitely punish these bailiffs who neglected their duties and framed others. Li Jing did not feel that there was anything wrong with Lu Dehang's words. The reason why he had personally escorted these bailiffs to Wanyan County was to express his attitude. As for how to deal with them, it was naturally Lu Dehang's responsibility as the county magistrate. He would not exceed his authority. However, Li Wangyu understood the meaning behind County Magistrate Lu's words. Wasn't it obvious that he was going to raise it up high and put it down gently? What severe punishment! These empty words were meaningless. Seeing that the bailiffs were about to take Head Tan and the others away, Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped them. Wait! What? This Mr. Xiao Lang is not satisfied with the county's punishment? When Lu Dehang saw that Li Wangyu had stopped him, the smile on his face disappeared and he asked with dissatisfaction. Li Wangyu did not mind his expression at all. He asked directly, Ming House, what is the punishment for stealing other people's property in the law of the Tang dynasty? In the law of the Tang dynasty, the punishment for robbers was still very severe. The law of the Tang dynasty stipulates, if you steal and don't get money, you have to answer 50 times. 1 foot of cane is 60 times. 1 horse plus 1 class. If you steal 5 horses a year, 10 horses plus 1 class, 50 horses plus 1 class. Facing Li Wangyu's question, Lu Dehang did not answer. He only snorted, this county magistrate will make the decision for you. Step aside first. Even Li Jing could see that Lu Dehang was perfunctory in his answer. He said with dissatisfaction, Ming House Lu, why don't you answer Xiao Lang's question? This. Hearing Li Jing's words, Lu Dehang had no choice but to answer honestly. If you steal and don't get money, you have to answer 50 times. Hearing him recite the law of the Tang dynasty about robbers, Li Wangyu sneered and pointed at the gilded idol in Niu Wu's hands. The head of the class accused me of stealing this gilded idol. If it is true, how should I be punished? This idol was cast in copper and gilded in gold. Li Wangyu estimated that the price of this idol would not be lower than 100 strings of copper coins. Its value was obviously much higher than the value of 50 bolts of silk. According to the law of the Tang dynasty, if this idol was really stolen by Li Wangyu, according to the law, he would be exiled 3,000 miles away and serve 3 years of hard labor. This. Lu Dehang did not know how to answer. He vaguely guessed why Li Wangyu asked such a question. Sure enough, without waiting for him to answer, Li Wangyu pointed at the stone tablet at the west end of the county magistrate's tunnel. The words, false accusation plus 3 classes, were engraved on it. Ming House, according to the law of the Tang dynasty, false accusation plus 3 classes. Am I right? Since the head of the class accused me of stealing, shouldn't I be punished plus 3 classes? False accusation plus 3 classes meant that the punishment for falsely accusing others would be increased. As soon as Li Wangyu said this, Lu Dehang's face immediately became very ugly. The faces of the head of the class and the group of yamen runners also turned ashen. Enough! This county magistrate will investigate this matter and give you an explanation. Lu Dehang did not want to talk to Li Wangyu anymore. Haha, what a good investigation. The facts are in front of us. What else does the Ming house need to investigate? Li Wangyu asked. Lu Dehang could not help but be annoyed. How could this white-clothed youth be so insensible? He flung his robe and said coldly, "What? Do I need a young man like you to teach me how to judge a case?" Li Jing did not say anything. He wanted to see how Li Wangyu, who was rumored to be extraordinarily intelligent and talented, would deal with this matter. Li Wangyu said, "Ming house, the law of the Tang dynasty states that those who falsely accuse others should sit opposite. Since the head of the class framed me for stealing, he should naturally sit opposite and be punished." Humph. This county magistrate knows. This county magistrate just said that he will investigate and give you justice. Xiao Lang, don't push your luck and forget your identity. Lu Dehang intended to use his official power to suppress Li Wangyu, this insensible white-clothed youth, so that he could turn around and let go of the head of the class. But after he finished speaking, he saw Li Wangyu sneer. My identity? If the Ming house did not mention it, I would have almost forgotten. He reached out and took out the goldfish talisman from his bosom and threw it directly to Lu Dehang. My identity? Isn't this it? The Ming house will know when you see it. Lu Dehang caught the goldfish talisman and wanted to throw it to the ground without looking at it. Just as he was about to throw it, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the golden object in his palm. He thought that Li Wangyu threw a gold ingot to him to bribe him. How could he accept the gold ingot in front of Li Jing? Not to mention that he wanted to protect the head of the class, his cheap father-in-law. Just as he was about to reprimand Li Wangyu, his eyes fell on the golden object in his hand and he could no longer pull them out. Goldfish talisman, you are the county magistrate of the founding county? What? Xiao Lang, you have been conferred a title? Before Lu Dehang could react, Li Jing heard his words and hurriedly rushed forward. He snatched the goldfish talisman from his hand and looked at it carefully. County magistrate of the founding county, conferred a title of county magistrate. Li Jing looked up at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Xiao Lang, you are only 16 years old this year, right? The sage actually conferred a title to you? His words scared the head of the class and the bailiffs, who were still standing on the side. Their legs went soft and they knelt down. Chapter 213. Li Wangyu could only smile and shrug his shoulders in response to Duke Wei's surprise. He didn't know how to answer. He was also surprised to be given a title by Pai Lupi. Who knew why the stingy Pai Lupi would give him a title just because he made a water wheel and a four-wheeled carriage? Pai Lupi was very cautious when it came to giving titles. He wouldn't give titles unless he made a great contribution. Just by looking at how even a great scholar like Kong Yingda couldn't get a title, one could tell how difficult it was to be given a title. The reason why Li Wangyu was confused about being given a title was because he underestimated the significance of the four-wheeled carriage to the Tang dynasty. The blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage was given to the Ministry of Works by Pai Lupi. After some improvements, it was confirmed that 4 horses could be used to transport 30 dan of goods at a time and travel 300 li a day. This result shocked Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the other ministers. For the vast Tang dynasty, the four-wheeled carriage was too important. Its importance was far beyond Li Wangyu's imagination. Now that the Ministry of Works had started to mass-produce the four-wheeled carriage, Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the other ministers were sure that with enough four-wheeled carriages to transport food, the Tang dynasty would be able to expand its territory by a lot. Therefore, in Pai Lupi's view, the significance of Li Wangyu giving the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage was no less than expanding the territory. The title of founding countyman wasn't enough to reward him for his contributions. However, Li Wangyu was too young. It wasn't necessarily a good thing to give him a higher title before he reached the age of adulthood. Out of love, Pai Lupi thought about it again and again before giving Li Wangyu the title of founding countyman. However, in the eyes of those who didn't know, it was too shocking. Li Wangyu's name was removed from the Li clan of Hu County, and his name was also erased from the Zongjing Temple's Yellow Book. But in Pai Lupi's eyes, that was purely the fault of the Huxian Li clan. The Li clan of Huxian didn't recognize Li Wangyu, but Pai Lupi now regarded him as a treasure. If it weren't for the fact that Li Wangyu had yet to reach the age of 20, Pai Lupi would have ordered Li Wangyu to return to the imperial family as the head of the family. Even though there was no official decree and the imperial ancestral temple had not yet re-entered Li Wangyu's name into the clan's yellow book, just based on that day at the Li family, Pai Lupi's golden words had Li Wangyu call him uncle. It was enough to show Pai Lupi's attitude. Knowing that the young man in white in front of him was actually the man who founded the country, Lu Deheng felt unwell. He hurriedly and respectfully bowed to Li Wangyu. This official didn't know the identity of the man from Wuxia. Just now, this official was too presumptuous. Please don't take offense. Li Wangyu still couldn't get used to hearing his title. It was 2F** king unimpressive, okay? It was also an honorific title. Other people called him Duke of Wei, Duke of Lu. How domineering were they? Titles like Duke of Wei, Duke of Lu. How resounding were they? His title was Wuxia. Could it be that when he was conferred the title of founding duke in the future, he would also be respectfully called Wuxian Duke? Thinking of this possibility, Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver. It was too frightening. Li Wangyu wasn't too surprised by Lu Deheng's change from arrogance to respect. He only nodded calmly. Lu Ming House, no need to be so courteous. It's fine as long as you can give me an explanation. After saying this, he looked at Head Tan and the others kneeling on the ground and trembling. Lu Ming House, let's start the trial now. I still have some matters to attend to in a while, and need to go to the palace to seek an audience with the sage. I don't have much time to waste. Li Wangyu's words completely destroyed Lu Deheng's thoughts of protecting Head Tan. He could only helplessly make an inviting gesture to Li Jing and Li Wangyu and prepare to go to the main hall of the county yamen to start the trial. In the Wanyan County Yamen, a group of yamen runners and scribes cast sympathetic glances at Head Tan and the others kneeling on the ground. It seemed that Head Tan was doomed to be unlucky. Who told him to be so blind as to frame a founding duke? Wasn't this *king courting death? Just as the crowd was about to move to the hall of the county government, more than a dozen figures rushed in from outside the county government. They were yelling loudly, Lu Deheng, get your ass out here right now. How dare you send people to capture us brothers? I'll skin you alive. Don't talk nonsense with them. Kill your way in and save Zio. The yamen runners of the Wanyan County Yamen didn't have time to stop them and were beaten to a pulp by the crowd that rushed into the county yamen. This sudden scene almost made Lu Deheng burst into tears. What kind of sin did he commit today? Li Jing, Duke of Wei, personally came to escort the yamen runners who committed the crime, and the victim was actually a founding duke. This was enough to give him a headache. Now, the county yamen has been invaded. What are you trying to do? Did they really take bean buns and not dry food? Did they not take him, a 6th grade county magistrate, as a cadre? Lu Deheng's anger rose in his heart. He opened his mouth and wanted to call the yamen runners to arrest these people. But when he saw the people who had rushed into the county yamen, the anger that had just surged in his heart was immediately extinguished by him. The words that came out of his mouth were also somewhat flattering and fawning. Young dukes, what are you doing? If you have any orders, I will do it. The people who rushed into the Wanyan County Yamen were Chung Chumo and the others. Bastards, you yamen runners of the Wanyan County actually dare to capture my brother. Hurry up. Chung Chumo didn't finish his words when he finally saw Li Wangyu on the side and shouted in surprise. Zio, are you okay? Did this group of bastards do anything to you? Li Wangyu was greatly moved. He quickly smiled and waved his hand. I'm fine. Thank you, brothers. Why are you here? Fang Yai smiled and said, Today we went to Dingzhou village to drink with you. Your housekeeper said you went to Xiandu Temple. We went to Xiandu Temple to find you. When we arrived, we heard from the young Taoist that you were captured by the yamen runners of the Wanyan County. Didn't we immediately come to save you? Did Lu Deheng send people to capture you? Li Wangyu was speechless. The young Taoist from Xiandu Temple was not reliable. It was clearly him and Li Jing who had brought the group of yamen runners to the county yamen. How did it become him being captured by the yamen runners? Without waiting for him to explain, Lu Deheng's face was bitter as he cried out, Young dukes, how could I dare to let the yamen runners capture a county man? Even if I had the courage, I wouldn't dare. It's really. He also didn't know how to explain the actions of Head Ban Tan and the others. Wait, what did you say? A county man? Who is a county man? Fang Yai suddenly interrupted him and asked. Chang Chumo and the others also looked at each other. How come there was another county man? In Chang'an City, they had never heard of this title of Baron of Founding County. Lu Dehang's face was full of surprise and he couldn't help but look at Li Wangyu. Before he could explain, Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "He brothers, I am a county man." "What? Ziyu, you were conferred a title?" "Brother, this is not a joke." "When were you conferred a title? Why is there no news from the court?" "County? Aren't the important places in the capital not conferred titles? Where's the goldfish talisman? Quickly let me see." "Ziyu, why did the sage confer you a title?" The group of playboys immediately surrounded Li Wangyu, wanting to know what was going on. Chapter 214. Li Wangyu didn't know how to answer the questions from the foppish young masters. Suddenly, a heavy cough came from the side. "Cough, you guys. Are you going to pretend that you didn't see me?" When the group of playboys heard the voice, they were so scared that they hurriedly bowed. Why was this big shot also in Wanyan County? "Greetings, Duke Wei." "Greetings, Minister Li." Li Jing walked up and seemed to be reprimanding them, but in fact, he intimately gave each of them a chestnut. "You all didn't learn well. How dare you barge into Wanyan County? It seems that I have to talk to Jijie and Jingda about how they discipline their sons." Chang Chumo begged for mercy with a bitter face. "Duke Wei, aren't we afraid that Zio will be bullied by Wanyan County? Please forgive us this time." Li Jing's status in the military of the Tang dynasty was far beyond that of famous generals like Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that half of the Tang dynasty was conquered by Li Jing. From this one could see his status. It was also because his contributions were too great and his status was too high that in his later years, in order to not be suspected by Li Er, and because he was falsely accused of treason, Li Jing closed his door to show his innocence and protect himself to have a good end. The old Tang book recorded that Li Jing closed his door to prevent guests from entering. Even his relatives were not allowed to enter. Closing his door meant that he was completely isolated from the outside world. He didn't even receive his relatives to prove that he didn't have any rebellious thoughts. In later novels, it was said that in order to prove his innocence, Li Jing opened his door and allowed people to visit as they wished. This was the opposite. With the Li family's status as the founding duke, even if the door was opened, outsiders wouldn't be able to see anything. Because the duke's mansion was too big. Chang Chumo and the other dandy young masters were all scared out of their wits when they saw Li Jing here. They dared to be unreasonable with Lu Dehang, but in front of Li Jing, they were all as obedient as kittens and didn't dare to get angry. Even Fang Yai and the others looked at Li Wangyu with resentment. "Brother, why didn't you say that this big shot was here earlier? You don't even know how to inform your brothers. You're really not loyal enough." Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. "You guys directly attacked Wanyan County's yamen. How am I supposed to inform you guys?" Li Jia Shaolang kicked each of their butts. "All right, no one dares to bully Li Jia Shaolang. You guys can scram now." Yes, we'll scram now." Chang Chumo and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly ran out. While they were running, they didn't forget to wink at Li Wangyu, signaling that they would wait for him outside the county yamen and that they would go drinking together later. Li Wangyu was both moved and speechless. This group of silk pants was really too cute. After the debauches left Wanyan County's yamen, Lu Dehang looked at the yamen runners who had been beaten black and blue by the debauches. He wanted to cry but had no tears. This matter had yet to be resolved, and he did not dare to find trouble with those silk pants because of this matter. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. Lu Dehang angrily glared at Headband Tan, who was kneeling on the ground. Right now, he had no intention of protecting him. Lu Dehang made an inviting gesture to Li Jia Shaolang and Li Wangyu. Then, he directly went to the county yamen's main hall to interrogate the case. Headband Tan and a group of yamen runners framed Li Wangyu. The evidence was conclusive and there was no way to deny it. Lu Dehang was also very straightforward. According to the third-class crime of false accusation, Headband Tan was sentenced to 80 beatings, 3,000 miles of exile, and 3 years of hard labor. The other yamen runners who were accomplices were also sentenced to 30 beatings and had to resign from the county yamen. Duke Wei, Li Wangyu, are you satisfied with this county's punishment? Lu Dehang asked Li Jia Shaolang and Li Wangyu flatteringly. Li Jia Shaolang did not comment. He just did not like the behavior of these yamen runners. Li Wangyu shook his head. Lu Ming House. I remember that the sentence for falsely accusing an official is even more severe than sitting on the bench. This. Li Wangyu's words made Lu Deheng feel a bit of a toothache. He knew that Li Wangyu was right. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, the punishment for falsely accusing an official of high rank would be even more severe. But no matter what, Head Ban Tan was his cheap father-in-law. Could it be that he could sentence Head Ban Tan to death by hanging? If that happened, his Miss Tan would definitely jump into a well. Without waiting for Lu Deheng to defend himself, Li Wangyu sighed again. But forget it. Who told me to be so kind-hearted? Let's just leave it at that. In response, Lu Deheng quickly cupped his hands and thanked Li Wangyu. Seeing that Li Wangyu wasn't going to pursue his crime of falsely accusing an official, Head Tan, who had just finished 80 battles and was lying in the county yaman's lobby with his buttocks dripping with blood, actually cupped his hands gratefully towards Li Wangyu to thank him for his magnanimity. Li Jia Xiaolang also thought that Li Wangyu let Head Ban Tan go, so he nodded with satisfaction while twisting his beard. He thought that Li Jia Xiaolang was really pure. In fact, the cynical man was not kind enough to let Head Ban Tan go. He wished that Lu Deheng could sentence this bastard to death and make an example of him so that no Tom, Dick, or Harry would dare to humiliate the Li family in the future. But Li Wangyu just remembered that it was the second year of Zhenguan era. There was a plague of locusts all over the world, and many people sold their children in exchange for food and clothing. In April, Pai Lupi would issue an edict to redeem the sold children with gold silk from Yufu and return them to their parents. Because of the long rain last year, this year there was a drought and a plague of locusts, so the whole world was pardoned. As the name implied, the whole world was pardoned for all criminals in the world. The mistakes they had made before would be forgiven and written off. In addition to treason and other serious crimes, even if Head Ban Tan was sentenced to death by hanging, he would be pardoned by Pai Lupi before the end of the year by the Ministry of Justice, even if he was sentenced to death by hanging. In this case, it was meaningless for him to force Lu Deheng to sentence him to death by hanging. It was better to give him a verbal favor. Seeing that Li Wangyu no longer pursued the matter, Lu Deheng ordered the Yamen runners to put Head Ban Tan in prison first, and then he would be exiled 3,000 miles away to serve his sentence in Lingnan. The farce was finally over. Li Wangyu and Li Jing were respectfully sent out of the county government by Lu Deheng. Li Jing encouraged Li Wangyu with a few words and left with his troops. After he left, the group of debauches immediately ran out and clustered around Li Wangyu. Cheng Chumo had a fiendish look on his face. Ziyu, you were conferred a noble title by the saint, but you dared to hide such an important matter from your brothers. Tell us, what is your punishment? That's right. Ziyu, your actions have really hurt us. Tell us, how are you going to make it up to us? Fang Yai also cracked his knuckles as he threatened. Li Wangyu hurriedly made a circle with his hands clasped in front of him. Brothers, it's all my fault. In order to make it up to you, I'll be the host today, okay? Haha, that's right. Let's go, P-Square or the Hu Wine Shop. Ziyu, you have the final say. F*CK. I knew these bastards wanted to drink wine. I despise them. While Li Wangyu and the group of debauches were riding to the wine shop, the news of him being conferred a noble title by Pai Lupi spread quickly in Chang'an from the Wanyan County government, causing a great commotion in Chang'an. Chapter 2:15. After the playboys rushed into the Wanyan County Yamen, the 100 Horsemen Department immediately reported to Pai Lupi, who was in the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi did not care too much about the playboys' mischief. Pai Lupi actually liked and appreciated Cheng Chumo's group of playboys. At least compared to those playboys from aristocratic families, their natures were much better. Although they were a tyrant in Chang'an and Pai Lupi often heard reports from the 100 Horsemen Department about the playboys' mischief, he had never heard that they bullied the market or kidnapped women. Therefore, in Pai Lupi's eyes, Cheng Chumo and the others were just a group of playboys. But after learning that the head of the Wanyan County Yamen had dared to frame Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi directly became angry and slapped the case. Investigate for me. Who is the one behind this? I don't believe that a small head of the Yamen would be so bold. During the trial in the Yamen, Head Tan insisted that he had drunk too much wine and was confused for a moment, so he wanted to blackmail Li Wangyu. He did not say that it was the Taiyuan Wang clan who had ordered him to do so, mainly because he did not dare. Although Head Tan was only a small figure, he knew that he had been used by the Taiyuan Wang clan. In fact, he resented the Wang clan even more. The Taiyuan Wang clan was not a good person. He knew that he could not provoke the Daohu County man, but he still urged him to find trouble with the Daohu County man. He was really despicable and shameless. But no matter how much Head Tan resented the Taiyuan Wang clan, he did not dare to say that the Wang clan had bribed him to deal with Li Wangyu. He had offended Li Wangyu, and now he was sentenced to exile for 3,000 miles. But if he had offended the Wang clan of Taiyuan, he might not even be able to walk out of Chang'an alive. In fact, Head Tan had wronged Prince Chao. He really didn't know that Li Wangyu had been knighted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such an inferior method to frame Li Wangyu. Although Head Tan didn't expose Wang Ziqiao, the 100 Horsemen Department still investigated the matter thoroughly. When Pai Lupi found out that it was the eldest son of the Taiyuan Wang clan, Wang Ziqiao, who was causing trouble behind his back, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. Sure enough, the 5 surnames and 7 looks did not put the royal family of Li Tang in their eyes at all. He even wanted to bully his nephew after giving him a hard time in the imperial court. Good, very good. Pai Lupi, who was also a cynical man, didn't flare up on the spot. Instead, he recorded a score for the Taiyuan Wang clan in his little black book. At this time, Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the others were still drinking and having fun in the brothel of Pingkong Square. But they heard the news from the county government of Wanyan County that Head Tan had been heavily convicted of the crime of false accusation. Guilty for 80 years, wandering for 3,000 miles, and being a prisoner for 3 years. In this regard, Wang Ziqiao didn't even lift his eyelids, as if Head Tan had nothing to do with him. But when he heard that Li Wangyu of Huxian had been knighted by the saint, he changed his face and didn't even know that the wine glass in his hand fell to the floor. What did you say? That bastard was knighted by the saint? Yes, he was knighted by the Ming house of Huxian. His goldfish Fu Nalu was very clear. Wang Ziqiao's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, "Why was he knighted? Why?" In a rage, Wang Ziqiao swept all the things on the table to the ground and angrily roared at the prostitutes who were scared out of their wits. Get out of here! Cui Daogu and the others also looked at each other. No one expected that the young man in white from the Li family of Huxian, who had been removed from the royal family for a short month, would become one of the nobles of the Tang dynasty. In this way, the previous action of the Taiyuan Wang clan to break off the engagement became a big joke. Such a talent was actually forced by them to force the Li family to break off the engagement and offer nearly 200 taels of gold. This was simply a stupid action of picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Naturally, they were too lazy to comfort the furious Wang Ziqiao. They were secretly thinking about how to get along with the Li family in the future. Not to mention how Wang Ziqiao was furious in the brothel and smashed the elegant room into a mess. The news that Li Wangyu of Huxian was knighted spread quickly in Chang'an City like a storm. In this regard, everyone was inexplicably shocked. There were those who were envious, those who were comforted, and those who were jealous. The officials and aristocratic families of Chang'an City all had different reactions to this. After receiving the news, some nobles and aristocratic families immediately sent people to Dingzhou village in Huxian to send a generous gift to the Li family as a sign of congratulation and good karma. While Li Wangyu was still being forced to drink by the wastrels, Dingzhou village had become very lively. An endless stream of people knocked on the door of the Li family, handed in their master's invitation, and then presented a generous gift. Even the Taiyuan Wang clan could only pinch their noses and send their servants to deliver a generous gift to the Li family. Including the Xingyang Zheng clan and the Fanyang Lu clan, the 5 clans and 7 families also sent people to the Li family as a sign of congratulation. This made the old housekeeper, Li Hang, extremely busy, and the smile on his face never stopped. With so many gifts, he roughly estimated the value. The huge debt owed by the family could be easily paid off, and they would be much richer. Su Chongqing was also stunned by the dazzling array of expensive gifts. Although she had seen a lot in her previous life, she had never seen such a grand occasion of gift-giving. As for what to do with these gifts, the beautiful boss was still a little undecided. She simply had Li Heng record them all and put them in the storeroom. When Li Wangyu returned, they would discuss what to do with them. In Dingzhou village, the Li family. While Su Chongqing was still worrying about happiness, Li Wangyu was being forced to drink by a group of wastrels. He dared to swear that this group of bastards was doing it on purpose. Cheng Chumo and the others were indeed deliberately forcing Li Wangyu to drink. First, they were happy for him, and second, they were a little jealous in their hearts. Although Cheng Chumo and the others were respectfully called Little Duke by outsiders, in fact, if they wanted to inherit the title, they had to wait until their father died. Moreover, only the eldest son could inherit the title of their father. The others were not qualified. For example, Fang Yai had nothing to do with Fang Xuanling's title. It was only the elder brother, Fang Yizhi, who could inherit it. Among the 3 brothers of the Cheng family, only Cheng Chumo could inherit Chang Yaojin's title. Moreover, when inheriting a title, the title would be reduced by 1 level per generation. After 3 generations, the title would no longer be inherited. Therefore, now that Li Wangyu was conferred a title, even if it was the lowest rank, it made a group of wastrels secretly envious. Especially after Li Wangyu took out his goldfish talisman in an extremely pretentious and indifferent manner and passed it around for the wastrels to see, the wastrels were even more unhappy. Who told you to be pretentious and force him to drink? The wastrels were unhappy, and as a result, Li Wangyu was once again forced to drink until he blacked out. Chapter 216. The next day, Li Wangyu woke up with a splitting headache, only to find that he had been sent back to Dingzhou village by those rich playboys the day before. Su Chongqing glared at him angrily and ordered Perrin to bring him some hangover soup. After Li Wangyu freshened up, he finally woke up from his hangover. Su Chongqing then told him about the endless stream of people from aristocratic families, powerful officials, and high-ranking officials in Chang'an City who had sent gifts yesterday. Li Wangyu looked at the thick list of gifts and name cards in his hand and was a little dumbfounded. There really were no secrets in Chang'an City. He had just revealed his identity in Wanyan County, and in less than 2 hours, the whole Chang'an City knew about it. But looking at the number of gifts Li Hang counted, he felt a little happy in his heart. Gifts worth a total of 5 million. A month ago, he was still worried about the huge debt of 2 million owed by his family. In the end, in just one afternoon, the gifts from the rich and powerful in Chang'an City were worth 5 million. Sure enough, wine and meat stink behind the door, and bones freeze to death on the road. Li Wangyu muttered. Such a large sum of money, and it was just a congratulatory gift for a small county founding man. One could imagine how much wealth the rich and powerful families and officials had. What should we do with the money? Su Chongqing asked. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and replied, keep it for now. If we can cooperate with Li Shim in this show, we'll send an edict to eliminate the locusts as soon as possible. If Guanzhong Road doesn't become a famine, we can use the money to set up a brewery or something. Don't you want to pay back the money first? Hey, it's still early anyway. We'll owe it first. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to pay back the money. After all, he was now knighted. How could Yang Quan ask him to pay back the money? Besides, he had agreed with Yang Quan that he would pay back the money in a year. Why should he pay back the money so early? Su Chongqing rolled his beautiful eyes and said, you're bullying others. Yang Quan is an honest person. How can you call that bullying? We trust each other. Li Wangyu said angrily. Besides, that Yang Quan is an honest person. Humph, he has set me up many times, but I don't see how honest he is. He's not at all comparable to his teacher, Yu Shernan. That's the real Ernest Sr. Are you going to return Yu Shernan's 1 million yuan? Su Chongqing rolled his eyes. Yes, this must be returned. When I go back, tell Li Heng to prepare the gold for me. When I go to Chang'an City, I will visit Yu Shernan. Su Chongqing nodded. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, Wang Yu, why are the currencies of the Tang dynasty gold and copper coins? What about silver? Is there no silver in the Tang dynasty? She had not noticed this before, but when she looked at the gift list yesterday, she found that the gifts were all gold, jewels, silk and satin, but no one sent any money, which made her curious. Li Wangyu patted his forehead. He remembered that he had not told her about this before, so he explained it casually. It turned out that silver was not a legal currency in the Tang dynasty. Its main purpose was to make all kinds of jewelry, utensils and pay taxes. In the Tang dynasty, the provinces and counties would convert the taxes into silver and send it to the capital. The status of silver in the Tang dynasty was similar to that in modern society. It was valuable, but could not be used as a currency. You couldn't take an ingot of silver to shop in modern times, could you? You would be driven out. Therefore, in the Tang dynasty, only copper coins were recognized as a currency. Gold, as a substitute for large payments, was naturally accepted and recognized. After Li Wangyu's explanation, Su Chongqing suddenly realized that he had been deceived by the unscrupulous TV scriptwriter of the future. The two of them discussed the financial arrangements of the family, and then Li Wangyu remembered that he had not done the business. He hurriedly called Niu Wu and asked him if he had brought back the statue of the Tao ancestor. Of course, Niu Wu would not forget to bring the statue, although he did not understand why his Lang Jun wanted it. After asking Niu Wu to bring the statue of the Tao ancestor, Li Wangyu took Su Chongqing and ran to the study in the backyard with the statue. After instructing that no one was to disturb them, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing stayed in the study mysteriously for the entire morning, which made Li Hang, Aphrodite, and Perrin very curious. It was not until noon that the door of the study in the backyard finally opened, and Li Wangyu came out with a sneaky smile on his face. After lunch, Li Wangyu hurried to Chang'an again with Niu Wu. He first went to the Xuandu Temple to confirm the preparation of the Heavenly Grand Ritual with Yuan Tiangang and the abbot of the Xuandu Temple. After they discussed for a while, Li Wangyu confirmed that there was no problem with the Heavenly Grand Ritual held in 2 days at the Taiji Palace, and then went to the Taiji Palace to see Pai Lupi. It was the first time Li Wangyu entered the Taiji Palace. He handed over his goldfish talisman and asked to see Pai Lupi. Not long after, he was welcomed into the palace by a chamberlain. In the Suite Du Hall, Pai Lupi was sitting beside a few tables and looking at official documents. After the chamberlain informed him, Li Wangyu was invited into the hall. Li Wangyu, a county official, pays my respects to your majesty. Li Wangyu respectfully bowed to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi seemed to be in a good mood. He waved the chamberlain away, and then said to Li Wangyu with a smile, "Okay, I told you to call me uncle in private." Li Wangyu naturally took advantage of the situation and agreed without hesitation. "Zio, how is the preparation for the Heavenly Grand Ritual?" "Uncle, I have invited immortal Yuan Tiangang to preside over the Heavenly Grand Ritual. Don't worry, the aristocratic families will be shocked the day after tomorrow," Li Wangyu promised, patting his chest. Pai Lupi frowned. "What do you mean by shocked the day after?" "Ah." Li Wangyu was speechless for a while. "Damn, I said something wrong again. How could the Tang dynasty have such a thing?" He was sweating like a waterfall and hurriedly explained, "It's shocking. Hey, I made a mistake." Pai Lupi didn't care whether he made a mistake or not. He just asked, "Is Yuan Tiangang the county magistrate of Firewell County in Shu County?" "Yes, uncle, have you heard of him?" Pai Lupi nodded slightly. "Yes, a minister in the imperial court recommended him to me, saying that he was an unprecedented genius in Shu County. I even wanted to summon him to Chang'an for an audience, but I didn't expect that he had already come to Chang'an." "Hey, it's the old immortal Sun Simiao who recommended him. Yuan Tiangang happened to come to Chang'an to report to the Ministry of Personnel. I found him and asked him to agree. Since it's the old immortal Sun's recommendation, it can't be wrong. But I'm still a little worried that those aristocratic families won't admit defeat easily," Pai Lupi said in a low voice. Li Wangyu said with a sneaky smile, "Uncle, you can rest assured. I dare to guarantee with my title that after the Heavenly Grand Ritual is held the day after tomorrow, those aristocratic families will have nothing to say. No one will mention the plague of locusts as heaven's punishment anymore. Uncle, you can directly issue an imperial edict to kill the locusts." "Oh, do you have any backup plan? Tell me about it," Pai Lupi said with a smile. Li Wangyu shook his head repeatedly. "The Buddha said that it can't be said. It can't be said. If it's said, it won't work." Pai Lupi was so angry by his words that he reached out and hit him on the head. "Bastard, you still want to ambush me? Tell me quickly. Otherwise, I'll beat your ass." Li Wangyu was speechless. "So what if you're the emperor? You can beat people's ass at will? Well, okay, you're really great. I can't afford to offend you." Chapter 217. Li Wangyu had no choice but to tell Pai Lupi his revised plan. Pai Lupi was also stunned. Let the Tao ancestor show his power at the Heavenly Grand Ritual? Break the divine punishment with his own mouth? Wasn't this nonsense? Pai Lupi stared and was about to get angry. Li Wangyu was full of nonsense. How could he do such a thing? Although Pai Lupi respected Laozi as his ancestor and claimed to be the emperor, he did not believe that his ancestor could show his power in front of civil and military officials at the Heavenly Grand Ritual. Even the most devout Taoist believer would not believe Li Wangyou's words. He was simply playing with him, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, like a fool. Seeing that Pai Lupi was about to get angry, Li Wangyou hurriedly explained, "Uncle, what I said is all true. I certainly have a way to let the Tao ancestor show his power. I dare to guarantee with my head that if the Tao ancestor can't show his power in the heavenly grand ritual, you can take my head and kick it like a ball." He blurted it out because he was in a hurry. The key was that he could not explain to Pai Lupi how he could make the Tao ancestor show his power, so he could only swear like this. Seeing that Li Wangyou was so sure, Pai Lupi was a little surprised. "Zio, this is not a joke. Are you really sure?" "Uncle, I wouldn't dare to joke around with the people of the world. What method do you have to make the Tao ancestor show his power?" Pai Lupi asked. Li Wangyou shook his head repeatedly. He could not say this even if he was beaten to death. "Uncle, don't ask. It's really inconvenient for me to say. I can only promise you that the Tao ancestor will show his power in the heavenly grand ritual and break the divine punishment." Pai Lupi stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. After a moment of hesitation, he finally slapped Li Wangyou on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Good. Since you're so sure, Uncle will believe you this time. Haha, even a brat like you dares to make a bet. Do you think I would be afraid of those aristocratic families? The day after tomorrow, we will teach those bastards a lesson. Hee, that's for sure. Uncle is invincible, the sacred lord of the Tang dynasty. You're a man of culture and martial virtue. You'll last for thousands of years and unify the Jianghu." Li Wangyou flattered Pai Lupi as the sacred lord of the moon cult. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. "Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't say such nonsense in the future." Li Wangyou rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. He seemed to have gone overboard with his boasting. Since Pai Lupi chose to believe in Li Wangyou, he did not continue to ask about his secret, which made Li Wangyou feel relieved. He was really afraid that Pai Lupi would insist on asking, and then he really wouldn't know how to explain it. After Pai Lupi asked him about the arrangement of the heavenly grand ritual, Li Wangyou was ready to leave. "Uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Pai Lupi looked at him with a faint smile. "Zio, don't be in a hurry. It's your first time entering the palace. Did you forget something?" Li Wangyou was puzzled. What did he forget? Did he have to give Pai Lupi a gift when he entered the Taiji palace? While he was at a loss, Pai Lupi pointed in the direction of the harem. "Zio, as a junior of the Li family, shouldn't you pay respects to the empress after entering the palace? Don't forget, you young members of the imperial family are under the empress's jurisdiction." Li Wangyou sweated profusely. He had completely forgotten this. All of Pai Lupi's children, whether they were born by Empress Zhongsun or not, were taught and managed by Empress Zhongsun. 4 young members of the imperial family like Li Wangyou. Before the ceremony, Empress Zhongsun was nominally responsible for the education and management of them. However, Empress Zhongsun didn't have time to teach so many young members of the imperial family. She couldn't even manage Pai Lupi's children, so this was only nominally. Li Wangyou hadn't recovered his status as a member of the imperial family, so how could he think of paying respects to Empress Zhongsun? He smiled embarrassedly. "Uncle, I've been expelled from the imperial family by the Li clan of Wuxia. It's not proper for me to pay respects to the empress now. Get lost. Don't talk nonsense. It's the empress who wants to see you." In response to Li Wangyou's pretentiousness, Pai Lupi kicked him in the butt. "Come, take Wuxia to Lizhen Palace to see the empress." Li Wangyou was speechless. He rubbed his sore butt, bowed to Pai Lupi, and left with the palace servants. He felt a bit strange. Why did Empress Zhongsun summon him? Was it because of the carriage business? Shouldn't he be talking to his beautiful superior? Nowadays, Su Chongqing was a frequent visitor to Taiji Palace. He often went in and out of the palace to teach Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang yoga. According to Su Chongqing, there were more and more concubines practicing yoga with Empress Zhongsun in Taiji Palace. His beautiful superior looked like the #1 yoga instructor of the Tang dynasty. Lizhen Palace, where Empress Zhongsun lived, was actually not part of the harem, but part of the East Palace. The current crown prince of the East Palace, Li Changqian, was only 9 years old. Although he was the crown prince, he was still a brat and couldn't leave Empress Zhongsun's care. Therefore, It wasn't surprising that Empress Zhong's son set up her palace in the East Palace. In this way, it was much more convenient for Li Wangyu to go to Lizhen Palace to see Empress Zhong's son. Although he hadn't reached the age of 20, he was still a man. If he went in and out of the harem, Pai Lupi would never allow it. 16 years old was a youth in the future, but in the Tang dynasty, it was the age to be a father. When Pai Lupi married Empress Zhong's son, he was only 15 years old. Therefore, Li Wangyu naturally couldn't go to the forbidden area of the harem. However, Lizhen Palace was located in the East Palace, so it was an exception. Li Wangyu followed the chamberlain and turned left and right in Noda's Taiji Palace. After passing through several forbidden areas, he came to the Lizhen Palace of the East Palace. Reporting to Your Highness, Huxian male Li Wangyu requests an audience. Let him in. Empress Zhongxuan's voice came from the palace. After getting permission, Li Wangyu followed the chamberlain into Lizhen Palace. He saw a beautiful woman in her late 20s smiling at him. Li Wangyu knew that this was Empress Zhong's son and hurriedly bowed to greet her. This subject, Huxian male Li Wangyu, greets Your Highness. Li Wangyu noticed that Empress Zhong's son was pregnant and immediately realized that the baby in her belly was the next emperor of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, Li Ji. Empress Zhong's son had already given birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter for Pai Lupi. They were Crown Prince Li Chengqian, Prince Yu Li Tai, and Princess Royal Li Lizzie. In addition to Li Ji, who was still in her belly, Li Mingda, and Xinqing Princess, Empress Zhong's son had given birth to a total of 3 sons and 4 daughters for Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu could only secretly criticize Pai Lupi's powerful ability to sow seeds. It was really too powerful. Alright, you already called Erlang uncle. Why are you still calling me Your Highness? In the future, Zio, you can also call me Aunt in private. Empress Zhong's son smiled. Li Wangyu naturally nodded. Yes, Aunt. Please accept this nephew's bow. This guy's skin was definitely thick enough. Before he transmigrated, he wasn't much younger than Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son. Now, he called them uncle and aunt without a trace of embarrassment or awkwardness. Chapter 218. Empress Zhong's son nodded with satisfaction. However, what she said almost made Li Wangyu stumble. Actually, it wasn't me who was looking for you. It was Changle who was looking for you. Changle wants to see her brother very much and wants you to play with her. Wangyu, are you willing? Li Wangyu was so shocked by Empress Zhongxuan's words that he could not close his mouth for a long time. Nanny? Princess Changle? Wasn't Princess Changle a little girl who had just turned 7 years old? Empress Zhong's son summoned him to Li Main Hall just to play with a little girl who was in the 1st or 2nd grade of primary school. You guys really don't treat bean buns as dry rations. Li Wangyu snorted coldly. Pulling a long face, he cupped his hands in salute to Empress Zhong's son. Your Highness the Empress. Although I am not talented, but he had a backbone. How dare you humiliate me like this? You want me to play with children? Don't even think about it. With a flick of his robe, he turned around and left. As he walked, he raised his head and laughed loudly. He recited loudly, looking up to the sky and laughing out of the door, we are not ordinary people. Cough cough. This is just Li Wangyu's inner drama. In the real world, Li Wangyu revealed a flattering smile after hearing Empress Zhongxuan's words. Aunt, Changle wants to see me? That's great. I haven't seen Sister Changle yet. Empress Zhong's son said with a smile in her eyes. Is it too much to trouble a county man like you to play with Changle? No, Auntie, what are you talking about? It's my honor to play with you. Li Wangyu shamelessly betrayed himself, but his heart was bleeding. Fuck, he hated playing with children the most since he was young. Especially those naughty children. He hated that he couldn't grab those naughty children and beat their butts. In his previous life, during the new year, a relative came to his house and brought along a naughty child to play games on his computer. That brat had hidden him under several folders. After deleting all of his precious Japanese romance movies, he started to hate children even more. However, this devilish brat also depended on the person, right? The Princess Royal of the Tang dynasty wanted him to play with her. How could he say no? How could Empress Zhong's son know that Li Wangyu had so many thoughts? Seeing that he was willing to play with Changle, she ordered a little palace maid serving beside her to lead Li Wangyu to the garden behind Lizhen Palace to find Changle. Li Wangyu's eyes were filled with hot tears. He only hoped that Princess Changle was not the rumored devilish brat. After bowing deeply to Empress Zhang's son, Li Wangyu could only helplessly follow the little palace maid to the garden. If Li Wangyu had eyes in the back of his head, he would be able to see the irrepressible smile on Empress Zhangxuan's face after he turned and left. Along the way, Li Wangyu noticed that the little palace maid who led the way raised her eyes to peek at him from time to time. Her face was flushed, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. What did that mean? Was he too handsome? Sure enough, being handsome was a sin. While Li Wangyu was still secretly rejoicing, he saw the little palace maid hesitate again and again. Seeing that there was no one around, she finally gathered her courage and whispered to Li Wangyu, "Hu Xianman, your poems are very good. I love your Xuqi Chun Jiang Shaojing the most." Stunned, Li Wangyu halted his steps and looked at the little palace maid. What did she mean? His poems had even reached the Taiji Palace? This little palace maid was also one of his fans? Somewhat embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and said, "Hee, it's a clumsy work. It's not worth mentioning." "No, Hu Xianman, your poems are all works that have been passed down for generations. Even Her Imperial Highness the Empress said so." The little palace maid was very serious, looking at him with a burning gaze filled with worship. Her words made Li Wangyu feel embarrassed. He could only laugh dryly, not knowing how to respond. In the end, Li Wangyu still felt somewhat guilty. After all, those poems were all plagiarized. Being looked at with worship by this little girl, no matter how thick-skinned he still felt somewhat embarrassed. He hurriedly changed the topic and began chatting with the little palace maid. With his eloquence, which had been nurtured by various internet jokes in his later life, he quickly amused the little palace maid into covering her mouth and giggling, nearly leading him astray. The two chatted as they walked. Just as they reached the garden behind the main hall, Li Wangyu heard the voice of a little girl. "Zheng Shangyi, I know I was wrong. Please don't tell mother, okay?" "That won't do. Princess Changle, if you don't finish reciting Principles for Women today, I will definitely tell Empress Zhang's son and have her punish you. Recite with me right now. Those who abstain from extravagance must come before frugality. A man's cultivation must be refined and extravagant. Abstain from extravagance. Those who abstain from extravagance must come before frugality." The little girl's voice carried a sobbing tone as she recited with him. Li Wangyu raised his eyes and saw a young female official holding a ruler, forcing a tender little lowly to recite a book in the garden. He understood that this little lowly must be Princess Changle. Li Wangyu knew that the Principles for Women that the female official was reciting was written by Empress Zhang's son. It collected the gains and losses of women in ancient times and commented on them. However, forcing a 7-year-old girl to recite this plaything, Li Wangyu felt that it was truly too boring. "Princess Changle, recite it for me. Abstain from extravagance. Those who abstain from extravagance." How could the little lowly recite it? Tears were already welling up in her eyes. "Stretch out your hand." Seeing that Princess Changle was unable to recite, the female official's expression immediately became severe. She prepared to use the ruler to strike the little lowly's palm as punishment. Feeling wronged, the little lowly stretched out her small hand, so afraid that her eyes were tightly shut. Seeing that the female official was actually going to use the ruler to strike Princess Changle, Li Wangyu could not help but feel anxious. He hurriedly called out to stop her. "Stop!" His shout alarmed Princess Changle and the female official. Both of them raised their heads in astonishment. Seeing that it was Li Wangyu who had arrived, Princess Changle ignored the female official by her side and cried out in pleasant surprise. Lifting her skirt, she ran over. "Big brother Wangyu, you really came. Wonderful. Mother really didn't lie to me." In the Tang dynasty, informal addresses were still very colloquial. When Princess Changle called Empress Zhang's son, she called her mother, not mother. Only in formal settings did she need to address her mother as Her Imperial Highness, the Empress, like outsiders. Princess Changle's face was chubby and adorable. This kind of cuteness was completely natural. Li Wangyu immediately had the impulse to dote on this little cutie. Hey! That curly-bearded man, Pai Lupi, was actually able to give birth to such an adorable and well-behaved daughter. This was simply unscientific. Li Wangyu inwardly ridiculed Pai Lupi's heaven-defying inheritance. Fearing that the little lowly would fall, he promptly reached out to support her. He was somewhat astonished. How was it that Princess Changle was able to recognize him at a glance? How could he have known that Changle had already seen him at the waterside pavilion on the Crooked River? She had even constantly thought of him. Seeing Changle's chubby and adorable little face, Li Wangyu could not help but reach out and pinch her cheeks. Changle, I heard that you wanted to see your big brother? Changle giggled. Before she could open her mouth to speak, she heard an ear-piercing shriek from her side. Impudent! Release your filthy hands. To dare touch Princess Changle, how many heads do you have to chop off? Li Wangyu frowned and raised his head to look. It was that female official, glaring at him with a face full of anger. It was as if Li Wangyu had done something disgraceful. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to speak, the female official pointed at his nose and angrily rebuked him. Chapter 219. Who are you? You actually dare to barge into Nirvana Palace Hall and disturb the princess's studies. You even dare to take liberties with the princess. Someone come quickly. Arrest this madman. The female official's sharp, ear-piercing voice caused Changle to involuntarily frown and cover her ears with her hands. Li Wangyu was also enraged. Extending his hand, he shielded Changle behind him, reprimanding, "Shut up! You're disturbing Changle. You lecher. Quickly release Princess Changle." Imperial bodyguards. Where did all the imperial bodyguards go? Not only did the female official not restrain herself because of Li Wangyu's words, she instead raised her voice and shouted. Even the palace maid sent by Empress Zhang's son to guide Li Wangyu was unable to react to this unforeseen event. Seeing that the female official was about to continue shouting, the palace maid hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. "Zhang Shangyi, this is..." Before she could finish speaking, she saw the female official called Zhang Shangyi raise her hand without any warning, slapping the palace maid across the face. Pa! With a crisp sound, the little palace maid's tender face immediately swelled up. This sudden slap stunned the palace maid. It was quite a while before she covered her face and began to weep. "Lowly servant, do you have the right to speak? You have no manners at all." This female official's arrogant and despotic attitude caused Li Wangyu's anger to soar. He reached out and pulled the palace maid over, carefully sizing up her slapped face. He saw that her small face was already swollen. Several bruised fingerprints were very conspicuous on her fair face. "Why did you hit her?" Li Wangyu glared at the female official. This woman was young and beautiful. How could her heart be so vicious? Before the palace maid could say anything, she had been hit for no reason at all. What an unruly lowly servant. She doesn't even know how to salute before replying. Hitting her is to teach her a lesson. "And you, who exactly are you?" the female official asked disdainfully. "You don't need to know who I am. Right now, apologize to her," Li Wangyu said as he pulled over the still crying palace maid. As if she had heard a funny joke, Zhang Shangyi rocked back and forth with laughter. "Haha, you want me to apologize to this lowly servant? Are you crazy? He really didn't know his place. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Apologize." Zhang Shangyi spat disdainfully. "Bah, this damned lowly servant, you want me to apologize to her? Who do you think you are?" She had not heard Princess Changle call Li Wangyu older brother. Today, Li Wangyu had entered the palace wearing only white. As a result, Zhang Shangyi naturally did not place Li Wangyu in her eyes. "Who I am is not important. Let me ask you, what right do you have to hit people?" Li Wangyu said, suppressing his anger. Zhang Shangyi arrogantly raised his neck and said, "I am a 5th-rank Shangyi. What does it have to do with you if I teach a lowly servant who doesn't know the rules a lesson? Who are you? How dare you barge into Li Main Hall and molest the princess? Are you tired of living?" Shang Yi was a female official in charge of etiquette and daily life. She was a 5th-rank female official. Female officials referred to high-ranking palace maids. They had a certain rank and received a salary. Their scope of work included managing low-ranking palace maids, training new palace maids, and taking care of princesses and princes. The so-called 5th-rank female officials were actually no more than high-ranking palace maids. Their rank could not be compared to that of the true officials of the imperial court. Although this female official was a 5th-rank official, Li Wangyu's position as the founding magistrate of the country was equivalent to a 5th-rank official. It appeared that her official rank was one level higher than Li Wangyu's. However, in reality, the two's positions could not be mentioned in the same breath. Li Wangyu inwardly sneered at her arrogance. A mere female official in the palace truly believed herself to be a high and mighty personage. So what if you are a female official? Do you think you can wantonly humiliate others? This lowly servant who doesn't know the rules. If I hit her, then I hit her. What can you do about it? Zhang Shangyi said disdainfully. Li Wangyu sneered. He was disinclined to continue speaking nonsense. Taking a step forward, he swung his arm and delivered a slap. Pa! After a crisp sound, Li Wangyu slapped the female official so hard that she fell to the ground. She covered her face with her hands and stared at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Bah! I have never hit a woman. Today, I've broken the rule for you. As you said, don't you know how to salute before you reply? Li Wangyu gave her a taste of her own medicine. He imitated the words of the female official and directly returned it. The reason why Li Wangyu was so angry was that the female official called Zhang Shangyi was too hateful. Just now, when he saw that she wanted to punish Chang'e with a ferule, Li Wangyu was vaguely angry in his heart. Although it was the first time that Li Wangyu saw Chang'e, he had already fallen in love with this cute little princess. However, this female official was so cruel that she wanted to hit Chang'e with a ferule. This made Li Wangyu immediately feel protective of her. Not only that, this female official called Zhang Shangyi beat the little palace maid who led him here for no reason. Moreover, she spoke rudely and called her a lowly maid. This kind of person was really hateful and deserved to be beaten. Li Wangyu was definitely not a pedantic person. Although it was disgraceful to beat a woman, it depended on the situation. For a vicious woman like Zhang Shangyi, Li Wangyu would not feel guilty at all when he hit her. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? You're dead. You're dead. Zhang Shangyi covered her face and looked at Li Wangyu with resentment. She squeezed out the words from the gaps of her teeth and said in a cold tone. Li Wangyu glanced at her as if looking at an idiot. He was too lazy to say anything. She was just a female official in the palace. She really thought of herself as a big shot. What he did not know was that Zhang Shangyi, who had been hit by him, was a member of a branch family of the Zhang clan of Xingyang. She had been recommended to the palace to assume the position of female official. Because she was born in the Zhang clan of Xingyang, although she was from a branch family, she felt that her status was noble. As a result, she was accustomed to being arrogant and despotic towards ordinary palace maids and eunuchs. Just now, when the little palace maid had spoken to her, she had slapped her simply because she had not paid her respects. Zhang Shangyi was young and beautiful. She had entered the palace not only to become a female official, but also to catch the eye of Pai Lupi. She wanted to sleep with him and be taken in as a concubine of his harem. Because she knew that Pai Lupi loved Princess Chang'e dearly, Zhang Shangyi had specifically requested to be in charge of taking care of Princess Chang'e and teaching her etiquette and daily life. This was so that when Pai Lupi came to visit Princess Chang'e, she could appear before Pai Lupi and attract his attention. She believed that with her appearance, it would not be difficult for her to obtain Pai Lupi's affection. She had the Zhang clan of Xingyang as her backer. In the Taiji palace, other than the concubines of the harem, she did not place ordinary palace maids and eunuchs in her eyes. She did not expect that today, she would receive a slap from Li Wangyu. This immediately drove Zhang Shangyi crazy. Zhang Shangyi raised her voice and screamed, "Guards! Someone has intruded into the palace with ill intentions." The conflict in the garden had attracted the attention of the eunuchs and the Eastern Palace guards as soon as Zhang Shangyi had shouted. Following Zhang Shangyi's shout, dozens of fully armed Eastern Palace Imperial Guards rushed over with weapons in their hands and surrounded the group of people. Chapter 220. When the Imperial Guards of the Eastern Palace arrived, they were just in time to see Li Wangyu slap Zhang Shangyi's face. Seeing a female official of the palace being slapped, and a fifth-rank one at that, the Imperial Guards were all shocked. "Stop! Who are you?" The Imperial Guards all drew their weapons, pointing them at Li Wangyu as they shouted. Ignoring the pain on her face, the young palace maid who had been slapped hurriedly stood in front of Li Wangyu, preventing the Imperial Guards from using force. "Do not be rude. This is a man from Wuxia. Her Imperial Highness the Empress has sent this man to accompany Princess Chang'e." Zhang Shangyi stood up, glaring at Li Wangyu with hatred. "Nonsense," she sneered. "What man from Wuxia? How come I have never heard of such a county baron within Chang'an? Quickly arrest him. This person has infiltrated the Eastern Palace. He must be up to no good. Also, This palace maid must be his accomplice. Li Wangyu glanced at her in disgust. Although this woman's appearance was not bad, her character was like a poisonous scorpion. She was truly disgusting. Even Princess Changel glared at Zhang Shangyi in disdain. Afterwards, she turned to the imperial guards and shouted, "Do not attack. This is Brother Wang Yu. He is not a bad person." Finished speaking, Princess Changel once again hid behind Li Wangyu. Hearing Princess Changel's words, the imperial guards were dumbfounded. Since when did Princess Changel have a brother Wang Yu? The squad leader of the imperial guards did not dare to be negligent. Ignoring Zhang Shangyi's clamor, he courteously cupped his fist towards Li Wangyu and asked, "May I ask if you have a goldfish talisman?" Li Wangyu nodded his head, taking out his own goldfish talisman and handing it over. After inspecting Li Wangyu's goldfish talisman, the squad leader respectfully returned it with both hands. "This one did not know that you were a man from Wuxia. Please forgive this one for offending you." Li Wangyu waved his hand. "Those who do not know are not guilty. There is no need to be so courteous." What? Was he really a man from the Kaigwa County? How is this possible? Seeing Li Wangyu take out the goldfish talisman, Zhang Shangyi couldn't believe his eyes. How could this young man in white be the founding father of the country? Li Wangyu pulled the little palace maid aside and said to Zhang Shangyi, "Now you can apologize to her." His actions made the little palace maid look at Li Wangyu in a strange way. She did not expect that the dignified man who founded the country would actually force the clansmen of the Zhang family of Xingyang to apologize to her for a humble palace maid. Unconsciously, the little palace maid's cheeks turned red, and her heart raced. Zhang Shangyi finally panicked. Li Wangyu stepped forward and looked straight into Zhang Shangyi's eyes. "Apologize." Zhang Shangyi had never put these ordinary palace maids in her eyes. Now that she had to apologize to the little palace maid, it was worse than killing her. "I will say it for the last time. Apologize to her." Li Wangyu stared at Zhang Shangyi and said word by word. Zhang Shangyi suddenly went crazy and shouted, "I am the clansman of the Zheng family of Xingyang, a 1,000-year-old family. When my Zheng family was famous, this bitch's ancestors were still digging dung somewhere. Why should I apologize to this bitch?" Li Wangyu was amused by her words. The Zheng family of Xingyang. It was the Zheng family of Xingyang again. Was he and the Zheng family of Xingyang incompatible with each other? How could he meet these clansmen of the Zheng family of Xingyang wherever he went? And the way they acted was so despicable. The Zheng family of Xingyang, haha, how impressive. Li Wangyu raised his eyebrows. It seems that the Zheng family of Xingyang has just apologized to me. Zheng Konghua offended me and he acted like this. Who do you think you are? What? The Zheng family of Xingyang apologizes to you? How is this possible? You are talking nonsense. Zhang Shangyi could not believe his words. So what if this young man was the founder of the country? How could she let the Zheng family of Xingyang apologize to him? In Zhang Shangyi's mind, the Zheng family of Xingyang was a 1,000-year-old family. So what if he was the founder of the country? Could he force the Zheng family of Xingyang to bow down? Li Wangyu stepped forward again and stared into Zhang Shangyi's eyes. I will say it for the last time. Apologize. Zhang Shangyi stepped back in panic and suddenly straightened her neck. You want me to apologize to this bitch? Don't even think about it. So what if you are the founder of the country? Do you dare to continue to commit murder in front of everyone in Taiji Palace? Her action made Li Wangyu a little dumbfounded. This female official was so straightforward that Li Wangyu could not continue to act up. The slap he gave Zhang Shangyi just now was purely out of hatred. He wanted to force this female official to apologize to the little palace maid and let this matter drop. However, Zhang Shangyi actually went against him, putting Li Wangyu in a difficult position. Continuing to violently assault Zhang Shangyi was clearly out of the question. Firstly, he was unwilling to be rough with women. Just now, he was an exception because he was angry. Secondly, Zhang Shangyi was, after all, a female official of the palace. As the founder of the country, if he were to assault a female official in the palace, his reputation would be tarnished. Who knew how those of the 5 clans would spread rumors about him behind his back? He was unwilling to be the bad guy. Li Wangyu coldly snorted and decided to ignore this venomous woman. After comforting the little palace maid, he turned his head to Princess Changel and said, Changel, Big Brother will accompany you to play. Okay. I have been waiting for Big Brother Wang Yu to enter the palace to play with me. Let's go quickly. Princess Changle excitedly said. Li Wang Yu smiled and rubbed Changle's small head. Just as the two were preparing to leave, Zhang Shangyi blocked their path. You are not allowed to leave. Today, Princess Changle must finish reciting the principles of women before resting. Li Wang Yu gnashed his teeth in anger at this woman who did not know what was good for her. In a low voice he roared, Scram! Don't force my hand. I am Shangyi. Princess Changle is under my tutelage. Today, if Princess Changle does not finish reciting the principles of women, she is not allowed to go anywhere. Wang Shangyi seemed to see that Li Wang Yu would not act again. Thus, she became even more aggressive, roaring loudly. Li Wang Yu was so infuriated that he was speechless. How could there be such a shrew in the Taiji Palace? Princess Changle puckered her lips, her face filled with displeasure. As for the imperial guards of the Eastern Palace, they were all stupefied. This Zhang Shangyi was truly valiant, not giving the slightest bit of face to the county official and Princess Changle. Although it appeared as if Zhang Shangyi was responsible for Princess Changle, in reality, she only wanted to use this opportunity to retaliate and cause trouble for Li Wang Yu. How could Zhang Shangyi know how to teach Changle? She only knew how to teach like the teachers in private schools. She only knew how to have Princess Changle read and recite. If she could not recite, she would be punished with a ruler. Because Empress Zhong's son was usually very strict with her children, although the little Princess Changle was greatly doted on, she did not dare to disobey these female officials when it came to learning. Even if she was to be punished with a ruler, she could only stretch out her hand in grievance and allow these female officials to punish her. How could Li Wang Yu bear to part with this tender and adorable Changle? Furthermore, he had Zhang Shangyi punish her with a ruler. He looked down even more on this simple and crude method of teaching. Scram! As for how to teach Princess Changle, I will explain it to the Saint and Her Imperial Highness the Empress. There is no need for you to make a fuss here. Li Wang Yu pushed aside Zhang Shangyi, preparing to pull Changle away. However, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter from outside the shrubbery. Haha, Zio, since you have said so, we will agree. Chapter 221. Li Wang Yu stiffly turned his neck, looking towards the source of the sound. He saw Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son walking out from behind the shrubbery with smiles on their faces. The majestic emperor and empress of the Tang dynasty were actually hiding on the side and listening to a thief's words? Can't you two be a bit more reasonable? Father, mother. Princess Changle ran over to Pai Lupi's side in pleasant surprise. Pai Lupi smiled as he reached out and picked her up. The sudden appearance of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son frightened Zhang Shangyi, the young palace maid, and the imperial guards of the Eastern Palace into kneeling and paying their respects. Greetings to your Imperial Majesty. Greetings to your Imperial Highness the Empress. You may all rise. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand towards them. Zhang Shangyi inwardly let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to follow the others and stand up, he heard Pai Lupi say sinisterly, Zhang Shangyi, we are not talking about you. Pai Lupi's words caused Zhang Shangyi's heart to thump. Frightened, he once again knelt down, not even daring to raise his head. Li Wang Yu was disinclined to pay attention to the kneeling Zhang Shangyi. After paying respects to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son, he asked in confusion, Uncle, what did you mean by your words just now? What do you mean by responding to me? Responding to what? Haha, Zio, didn't you just say that you were responsible for teaching Princess Changle? We agree. Li Wang Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. When did I say such a thing? Pai Lupi, do you need to go see an otolaryngologist? He faintly sensed that he had been tricked by Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son. Uncle, this little nephew was talking about how to teach Princess Changle. This little nephew will naturally explain to uncle and aunt. I did not say that this little nephew is responsible for teaching Princess Changle. Pai Lupi glared. Could it be that Zio is saying that we and Guanyin misunderstood? Li Wang Yu was at a loss for words. Are you guys King shameless? Empress Zhong's son looked at Zhang Shangyi who was kneeling on the ground and said, Erlang, it's fine if Zio is unwilling. Let Zhang Shangyi continue to be in charge of teaching Changle. She then said to Zhang Shangyi, you must remember not to relax your teaching of the little princess, do you understand? If you need to use a feral, then use a feral. This palace agrees. Changle was so scared by her mother's words that her face turned pale. She looked at Li Wangyu pitifully. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. That's enough, you two. Do you think I'm stupid? One was playing the good cop, while the other was playing the bad cop. Did they think that I was a fool? He did not understand what Pai Lupi was trying to do. Why did he suddenly want him to be in charge of teaching Changle? But he was blocked by the words of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Did he really not care about Changle and let her be taught by the damn Zheng Shangyi with a feral? Although it was the first time that Li Wangyu saw Changle, he had already fallen in love with this cute little princess. How could he bear to let others beat her little hand with a feral? Li Wangyu had no choice but to bow his head to the evil force. He replied in a muffled voice, "Uncle Aunt, I'll just teach Changle. Why do you have to scare her? Look at her pale face." Pai Lupi saw that he agreed and laughed. "That's great. Zio, you are full of wisdom and talent. Since you can teach Ma Zhou and Yen Liben, why can't you teach Changle?" Li Wangyu's eyes almost rolled to the back of his head. How could this be compared? Ma Zhou and Yen Liben were adults, but Changle was only 7 years old. In his heart, he absolutely did not want to be a nanny and take care of a child. No matter how noble, lovable, or adorable a princess was, she was still a child at this age. However, since things had already developed to this point, there was no point in saying more. Li Wangyu could only pinch his nose and accept the task of teaching Princess Changle. "Uncle, while I can teach Princess Changle, I cannot enter the palace every day to teach her." Li Wangyu still wanted to struggle. Pai Lupi waved his hand. "What does this matter? We will have the eunuchs send Changle to Dingzhou village every day. Although Changle is a woman, she should understand the hardships of the common people." Li Wangyu was stunned speechless by Pai Lupi's words. He wished that he could slap himself. Who told him to have such a cheap mouth? Originally, if he had not said these words, he would have entered the palace from time to time to be the leader of the children. But now, Pai Lupi had directly sent Changle to Dingzhou village. "Uncle, Changle is of noble birth. How can she leave the palace at will and go to this nephew's home? If this were to spread, it would be detrimental to Changle's reputation." Li Wangyu was already on the verge of tears. "No matter. Let Changle acknowledge you as her master. If you accept Changle as your disciple, wouldn't that be enough?" Li Wangyu was completely speechless. Not only did he have to teach Changle, but he also had to accept her as his disciple? The heavens took pity on him. He himself was only 16 years old. Who had ever heard of a 16-year-old youth accepting a princess as his disciple? However, Li Wangyu did not dare to say these words. Otherwise, Pai Lupi would definitely use Ma Zhou and Yen Liben as an example. Forget it. If he accepted Changle as his disciple, then so be it. When one had too many lice, one would not itch. When one had too many debts, one would not worry. In any case, he had already accepted Ma Zhou and Yen Liben as his disciples. What would it matter if he added a little princess? Li Wangyu was now completely numb. He could only nod his head and agree to this matter. Pai Lupi suddenly said, "That's right. Zio, since you have accepted Changle as your disciple, why don't you accept Chengqian and Qingke as well?" Pai Lupi's words were spoken casually, but in Li Wangyu's ears, they were like rolling thunder. Uncle, what did you say? I think I just heard wrong." Li Wangyu's eyes bulged. His face was filled with disbelief. Pai Lupi actually wanted him to accept Li Chengqian and Li Tai as his disciples? What did he want to do? They were the imperial tutors. He was a 16-year-old founding father. If he dared to accept the crown prince and the king of Yu as his disciples, he was afraid that he would be spat to death by the great scholars of Chang'an. This was different from accepting Changle as his disciple. Although Changle was the eldest princess, she was still a woman. She was not valued by others. As for Li Chengqian and Li Tai, one was the crown prince, the other the king of Yu. Aside from great scholars like Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and Li Gang, who would dare accept them as disciples? It was not so easy to be the imperial tutor. How could someone who was not virtuous, learned, and talented do it? Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu. "I want you to accept Chengqian and Qingke as your disciples." "What, you don't want to?" Li Wangyu shook his head like a rattle drum. "Uncle, don't scare me. How can a young man like me be the imperial tutor? If I say you can, then you can. What are you being so long-winded for? I really can't. You really don't want to? Uncle, it's not that I don't want to, but it's really too much. Pai Lupi nodded. Fine, since you don't want to, then forget it. Li Wangyu had just felt joy in his heart when he heard Pai Lupi say unhurriedly, since you don't want to be Chengqian and Qingchua's teacher, then I will pretend I don't have a nephew like you. Hu Xin man, you can leave the palace. Hearing this, Li Wangyu was shocked. F***ck, this was a naked threat. Can't we still have fun together? Chapter 222. Faced with Pai Lupi's threat of falling out, Li Wangyu immediately cowered. There was nothing he could do. Anyone could only cower before Pai Lupi's threat. After all, he was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. If he angered Li Er, what if this guy really turned hostile and refused to acknowledge him? How could his small body withstand it? Li Wangyu had no choice but to lower his head to the dark forces again. What are you saying, uncle? It's my honor to be able to teach the crown prince and the king of you. It's my duty. Pai Lupi glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Forget it. I won't trouble you. You're only 16. You're so young. I'm making things too difficult for you to accept Chengqian and Qingke as your disciples. F***ck. This Pai Lupi is far too much. He actually dares to make things difficult for me. Li Wangyu looked at Li Er, whose nostrils were about to rise to the sky, and had the urge to go berserk. However, he clearly did not have the courage to do so. He still forced a smile. Uncle, how is this making things difficult? Although I'm only 16, I already have 2 disciples. It's my honor to be able to teach the crown prince and the king of you. I'm really not making things difficult for you? Li Wangyu ground his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed out a smile. No. Why would uncle make things difficult for you? That's good. Since you strongly want to be the teacher of Chengqian, Qingke, and Changel, then I'll agree. Pai Lupi nodded his head in satisfaction, as if he was giving him a lot of face. Pai Lupi's shameless expression made Li Wangyu very much want to give him the middle finger. Shameless? He was far too shameless. He really was a disgrace to the Tang dynasty. He did not dare to say anything more. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. In order to avoid being molested by this extremely shameless emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu could only silently curse Pai Lupi's entire family in his heart to vent his dissatisfaction. Pai Lupi immediately had the chamberlains summon Li Chengqian and Li Tai. He was prepared to have his 3 children take Li Wangyu as their master today. Today, it was indeed Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son who set a trap for Li Wangyu. Their goal was to make Li Wangyu accept Li Chengqian and the others as disciples. There was a reason why he chose Li Wangyu over so many great Confucians in the imperial court. One of them was Li Wangyu's outstanding talent. Whether it was those poems or the famous epigraph of my shack, that had been handed down for generations, his talent could all be seen. To be able to make someone like Ma Zhou accept him as his master, he naturally had the ability to teach Li Chengqian and the others. The second reason was Li Wangyu's identity. If Li Wangyu was not a member of the imperial family, no matter how talented he was, Pai Lupi would not have made such a choice. However, Li Wangyu was a member of the imperial family of Li Chengqian, so it was completely different. He was different from Prince Zhao Li Xiaogong, who would make Pai Lupi wary. Li Xiaogong's military achievements were almost on par with Pai Lupi's. Naturally, Pai Lupi would be wary of him and would not dare to put him in an important position. Thus, he sent him to manage the imperial clan temple. Li Wangyu would not threaten Pai Lupi and his successor's throne. Moreover, he was so talented, so Pai Lupi naturally viewed him in a new light. Most importantly, Pai Lupi did not tell anyone. Even Empress Zhong's son did not know his true thoughts. That was, Pai Lupi wanted to find someone for Li Chengqian who could restrain him in the future. Pai Lupi doted on his 3 children. Whether it was Li Chengqian, Li Tai, or Princess Changel, Pai Lupi doted on them to the extreme. However, although he doted on Li Chengqian, he faintly felt that his eldest son's personality was somewhat inappropriate. When Li Chengqian was only 6 years old, he was made the crown prince, the sole successor to the Tang dynasty. In order to nurture him, Pai Lupi carefully and patiently taught him, hoping that his beloved son would be able to inherit his imperial legacy. However, after Li Chengqian had only been crown prince for 3 years, Pai Lupi discovered that he had begun to not abide by the rules and lived extravagantly. This caused Pai Lupi to faintly worry that after his death, no one would be able to restrain Li Chengqian after he inherited the throne, causing the Tang dynasty to fall into decline. Since Li Wangyu was Li Chengqian's younger brother and later his teacher, his status was naturally noble. In the future, after Li Chengqian ascended the throne, if he were to become an incapable ruler, there would be someone to advise him. Pai Lupi was also far-sighted. He found a hoop curse for the 9-year-old Li Chengqian. Naturally, Li Wangyu did not know of Pai Lupi's imperial schemes. He only felt that it was too troublesome to be the king of children, so he had a bitter expression on his face. Just as he was feeling depressed, he saw Zhang Shangyi, who was still lying in front of him. His mood became even worse. The cynical man pointed at Zhang Shangyi and said to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, this female official beat up a palace maid for no reason. Her behavior is vile. Uncle, please uphold justice for the palace maid." Li Wangyu did not know that as soon as he followed the little palace maid out of Li Main Hall, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son followed him. The conflict between Zhang Shangyi and Li Wangyu had already been seen by Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. This was also the reason why Pai Lupi let Zhang Shangyi continue to kneel on the ground. When Pai Lupi saw that Zhang Shangyi was going to beat Changle with a ferule, he was already furious. If Li Wangyu had not shouted quickly at that time, it was estimated that Pai Lupi would have rushed out himself. Empress Zhang's son was a strict mother, but Pai Lupi was a standard kind father. He could not bear to see his baby daughter being punished by Zhang Shangyi with a ferule. As for Zhang Shangyi, even if Li Wangyu did not say it, Pai Lupi, who was crazy about protecting his daughter, would not let her go. Zhang Shangyi has behaved unscrupulously. She is dismissed from the position of Shangyi and sent to Yeding Palace. Pai Lupi directly opened his mouth and sentenced Zhang Shangyi, who was kneeling on the ground, to capital punishment. Yeding Palace was part of Taiji Palace. Yeding Palace was where palace maids lived. At the same time, it was also responsible for imprisoning guilty concubines, princesses, and the wives and daughters of criminal officials who had been banished. In addition, some unfavored concubines also lived here. The predecessor of Yeding Palace was Yong Lane, in the Western Han Dynasty. After the death of Liu Bang, Empress LV imprisoned the most favored Madame Qi here and let her pound rice every day. Finally, she sent people to make her into human swine. Later, Emperor Wu of Han changed Yong Lane to Yeding Palace, which had been used until the Tang Dynasty. For female officials and palace maids who had made mistakes, Yeding Palace was a place where they could not see the light of day. Many wives and daughters of criminal officials would rather die than be sent to Yeding Palace. When Zhang Shangyi heard Pai Lupi's words, she collapsed on the ground and wailed at Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. For the sake of Madame Zheng of Xingyang, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Huxian man, I was wrong. I apologize to her. Please ask your Majesty to forgive me." When Zhang Shangyi did not mention Madame Zheng of Xingyang, Pai Lupi was even more disgusted. These rich and powerful families of the Tang dynasty were still making things difficult for him in the imperial court. How could Pai Lupi not hate them? Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to Zhang Shangyi. He did not say a word and looked on coldly. "Guards! Drag her away. Send her to Yeding Palace to work." Pai Lupi did not want to listen to her wailing, and directly ordered the eunuchs behind him. Immediately, several eunuchs came forward and dragged the wailing Zhang Shangyi like a dead dog. They sealed her mouth and dragged her away. When Zhang Shangyi's wailing finally disappeared, Li Wangyu felt that the anger in his heart had dissipated a little. Chapter 223. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to catch his breath, he heard an attendant say, "Reporting to everyone, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu have arrived." Everyone was how Pai Lupi's closest attendants addressed Pai Lupi, but the ministers did not address him this way. Li Wangyu felt that this form of address was a bit strange, because in the Tang dynasty, a daughter-in-law would also address her mother-in-law as everyone. With this connection, he could not help but laugh in his heart. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the 2 little brats behind the attendant. The 2 little boys, who were around 8 or 9 years old, were clearly the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, Li Chengqian, and the king of Yu, Li Tai. He was able to tell who was Li Chengqian and who was Li Tai at a glance, because Li Tai's body shape was simply too recognizable. Li Tai had been extremely intelligent since he was young, but according to historical records, Li Tai's waist and belly were large, which meant that he was just a little fatty. At this time, Li Wangyu was only 8 years old, but Li Wangyu estimated that this little fatty weighed no less than 50 kilograms, and his round body shape was comparable to Cho Kuan's. Li Chengqian had delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. Although he was a 9-year-old child, he could still be considered handsome. However, the arrogance on Li Chengqian's face that could not be wiped away made Li Wangyu feel very uncomfortable. Damn, when a little brat looks at people, his nose is almost pointing to the sky. This arrogant appearance made Li Wangyu have the urge to fiercely slap his butt. As the eldest son of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son, Li Chengqian was doted on since birth. He was born in Taiji Palace's Chengqian Hall, so he took the hall's name and was named Li Chengqian. Chengqian also had the meaning of inheriting the imperial business and leading the universe. As the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, Li Chengqian was naturally flattered by the attendants in the palace. In a short 3 years, his arrogance had already become a habit. Father, mother. When Li Chengqian and Li Tai saw their parents, their faces were filled with joy and they hurriedly went up to greet them. Pai Lupi smiled and waved at the two of them. Chengqian, Qingke, come over and greet your big brother Wang Yu. Li Chengqian and Li Tai were both shocked. Where did this brother Wang Yu come from? Was there anyone in this world who could be their brother? Pai Lupi laughed and said, "This is Li Wang Yu, his courtesy name is Zio, born in Huxian Li clan. Speaking of which, he is your brother, so he is worthy of you calling him elder brother." The Li clan of Hu County? Subordinate brothers? Pai Lupi's words made Li Chengqian frown. Although he was young, he knew about the Huxian Li clan. Although the Huxian Li clan was a relative of the imperial family, it was only a small clan. How could this Li Wangyu be worthy of him, the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, calling him elder brother? Li Tai didn't say anything. He blinked his small eyes on his chubby face and simply listened to Pai Lupi's words. He bowed to Li Wangyu. Qingke greets brother Wangyu. Li Chengqian looked at Pai Lupi, hoping for an explanation from Pai Lupi. As the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, his pride didn't allow him to casually call someone elder brother. Pai Lupi acted as if he didn't see Li Chengqian's gaze and glared at him. Chengqian, why don't you bow to Zio? What? Father, did you make a mistake? You want me to bow to him? I am the crown prince. What is his status? Is he worthy of me bowing to him? Pai Lupi was angered by Li Chengqian's words. Chengqian, not only do you have to bow to Zio, but you also have to bow to him with Qingke and Changel. Zio is the teacher I found for the three of you. Do you understand? Bow to him as a teacher? Why is that? Just how old is he? Li Chengqian immediately cried out in surprise. Li Tai also looked surprised. Only Changel didn't seem to be unhappy at all. She covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Although Zio hasn't reached 20 yet, he is a rare talent. The poems I had the two of you memorize and the epigraph of my shack were all written by Zio. What, are you doubting my words? Pai Lupi was dissatisfied with his two sons' attitude and reprimanded them. Pai Lupi's words made Li Chengqian and Li Tai somewhat afraid. They hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi. We wouldn't dare. We know we were wrong. It's good that you know you were wrong. Hurry up and bow to Zio. This is also your mother's wish. Empress Zhong's son also nodded. That's right. Chengqian, Qingke, from now on, you have to listen to Zio's teachings. His words are father's and mother's words. Do you understand? Hearing Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongxuan's words, Li Chengqian and Li Tai looked at each other. Their gazes were filled with unwillingness. Li Tai's small eyes turned and he said to Pai Lupi, Father, since you want us to make brother Wang Yu our teacher, then let's go prepare the tea. Pai Lupi nodded. Of course. I'll have the servants prepare it for you. No, father, let's go ourselves. Only this way can we show our sincerity. Pai Lupi didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this, so he nodded in agreement. Okay, go quickly and come back quickly. Li Chengqian and Li Tai glanced at Li Wangyu, turned around, and ran. Li Wangyu had been watching coldly from the sidelines and hadn't said anything. He was observing Li Chengqian and Li Tai's behavior. It could be seen that Li Chengqian's pride and arrogance as the crown prince had already seeped into his bones, while Li Tai wasn't necessarily a good person. Li Tai's small eyes had been darting around. Pai Lupi and Li Tai hadn't noticed, but Li Wangyu had seen it very clearly. This little guy clearly didn't have good intentions. Personally preparing the tea for him to become his teacher? He was probably going to put something in his tea, right? Humph, little brat. You're still too inexperienced to play this game with me. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. He had completely seen through Li Tai's little trick. He had also been very naughty when he was young and had done things like putting laxatives in his teacher's cup more than once. Because of this, Li Wangyu's but had been fiercely beaten by his family many times. Li Wangyu didn't expose him and only chatted with Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son for a while. Not long after, Li Chengqian and Li Tai returned with 2 cups of tea. Zio, I won't be preparing the 6 rites for you to become my disciple. However, I'll still have the 3 of them kneel in front of you to become your teacher. Pai Lupi didn't see through his 2 sons' intentions. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw them return. Li Chengqian and Li Tai looked at each other with a smug smile in their eyes. The 2 of them, along with Changle, walked up to Li Wangyu. They weren't in a hurry to kneel down and perform the ceremony of becoming Li Wangyu's disciple. Instead, they picked up their teacups and brought them to Li Wangyu. Big brother Wangyu, please have some tea. Li Wangyu looked at them meaningfully and reached out to take the teacups, looking like he was about to drink. Under Li Chengqian and Li Tai's expectant gazes, Li Wangyu suddenly put down the teacup that had just reached his mouth. Chengqian, Qingke, Changle, since the 3 of you are willing to take me as your teacher, then I have some words for you. Li Chengqian and Li Tai were greatly disappointed when they saw that Li Wangyu didn't drink the tea. Big brother Wangyu, please drink the tea. We'll listen to whatever teachings you have. Li Tai still didn't give up and urged Li Wangyu to drink the tea. Li Wangyu looked at them with a smile and raised his teacup again, looking like he was about to drink. Chapter 224. While Li Chengqian and Li Tai were filled with anticipation, Li Wangyu had just brought the teacup to his mouth when he put it down again. Let me first talk to you about my teachings. Chengqian, Qingke, Chonglu, since you want to be my disciples, I will give you a sentence. Constantly strive for self-improvement, and be virtuous. I hope you will remember this in your hearts. Li Wangyu shamelessly plagiarized Tsinghua University's motto again, but Li Chengqian and Li Tai were only hoping that Li Wangyu would quickly drink the tea. How could they pay attention to what he was saying? They just nodded repeatedly. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he picked up the teacup again and looked like he was going to drink. Li Chengqian and Li Tai both stared unblinkingly at the teacup in his hands. At this moment, they heard Pai Lupi suddenly say, Ziyu, did these words come from the Book of Changes? A gentleman should be unyielding, not avoid danger, and constantly strive for self-improvement. A gentleman should increase virtue and be tolerant of all things. This is the way of a gentleman. Chengqian, Qingke, you have to remember your teacher's teachings. With Pai Lupi's response, Li Wangyu, who had just brought the teacup to his mouth, put it down again. He smiled at Pai Lupi and said, Uncle is indeed knowledgeable, not at all inferior to those great scholars. These words indeed came from the Qian and Kuan trigrams in the Book of Changes. Being praised by Li Wangyu like this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but laugh loudly. On the other hand, Li Chengqian and Li Tai, the 2 little brats, had incomparably resentful gazes. Clearly, Li Wangyu was about to drink the tea, but after being interrupted by their imperial father, he put it down again. Li Wangyu snuck a glance at the 2 brats and laughed loudly in his heart. You're still too inexperienced to fight with me. He picked up the teacup again and made a gesture of wanting to drink, making Li Chengqian and Li Tai's eyes pop out of their sockets. However, it was clear that Li Wangyu had once again disappointed the 2 brats. Li Wangyu actually put down the teacup in his hand and was about to hand it over to Pai Lupi. Uncle, I think you should drink this apprenticeship tea first. As the saying goes, when parents love their children, they plan far ahead. When it came to teaching a child, the first thing was the Qi clan, and the second was the selection of a teacher. Chengqian and Qingke being so smart and quick-witted was all thanks to uncle and aunt. As a result, this nephew believes that the first cup of tea for the apprenticeship should be for Chengqian and Qingke to toast their parents as a sign of filial piety. What he meant was that when teaching children, family education was the first priority, followed by the teacher's education. Li Wangyu flattered Pai Lupi, but it scared Li Chengqian and Li Tai. Pai Lupi was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's words. He laughed heartily and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He reached out to take the teacup in his hand and tilted his head back to drink. In reality, Pai Lupi, as the emperor, had special servants to test for poison in his food. However, this tea was personally made by Crown Prince Li Chengqian and King Yu Li Tai for apprenticeship. Those servants didn't think of testing for poison. Seeing that Pai Lupi was about to drink the tea, Li Chengqian and Li Tai couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Father, please wait. Father, you can't drink it." Pai Lupi froze when he heard this and turned his head to look at his two sons. He didn't understand what they were shouting about. "What are you two shouting about? Why can't I drink it?" Li Chengqian's back was soaked in cold sweat. He glared fiercely at Li Tai beside him, meaning to say, "Look at your rotten idea." Li Tai also glared back without backing down. "You also agreed." However, as Li Wangyu expected, Li Chengqian and Li Tai had added croton and morning glory into the 2 bowls of apprenticeship tea. When these 2 herbs were taken together, they were powerful laxatives that took effect very quickly. If Li Wangyu hadn't seen through the 2 brats' trick and really drank it, his stomach would have reacted in a short while. At that time, he would probably have to spend the entire day in the outhouse. Li Chengqian and Li Tai naturally didn't want to become Li Wangyu's disciple, but they couldn't go against Pai Lupi's words, so they came up with this wicked idea. They wanted Li Wangyu to make a fool of himself in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Perhaps then the apprenticeship would be ruined. However, they didn't expect that Li Wangyu would divert the trouble and put the 2 brats in a difficult situation. Li Chengqian and Li Tai didn't think that the little teacher their father found for them would be so evil. Just by looking at the uncontrollable smile on Li Wangyu's face, the 2 of them knew that their thoughts had been seen through long ago. Too evil. This little teacher Li Wangyu was really too evil. The 2 of them, who felt that they had been set up by Li Wangyu, opened their mouths for a long time, not knowing how to reply to Pai Lupi's question. The 2 brats didn't dare to let Pai Lupi drink this bowl of tea that had been spiked no matter what. Even if Li Chengqian was the crown prince, if he really let Pai Lupi drink this tea, he would probably be beaten half to death by the furious Pai Lupi afterwards. They also didn't dare to tell Pai Lupi that the tea had been spiked with laxatives. That wouldn't be good either, and they definitely wouldn't be able to escape a beating. Just as Li Chengqian and Li Tai were flabbergasted and didn't know how to reply to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Li Wangyu laughed and pointed at the tea bowl in Pai Lupi's hand. "Uncle, the 2 of them probably mean that the tea is already cold and they're afraid that your stomach won't feel well after drinking it. It's better to let the 2 of them go get 2 more cups." Right, that's exactly what the teacher said. How could Li Chengqian and Li Tai not know that Li Wangyu was giving them a way out? The 2 of them hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Pai Lupi seemed to have seen through something, but he didn't say anything. He casually poured the tea in the bowl into the flower bushes. "That's good. You 2 go quickly and pour new tea for your father and your teacher." Li Chengqian and Li Tai both let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They hurriedly nodded in agreement and turned around to prepare new tea. Seeing them run far away, Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu with a seeming smile. "Zio, you really are a good teacher. Hee, Uncle praises me too much. Chengqian and Qingke are just a bit mischievous. Don't take it seriously." "Haha, I'm relieved to leave Chengqian, Qingke, and Chengel to you." Pai Lupi then said seriously. "The 3 of them grew up in the depths of the palace. The common people have a hard time and haven't heard of them. I am very worried. I will have the eunuchs send Chengqian and the others to Dingzhou village every day. Zio, you have to put in more effort and teach the 3 of them well." Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi and also replied very seriously. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will do my best." Not long after, Li Chengqian and Li Tai once again returned with 2 cups of tea. This time, it was clear that they didn't dare to play any tricks. After Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu each drank their tea, Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Princess Chengel respectfully knelt before Li Wangyu and performed the ritual of taking him as their teacher. Li Wangyu extended his hand to help Pai Lupi's 3 children up, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. He was a white-collar worker from the future, the pride of the entire village. How did he end up becoming the imperial tutor of the Tang dynasty? Chapter 225. After officially taking in Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie as his disciples, Li Wangyu's attitude had changed a little. Previously, He did not want to be the teacher of the emperor, as it would be troublesome and cause a lot of trouble. However, Pai Lupi's words had given him some other ideas. Although he knew the course of history, he knew that neither Crown Prince Li Chengqian nor Li Tai could become the successor to the throne of the Great Tang in the future. The true successor was still in Empress Zhongxuan's womb. What moved Li Wangyu was Pai Lupi's fatherly love for Li Chengqian and the other two, as well as the tragic ending of this family in history. As the emperor, Pai Lupi's fatherly love for the children of Empress Zhong's son was indeed boundless. When Li Chengqian was sick, Pai Lupi gathered 3,000 monks and built the Shihua Monastery and Puguang Monastery. He even reduced the crimes of the prisoners to pray for his son. Even when Li Chengqian, Du He, and Ho Junji rebelled, Pai Lupi could not bear to kill his eldest son. He only demoted him to a commoner and moved him to Quanzhou. After Li Chengqian's death, Pai Lupi was so sad that he abandoned the dynasty. Li Tai was also Pai Lupi's favorite son. Normally, when a prince reached adulthood, he would be sent to his fief and could not stay in the capital for long. However, Li Tai was favored by Emperor Taizong, so he was given special permission to move his son into the Wuda Hall. It could be said that the reason why Li Tai fought with Li Chengqian for the throne was because Pai Lupi doted on him. It was because of Pai Lupi's endless doting that Li Tai had the misconception that as long as he pulled down his brother, Li Chengqian, he would be able to become the heir. In the end, Li Tai was demoted because of his plotting. Pai Lupi was heartbroken and deposed Li Tai, demoting him to the Donglai Prefecture Prince. It could be said that although Li Er doted on his own son, his education of his children was a complete failure. He could be said to be a negative example. Pai Lupi had a total of 14 sons. Among them, the crown prince, Li Chengqian, attempted to rebel and was demoted to a commoner. His third son, Li Ku, the prince of Wu, was falsely accused of treason and was killed. His fourth son, Li Tai, the prince of Wei, moved to a secluded residence and died of depression. His fifth son, Li Yu, the prince of Qi, was sentenced to death for treason and was demoted to a commoner. His sixth son, Li Guei, the prince of Shu, was demoted and died in exile. His seventh son, Li Yun, the prince of Jiang, was accused of treason and committed suicide out of fear. Pai Lupi's sons could be said to have failed at educating them. Li Wangyu could only complain in his heart. Pai Lupi was such a failure as a father. Since he had inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, although he did not expect to change history, he wanted to try changing Li Chengqian and Li Tai. Although Li Wangyu was two-faced, he was very clear about his likes and dislikes. Pai Lupi was not unkind to him. Naturally, he did not want to watch the tragedy of Pai Lupi and his son happen. If he could make Li Chengqian and Li Tai brothers live in harmony, it would be a good story. As for whether Li Chengqian could successfully become emperor in the future, if Li Wangyu could really change Li Chengqian, it would have nothing to do with Li Wangyu. Because he had thought this through, Li Wangyu did not have any resistance to accepting Li Chengqian and Li Tai as his disciples. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. After Li Chengqian and the others finished the ceremony, Pai Lupi waved his hand at the eunuch on the side. Immediately, the eunuch came forward with a golden ruler. Pai Lupi picked up the ruler and solemnly handed it to Li Wangyu. Zio, we bestow upon you this imperial ruler. In the future, if Chengqian and the others neglect their studies and do not follow the rules, you can use this ruler to punish them. We will definitely not blame you. Li Wangyu hurriedly received the golden ruler with both hands. Don't worry, uncle. I will definitely do my best to teach Chengqian and the others. I will definitely not disappoint uncle and auntie. Haha, with your guarantee, we are at ease. On the side, Li Chengqian and Li Tai's faces couldn't help but darken when they saw the imperial ruler. In the exchange just now, they could already tell that Li Wangyu was definitely not easy to deal with. Now that he had the ruler bestowed upon him by their father, wouldn't they be completely controlled by Li Wangyu in the future? Li Wangyu held the ruler in his hand and lightly patted his palm a few times. He gave the two of them a brilliant smile. But that smile made Li Chengqian and Li Tai both shiver uncontrollably. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Wangyu bid farewell to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son and returned to Dingzhou village. Time passed in a flash. 2 days later, before the sun had even risen, Li Wangyu was roused from his bed by the old housekeeper, Li Hang. Today was the Lunar Imperial Assembly, and also the day of the Grand Luotian ritual in Taiji Palace. The Lunar Imperial Assembly was the morning court on the 1st and 15th of every month. The participants were the relatives of the princes and dukes, the civil and military officials of the capital who were ninth rank and above, the local officials who had submitted memorials to the court, as well as the guests from Fan Kingdom. Because the morning court was around 7 to 8 o'clock, Li Wangyu yawned and led Niu Wu out of his house in Dingzhou village. It was still dark. Now that he was the county man who founded the country, he also needed to participate in the Lunar Imperial Assembly. Moreover, he had an important task today, so he naturally had to participate in the Grand Luotian ritual. When Li Wangyu arrived in Chang'an City, the drum of dusk had just sounded and the illustrious Virtue Gate had just opened. When he arrived outside Taiji Palace, the light of dawn was gradually descending, and the green spring scenery of Taiji Palace could be vaguely seen. Fully armed soldiers in full armor, yellow flags, and various ceremonial guards were all over the palace. The officials who were attending the court were lined up outside the palace gate, waiting for the gate to open. There were hundreds of people in the crowd, but Li Wangyu was a little dumbfounded. Where should he stand? This was his first time attending the court, so he didn't know how to stand as the county man who founded the country. Just as he was confused, he heard laughter behind him. Ha ha ha, Zio, you also came to attend the court? Li Wangyu was speechless, and hurriedly turned to greet Cheng Yaojin. Nice to meet you, Uncle Cheng. The arrival of Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong made Li Wangyu heave a sigh of relief. At least there was someone he knew, and he could ask where he should stand. The officials attending the court were divided into civil officials, military officials, members of the imperial family, and envoys from various countries. Li Wangyu was at a loss, and he didn't know how to stand. He had not regained his status as a member of the imperial family, so he naturally couldn't stand on the side of the imperial family. However, he didn't know whether he, the county man who founded the country, was a civil official or a military general. Li Wangyu raised his doubts to Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong, but Cheng Yaojin laughed. Ha ha ha, you can stand on the side of our military general. With me protecting you, no one will dare to bully you. Li Wangyu was speechless. This old hooligan, why did he make it sound like he was a gangster? Before he could speak, someone behind him said, Cheng Jijia, don't spout nonsense. Zio will naturally stand on the civil official's side. Chapter 226. Li Wangyu hurriedly turned around and bowed to Yu Shernan. Duke Yu, you're here. Yu Shernan smiled and nodded at Li Wangyu. Zio, this is your first time attending court. Hurry up and arrange your shift. He pointed at the area where the civil officials stood. Because there were hundreds of officials attending the Lunar Assembly, even the civil officials were divided into several groups in an orderly manner. The groups of 3rd rank and above officials, 4th rank and 5th rank civil officials, 4th rank and below officials, and 6th rank and below officials were arranged in several square formations according to their official ranks. Li Wangyu had been conferred the title of founding magistrate, which was equivalent to a 5th rank official. Naturally, he would stand among the 4th rank and 5th rank civil officials. Although Yu Shernan's rank was not as high as Cheng Yaojin's, Cheng Yaojin did not dare to refute his words. He even smiled and bowed to Yu Shernan. No matter how much Cheng Yaojin messed around, he would not dare to mess around in front of Yu Shernan. Haha, Duke Yu, I'm just teasing this kid. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Jijia, you're already the father of several children. Why are you still so mischievous? Yu Shernan scolded him like a child. However, Cheng Yaojin could only listen to him. There was nothing he could do. Who asked this old man to be so old? Cheng Yaojin was almost 40 years old, but compared to Yu Shernan, who was in his 70s, he was still a child. In the Tang dynasty, people married and had children in their teens. With a 30-year difference, Cheng Yaojin could be considered Yu Shernan's grandson. Li Wangyu was very happy to see Cheng Yaojin, this old hooligan, being humiliated. He could not help but smile. Cheng Yaojin saw that Yu Shernan was laughing at him from the side and glared at him to scare him. Li Wangyu quickly went forward to support Yu Shernan. He pretended not to see Cheng Yaojin's threatening gaze and helped Yu Shernan to the group of civil officials. 2 days ago, he had already paid a visit to Yu Shernan's residence to return the 1,000 strings of copper coins that he had borrowed. However, he couldn't return the money. Yu Shernan wouldn't accept it no matter what. He even said that the 1,000 strings of coins was a gift to congratulate Li Wangyu for his knighthood. Li Wangyu was helpless. Unable to persuade the old man, he could only thicken his skin and take back the 1,000 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu then informed Yu Shernan of the fact that he had accepted Crown Prince Li Chengqian, the Prince of Yu, and Princess Changel as his disciples. He was also afraid that if this matter were to spread, he would be scolded to death by those Confucian scholars. That was why he wanted to ask Yu Shernan to help him deal with those Confucian scholars. Li Wangyu was still a little nervous, worried that Yu Shernan would also think that he was young and frivolous. Unexpectedly, Yu Shernan didn't mind at all. Li Wangyu had become the imperial preceptor at such a young age. Instead, he praised him greatly. In Yu Shernan's view, although Li Wangyu was young, with the talent that he had displayed, he was fully qualified to be the crown prince's teacher. Yu Shernan also reassured Li Wangyu, saying that regardless of whether it was Kong Ingda or Lu Quan, these old friends, they all praised him greatly. They definitely wouldn't be dissatisfied with Li Wangyu just because he was the crown prince's teacher. With Yu Shernan's assurance, Li Wangyu could finally relax. It could be said that a small worry had been lifted off his mind. Li Wangyu's respect for Yu Shernan, this old man who was both a teacher and a friend, grew even more. The morning bell tolled. Amidst the beating of the drums, the morning assembly began. Under the lead of the imperial censor, the officials lined up according to their ranks and walked towards the Taiji Palace. Dressed in court attire, the officials were respectful and solemn. As they walked up the white jade steps, the melodious sounds of swords and jade ornaments on their bodies could be heard. In the Tang dynasty, there was a poem that described the scene of a court assembly. The crowing of the rooster is purple, and the dawn of dawn is cold. Warblers are chirping in the emperor's land of spring. The golden clock opens tens of thousands of households. The jade steps command thousands of officials. The flowers welcome the swords and jade ornaments. The stars have just set. The willow flutters the banners, still wet. Unique guests at the Phoenix Pond. The song of spring is difficult. It was referring to the scene in front of Li Wangyu's eyes. The morning bell in the palace rang. The thousands of doors opened. Pai Lupi's ceremonial guards lined up on both sides of the jade steps. The hundreds of officials entered the imperial court. This was Li Wangyu's first time attending a court assembly. He followed the crowds every step. Before the officials entered the main hall, they first dissected their swords and took off their shoes. The imperial censor, the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of War, and the Honglu Temple all led the civil and military officials to their respective positions. Amidst the beating of the drum and bell, Pai Lupi sat in the imperial palanquin, carried by the chamberlains. He sat facing the south. A Fu Baolang placed Pai Lupi's imperial seal in front of him. One of the provincial attendants, who presided over the court assembly, walked to the front left of Pai Lupi. He took a deep breath and shouted with his dantian, "Bow!" All the officials cupped their fists and bowed to Li Ershing. Li Wangyu, who was confused, bowed along with everyone else. "Bow again." "Well, I have to do it again." Li Wangyu was speechless. He continued to bow to Pai Lupi. After bowing twice, Li Wangyu just got up. He had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He blinked his eyes hard to make sure that he was not mistaken. He discovered that in the solemn and sacred hall, the officials had actually begun to dance like a bunch of demons. Damn, why does this scene look so familiar? It seems that Chung Chumo's group of debauches were also like this when they drank too much. This was the Lunar Palace, not a place for square dancing or disco dancing. Li Wangyu was speechless. What kind of F*king rule is this? All right, let's dance together with the gray-haired and bearded official in front of us. Stretch your arms and kick your legs. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right. Twist your neck, twist your butt. Go to bed early and wake up early. Let's do some exercise. After a set of procedures, Li Wangyu felt that he was about to sweat. This court assembly was also a physical activity. He wondered how Yu Shernan's 70-year-old body could hold on. No wonder Yu Shernan wanted to resign. This was simply too difficult for an old man. Everyone took their seats. Li Wangyu also braced himself. He wanted to see how the battle between Pai Lupi and the aristocratic families would play out. As soon as the court assembly began, an envoy came out and presented a memorial to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I, the envoy of Luo Province, have a memorial." When Pai Lupi heard the words of the envoy of Luo Province, his face immediately darkened. However, he still said in a deep voice, "Present the memorial." The envoy of Luo Province was also known as the examiners. They were officials sent by the various provinces of the Tang dynasty to Chang'an. Their main purpose was to represent the provinces to participate in various ceremonial activities in the court. They were also responsible for the examinations of local officials. They were also responsible for bringing local tributes to the capital to participate in the imperial examinations. They were also responsible for conveying the will of the provinces. To put it bluntly, they were the directors of the offices in the capital, of the various provinces of the Tang dynasty. The envoy of Luo province was not qualified to attend ordinary court assemblies. However, they were allowed to participate in major court assemblies such as the New Year's Day Assembly and the New Year's Day Assembly. The envoy of Luo province was the envoy of Luo province. Luo province was within the sphere of influence of the Zhang family of Xingyang. Li Wangyu was willing to bet his head that the envoy of Luo province was here to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict in the name of the locust plague. Your Majesty, the locust plague in Luo province has begun to spread. The locusts falling from the sky is a divine punishment. Your Majesty, please consider the common people and issue an edict in order to save the people. The words of the envoy of Luo province had already been expected by everyone in the hall. However, after he spoke, the originally silent hall was once again filled with a buzz of discussion. Chapter 227. Li Wangyu inwardly curled his lips. These aristocratic families were truly sparing no effort in attacking Pai Lupi. The last person the aristocratic families had tossed out as a chess piece was an upper 8th rank imperial censor. Even now, he was still locked up in the censorate's prison. Although Pai Lupi did not order this imperial censor to be beaten to death in his rage, he still ordered imperial censor Wei Zhang to investigate. Wei Zhang was a straightforward official, and he was rather disdainful of the aristocratic family's use of natural disasters to attack Pai Lupi, and use this as a pretext to gain political power. As a result, he directly threw that imperial censor into the censorate's prison to investigate whether or not this person had taken bribes and perverted the law. However, the aristocratic families clearly had enough bargaining chips. Even if they threw away a small chess piece, they still had other chess pieces to use. This Luo Province Assembly emissary who had once again brought up this matter at the Lunar Court Assembly was clearly a lackey of Xingyang's Zhang clan. He had once again used the locust plague as a heavenly punishment to fire cannons at Pai Lupi during the Imperial Court Assembly, causing everyone in the Imperial Court to discuss spiritedly. Pai Lupi's face was dark, and he did not say a word. He saw Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda jump out at the same time and grab the Luo Province Assembly emissary's collar. Damn thief! Bullshit heavenly punishment! You Tian Shenu say it's heavenly punishment, so it's heavenly punishment? Scram for this elder. That's his mother. A trifling Imperial Court Assembly emissary is spouting nonsense to mislead the masses. He truly deserves a beating. Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were fierce generals who had slaughtered their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Together, they flipped out at the Luo Province Assembly emissary, scaring him so much that he almost wet his pants. Although he had the support of an aristocratic family, anyone who saw this kind of fierce founding duke flip out would still be afraid. Someone immediately stepped out to stop them. It was Xingyang's Zhang clan's Minister of Works, Zhang Shanghua. Duke of Lu, Duke of Yi, quickly stop. Humiliating others like this at the Imperial Court Assembly. Where is the propriety? Your Majesty, this official wants to impeach Duke of Lu and Duke of Yi for their lack of propriety. With Zhang Shanghua's words, more than a dozen aristocratic family officials stepped out one after another, clamoring to impeach Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. As for Qin Shubao and the other generals, how could they watch Chang Yaojin and the others suffer losses? They all stood up and refuted. The two sides began to bicker in the main hall. For a moment, the originally solemn court assembly became as lively as a market. It was Li Wangyu's first time attending court, and he watched the lively scene with great interest. The old hooligan Chang Yaojin's battle prowess was indeed formidable. His lousy mouth actually scolded those aristocratic family's ministers until they were battered and exhausted. This was an eye-opener for Li Wangyu. Chang Yaojin, impeach me? Do you want to see if my fist is big enough? Vulgar martial artist. The plague of locusts is the wrath of the heavens. This is the punishment of the heavens for not cultivating morality. Chang Yaojin, I'm going to fix your mother. You're such a scoundrel. I've killed so many people. Why haven't I seen any divine punishment? Hi Duke Lu, aren't you afraid that the locust god will punish you for using such vulgar language? Chang Yaojin, the locust god is nothing. Can you beat the duck god? If you're not afraid of the duck god's wrath, why should I be afraid? Duck god? What duck god? Finally, someone was confused by Chang Yaojin's words. Where did this duck god come from? Chang Yaojin, wahaha, you bunch of idiots. The locusts have their locust god, the ducks have their duck god. The ducks can feed on locusts, which means that the duck god is more powerful than the locust god. You farmhouse slaves must have eaten a lot of ducks every day, right? Aren't you afraid of the duck god's wrath? You. Where did this duck god come from? Who has heard of the existence of the duck god? Chang Yaojin sneered. Then why don't you go and find the locust god for me to see? There are gods 3 feet above our heads. How can there be no duck god? His words made all the ministers speechless. What kind of logic was this? Li Wangyu was also speechless. He put his hand to his forehead and felt a headache coming on. This old scoundrel, Chang Yaojin, after hearing Li Wangyu talk about how the duck god was used to fool the farmers, he actually used Li Wangyu's excuse to shut the mouths of the aristocratic families. He was shameless enough. However, although the duck god was a little shameless, it was effective. At least the ministers of the aristocratic families could not think of a way to refute the old scoundrel's words. Seeing that the situation was not good, the head of the Zheng family of Xingyang, Zhang Yuanshou, could not help but stand up. He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, the locusts are a natural disaster. How can we get rid of them? Moreover, killing too many of them will harm the harmony of the world. Only virtue can eliminate the natural disaster. Your Majesty, please reconsider and think for the sake of the people. Zhang Yuanshou's words were extremely vicious. He did not mention that he was guilty, nor did he mention that the plague of locusts was caused by Pai Lupi. However, the meaning behind his words was that he blamed the cause of the plague of locusts on Pai Lupi. Asking Pai Lupi to eliminate the locusts with virtue was the same as saying that Pai Lupi was immoral. Seeing that Zhang Yuanshou had stood up, the ministers who were arguing with Chang Yaojin immediately found a direction and stopped arguing with him. They all bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, please reconsider and think for the sake of the people. Your Majesty, please reconsider and think for the sake of the people. Under Zhang Yuanshou's lead, nearly half of the hundreds of ministers who came to attend the Lunar Palace Assembly stood up and said in unison to pressure Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the throne. There was no doubt that these ministers were from the aristocratic families headed by the 5 surnames and 7 nobles. Li Wangyu could not help but feel a little shocked. No wonder Pai Lupi did not dare to forcibly eliminate the locusts. Half of the ministers in the imperial court were from the aristocratic families. A slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. Pai Lupi's face became gloomier and gloomier in the face of the minister's pressure, but he did not speak. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. The ministers who came out to force the abdication also did not say a word. They stubbornly fought with Pai Lupi in a silent arena. The imperial court assembly hall, which was very noisy just now, immediately became silent. In the stalemate, Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui came out and bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, the plague of locusts is a natural disaster. I request that you hold the Luotian grand ritual to pray for the blessings of the people in the world and the Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi immediately nodded. Yes. Yes means that the emperor has agreed to it. The attendant of the Manxia province immediately said, Yes. This means that the imperial edict was to be read out. The ministers of the aristocratic families could only all be silent at this time. Hundreds of ministers bowed down. Hold the Luotian grand ritual to pray for the people. As soon as his voice fell before the ministers in the hall could react, the eunuch began to read the edict loudly. Hold the Luotian grand ritual to pray for the people. As the eunuch in the palace read the edict loudly, Yuan Tiangang and other Taoists who had been waiting for a long time outside the Taiji Palace immediately filed in. In the surprised eyes of the ministers, they began to build altars and prepare to worship the gods of heaven and earth. Li Wangyu directly rolled his eyes. Damn, Feng Xianling and Pai Lupi are not acting at all. You need to study Stanislavski's self-cultivation of actors. Chapter 228. As soon as Feng Xianling asked for the heavenly grand ritual, Pai Lupi agreed immediately. Then Yuan Tiangang and others showed up. This was simply telling others that they had planned it long ago. They were so careless that their acting was so perfunctory. Li Wangyu despised them. However, this sudden turn of events greatly surprised Zhang Yuanshou and the other aristocratic families. No one had expected Li Er to make such a move during the court session when the officials were trying to force the emperor to abdicate. And they couldn't stop it. After all, Pai Lupi wanted to hold the heavenly grand ritual to eliminate the plague of locusts and pray to heaven for blessings. Who could say no to this? Pai Lupi didn't care about what Zhang Yuanshou and others thought. He announced the suspension of the lunar imperial court, walked down from the throne, and led the ministers out of the main hall. Zhang Yuanshou and other ministers could only look at each other and follow him out of the main hall of Taiji Palace. In the eyes of Zhang Yuanshou and others, Pai Lupi wanted to hold the heavenly grand ritual just to delay the time. They also made up their minds that they must take the opportunity of today's imperial court to force Pai Lupi to yield. When the heavenly grand ritual was completed, the imperial court would continue. At that time, they would see how Pai Lupi would deal with it. Outside the Taiji Palace was the square of Noda. There were drum towers and bell towers on both sides of the square. The heavenly grand ritual to pray for the plague of locusts was held in the square in front of the Taiji Palace. Yuan Tiangang wore a brand new purple Taoist robe embroidered with various auspicious patterns of Taoism with gold and silver threads. He walked in front of the Taoists with a solemn expression. The Taoist robes of the Tang and Song dynasties were not the yellow Taoist robes seen in later TV series. Instead, they were based on the illusion of purple qi from the east, when the Taoist ancestor came out of seclusion on an ox. Therefore, Taoism advocated purple Taoist robes. Behind Yuan Tiangang were the abbots of the 58 Taoist temples in Chang'an City. They were also wearing purple Taoist robes. Then there were hundreds of Taoists from the 58 Taoist temples. Some were holding God's tablets, some were holding banners, and some were holding various celestial weapons. They were singing ancient tunes. In fact, the formal heavenly grand ritual was very complicated. The whole ceremony would take several days. However, no matter if it was Pai Lupi or Li Wangyu, their ultimate goal was not to worship heaven itself. Therefore, today's heavenly grand ritual in front of the Taiji Palace was actually a simplified version of the ritual. The group of Taoists quickly set up the altar and enshrined 1,200 tablets of the gods. In the middle of the altar, there was a gilded bronze statue of the Tao ancestor. Li Jing stood among the officials and felt that the statue on the altar was exceptionally familiar. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like the statue that Li Wangyou's troops were hugging outside the Xuandu temple that day. However, he didn't think too much about it. He thought that it was possible that Li Wangyu had brought the statue home to worship for a few days. This wasn't strange. As the officiator of today's heavenly grand ritual, Yuan Tiangang was also the deacon of the altar. He performed gang steps, made gestures and chanted spells. Under the chanting of a group of Taoists, he burned incense, opened the altar, invited water, raised the banner, announced the results, and emptied filth. In Li Wangyou's opinion, a series of rituals were done professionally. Well, for Li Wangyu, a good young man who was born in New China and grew up under the red flag, he didn't believe in any religion at all. Yuan Tiangong's dazzling operation, in his opinion, was an old liar with professional attainment. However, in the eyes of Pai Lupi and other officials, Yuan Tiangang was Jing Feichen, Yan Xuanda, Hui Sanjia, and Li Jing Feichen. He was like an immortal. The simplified version of the heavenly grand ritual soon came to the step of inviting the sage. Yuan Tiangang, who was performing gang steps and making gestures and chanting spells, couldn't help but peek in the direction of the officials to see where Li Wangyu was. At this time, Pai Lupi also began to turn his head to look for Li Wangyou's figure, because Li Wangyu had promised him before that the Tao ancestor would show his divinity in the heavenly grand ritual and personally break the saying that the plague of locusts was the punishment of heaven. Now the inviting the sage ceremony began. Pai Lupi and Yuan Tiangang, who presided over the grand ritual, were both nervous. They didn't know how the Tao ancestor would show his divinity. However, Pai Lupi frequently looked back, but he didn't see Li Wangyou's figure among hundreds of officials behind him. Pai Lupi was anxious. He reached out and beckoned the servant beside him. He whispered a few words and asked them to find Li Wangyu, the man from Hu County. If this bastard played a trick on him, Pai Lupi would be furious. Pai Lupi's behavior made Feng Xianling and others, who didn't know the inside story, a little puzzled. His Majesty kept looking back. What was he looking for? Zhang Yuanshou and other masters of aristocratic families looked on coldly and sneered in their hearts. They thought that Pai Lupi was too naive. Even if he made such a heavenly grand ritual, what could he do? This group of old foxes more or less guessed the intention of Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling at this time. They just wanted to use the heavenly grand ritual to break the saying that the plague of locusts was the punishment of heaven. The deacon who presided over the ritual was a minister of aristocratic families. Some people recognized him as a famous Taoist priest in the land of Shu, named Yuan Tiangang. It was said that he was an unprecedented genius in divination. So what? Zhang Yuanshou and Zhang Shanghua, as well as the masters of the Fanyang Lu family, the Taiyuan Wang clan, the Qinghe Chui family, and the Boling Chui family, looked at each other silently and coldly. Even if the heavenly grand ritual was over and the deacon, Yuan Tiangang, claimed that the plague of locusts was not the punishment of heaven, they would not take half a step back. Zhang Yuanshou and the others did not believe that Li Er would be able to turn the tables because of the heavenly grand ritual, even though there were hundreds of courtiers present. Ma Zhou, who proposed this plan, was also in the hall at this time. He had now joined the censorate as an imperial censor. Naturally, he needed to attend the lunar imperial censor today. Just now, he also saw his junior teacher, but it was not convenient for him to go forward and greet him. Ma Zhou was the one who proposed the heavenly grand ritual. He had been paying attention to the reactions of those aristocratic families. When he noticed Zhang Yuanshou and others sneering, Ma Zhou's heart couldn't help but thump. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. He seemed to have underestimated the determination of these aristocratic families to fight Pai Lupi to the death. Originally, he thought that with Pai Lupi's imperial prestige and the addition of the heavenly grand ritual, the famous Taoist Gao Zhan claiming that the plague of locusts was not the punishment of heaven should be enough to make these aristocratic families give in. But now it seemed that it was wishful thinking. Ma Zhou couldn't help but feel anxious. He gave the idea to Pai Lupi. Was it really useless for Mo Fei? He also began to look for Li Wangyu in the crowd frequently. He wanted to ask his junior teacher how to deal with the next attack of the aristocratic families. However, Li Wangyu seemed to have disappeared from the crowd. Neither Ma Zhou nor the eunuch sent by Pai Lupi found Li Wangyu in the crowd of officials. The heavenly grand ritual was still in progress. Because he didn't know what Li Wangyu was going to do, Yuan Tiangang worshipped, burned incense, announced the form, and recited the incantation uneasily. He only knew that yesterday, Li Wangyu came to the Xuandu temple and returned the borrowed statue of Tao Zhu. Li Wangyu also told Yuan Tiangang to enshrine the statue in the center of the altar, saying that it was the key to the Tao Zhu's divine manifestation. Yuan Tiangang naturally obeyed and enshrined the statue of Tao Zhu on the altar. Now he kept peeping at the statue, wanting to know what Li Wangyu was up to. Just as Li Er, Yuan Tiangang, Ma Zhou, and the others were feeling uneasy, and Zhang Yuanshou and the others were watching coldly from the side, an unusually clear but strange voice came from the gilded bronze statue of the Tao ancestor on the altar. Chapter 229. Beep, the Bluetooth speaker is connected. The sudden strange sound came into the ears of all the people present very clearly. What was that sound? What Bluetooth? What speaker? Who was talking? Why couldn't they understand the meaning of these words? Everyone looked at each other and began to look for where the sound came from. Yuan Tiangang looked as if he had seen a ghost, and even the chanting in his mouth stopped. He looked unbelievably at the statue of Tao Zhu in the center of the altar. He was the closest to the statue, so he was very sure that the strange sound just now came from the statue of Tao Zhu. Before he could react, everyone heard the sound again. A song that no one had ever heard before began to reverberate through the Taiji Palace. It sounded like heavenly music. The music was neither a flute nor a guqin. Even Pai Lupi, who was familiar with all kinds of instruments of the Tang dynasty, could not tell what kind of instrument it was. Everyone turned their eyes to the altar, and the sound like the fairy music came from the altar. Pai Lupi's face changed greatly, and he suddenly stepped toward the altar. A group of civil officials and generals behind him were stunned, and then they all followed him. At this time, there was no censor correcting the etiquette. All the officials were shocked by the inexplicable music. When they walked to the altar, Pai Lupi and the officials behind him were stunned, just like Yuan Tiangang. The music was clearly from the statue of Tao Zhu in the center of the 1,200 god positions on the altar. What is this sound? A minister murmured. Yuan Tiangang suddenly shouted excitedly, "Fairy music, this must be fairy music. Tao Zhu is showing his holiness. Tao Zhu is showing his holiness." His shout confused Li Er and the group of civil and military officials. Could it be that the heavenly grand ritual had really invited the Taoist ancestor? But if that wasn't the case, then why would there be such heavenly music coming out from the altar without any reason and without any cover? Pai Lupi was also beginning to be confused. Could this be the Tao ancestor's divine manifestation that Li Wangyu swore? But this was too inconceivable. Was it really the Tao ancestor showing his divinity? Or was it Li Wangyu, that little brat, who was playing tricks? If this was Li Wangyu's doing, how did he do it with such godly means? In the crowd, Zhang Yuanshou and the others also looked as if they had seen a ghost. He did not care about being disrespectful in front of the emperor, and directly pushed aside the ministers in front of him and ran up to the spiritual altar to confirm what was going on. However, after reaching the altar, Zhang Yuanshou became even more confused. On this unobstructed altar, there was indeed a sound that sounded like immortal music. Moreover, the source of the sound was the Tao ancestor statue that was enshrined in the center of the altar. Just as everyone was inexplicably surprised, the immortal music gradually disappeared. However, they heard a voice coming from the gilded copper statue of the Tao ancestor again. It was an unusually ethereal human voice, the Tao can be said, but it is not the Tao. The name can be named, but it is not the name. The ethereal human voice was reciting the Tao ancestors, Tao Te Ching. The sudden appearance of the human voice made everyone present shudder. Pai Lupi even felt the hair on his arms stand up. All of this was too strange. Why are you not kneeling? Just as everyone was at a loss, they heard the ethereal voice coming from the Tao ancestor statue again. Pai Lupi composed himself, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Who are you? I am Taishang Laojun. I was born without beginning and without cause. I am the ancestor of all Taos, the ancestor of vitality, the ancestor of chaos, the parent of heaven and earth, and the master of yin and yang. When Pai Lupi heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His knees went soft, and he knelt down. Emperor Ancestor, please accept my worship. At this moment, Pai Lupi had no choice but to believe it. Not only him, but also the hundreds of civil and military officials behind him, Yuan Tiangang, and the other Taoists, all knelt down and bowed to the Tao ancestor statue on the altar. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. The Tao ancestor is showing his power. There was no other explanation except for the Tao ancestor showing his power. Even if there were some ministers who did not believe in Taoism but Buddhism, there was no doubt in their hearts at this time. Even Zhang Yuanshou and the other aristocratic families all knelt down with trembling bodies. The Tao ancestor is really showing his power. In Pai Lupi's heart, there was a faint suspicion that this might be a trick made by Li Wangyu. However, as the Tao ancestor statue spoke again, all his doubts were dispelled. The ethereal voice came out again. Li Shimin, you are the emperor of the Tang dynasty. You are ordered by heaven. Get up. Pai Lupi was very excited. The Tao ancestor is really talking to me. The Tao ancestor is really showing his power. Although he did not know why the Tao ancestor would show his power, he did not forget the purpose of holding this heavenly grand ritual, so he quickly asked. Emperor Ancestor, may I ask if the plague of locusts today is because of Shimon's immorality? Is the plague of locusts sent by heaven as punishment? What is morality? Taoism is the nature of all things in heaven and earth. It is omnipotent and omnipotent. It gives birth to heaven and earth, operates the sun and the moon, and grows all things, but it never shows off or relies on itself. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. How can heaven send a plague of locusts to punish people because of what you, the emperor, have done? Hearing this, Pai Lupi could not help straightening his back and looking back at the ministers kneeling behind him. With the Tao ancestor showing his power and endorsing him, he would like to see which bastard would dare to say that the locusts were the wrath of heaven and that it was caused by his immorality. Emperor Ancestor, may I ask if the plague of locusts in the world can be destroyed? Yes. The plague of locusts is the enemy of heaven and earth. Destroying it will bring great merit. Hearing this, Pai Lupi's eyes almost narrowed. Since the Tao ancestor said so, there was no more obstacle to destroying the locusts. He only felt refreshed and proud. Li Shimin, you must remember to take the people of the world as your responsibility. The sage is to govern the country, correct the law, and correct the punishment. He will save the chaos of the world and get rid of the calamity of the world. He will make the strong not bully the weak, and the masses not oppress the few. The elderly will be satisfied, the young will be raised, the borders will not be invaded, the ministers will go on blind dates, the father and son will protect each other, and there will be no danger of death. This is also the greatest merit. Yes, Shimon will remember the emperor ancestor's decree. Haha, that's good. I'm leaving. The Tao ancestor's ethereal voice came out. After the last sentence, another burst of heavenly music came out, and then there was no more sound. On the altar, under the sunlight, the Tao ancestor's gilded bronze statue seemed to be plated with a layer of golden light, emitting a dazzling light. Farewell, Emperor Ancestor. Under the leadership of Pai Lupi, everyone once again kowtowed 3 times and 9 times, kowtowing to the Tao ancestor statue on the altar. Yuan Tiangang also came back to his senses at this time, and quickly led a group of Taoists to recite the Tao Te Ching. Although Zhang Yuanshou and others followed the crowd to kowtow 3 times and 9 times to the Tao ancestor at this time, all of their faces were gray, and their hearts were like being cut by a knife. The Tao ancestor actually showed his divinity, and personally dispelled the locust's plague as the wrath of heaven. It was heaven's punishment for Pai Lupi for not cultivating personal morality. It could be said that Pai Lupi was almost erected by the Tao ancestor to protect his body. In the future, no one in the world would dare to use the change of the Xuanwu Gate to attack Pai Lupi. At this time, Zhang Yuanshou and other aristocratic families had begun to wonder if the world really had nothing to do with them, the 1,000-year-old families. When everyone was kowtowing to the Tao ancestor, no one noticed that Li Wangyu, who had disappeared before, crept out from a secluded place in the main hall. Chapter 230. There was no doubt that the Tao ancestor show was just a trick made by Li Wangyu. That day when she traveled through the Tang dynasty with her beautiful boss, her mobile phone was in Li Wangyu's carry-on bag that was dropped in the bathtub. And in the small mezzanine bag of her bag, there was a mini Bluetooth speaker that Su Chongqing used to listen to music. That day when she and Li Wangyu checked the items in the bag, they almost ignored it. But even if Su Chongqing found the Bluetooth speaker in the bag later, she didn't care too much. After all, there was no electricity in the Tang dynasty. Her mobile phone was turned off for a long time and couldn't be used, let alone this Bluetooth speaker. However, when Li Wangyu was thinking about how to make the Taoist ancestor show his divinity in the heavenly grand ritual, he suddenly thought of Su Chongqing's mobile phone and Bluetooth speaker. These 2 electronic products, which were commonly seen in the later generations, were excellent props in the Tang Empire for pretending to be mysterious. So he asked the abbot of Xuandu Temple for a hollow statue of the Tao ancestor. Together with Su Chongqing, he fixed the mini Bluetooth speaker in the statue. The sound of the mini Bluetooth speaker was not low. Plus, the speaker was fixed in the hollow copper statue, so it played the role of a sound amplifier. This was the same principle as when Li Wangyu listened to songs with his mobile phone in the future. Sometimes he thought the volume of the mobile phone was too low, so he put the mobile phone in a glass cup to play the effect of a loudspeaker. After Li Wangyu's experiment, the wireless connection distance of the Bluetooth speaker was about 10 meters, which gave him enough room to operate. When the heavenly grand ritual was going on, Li Wangyu slipped to a secluded place in the Taiji Palace and connected the Bluetooth speaker with the beautiful boss's mobile phone while everyone's attention was attracted by Yuan Tiangang, who was performing dipper steps and reciting spells on the altar. Yuan Tiangang and others heard the beep, the Bluetooth speaker is connected. There was no doubt that it was the sound after the mobile phone was connected to the Bluetooth speaker. To Pai Lupi and the others, the music that sounded like heavenly music was actually the music that their beautiful boss had downloaded on her phone. If a friend from the future transmigrated to this Taiji Palace, they would definitely realize that this was the theme song of the movie, Big Fish Begonia. As for the Tao ancestor showing his divinity and talking to Pai Lupi, it was even simpler. Li Wangyu used the voice-changing software in his phone to make his voice ethereal, just like the voice of a celestial character in a TV series. To put it bluntly, the so-called Taoist ancestor show of divinity was nothing more than Li Wangyu playing a wonderful magic show in front of the emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty by using the high-tech electronic products of later generations. This was not worth mentioning in the future, and it could not even fool elementary school students. However, 1,300 years ago, it was a real miracle, an undeniable Tao ancestor showing his divinity. With Su Chongqing's mobile phone and mini Bluetooth speaker, Li Wangyu showed off fiercely in the Tang dynasty, and his level was quite high. He pretended to show his divinity, and even Pai Lupi, the emperor, knelt down. It was very exciting. However, it was obvious that Li Wangyu could only rot in his stomach for such an exciting thing. Even if Pai Lupi interrogated him later, he could only insist that it was the Tao ancestor showing his divinity, and that he did not do anything behind the scenes. Otherwise, Pai Lupi would have skinned him alive. What made him even more regretful was that Su Chongqing's mobile phone was completely out of power after such a toss. The beautiful boss's mobile phone did not have much battery left. Even if it had been turned off for more than a month, the battery in the mobile phone was still running out. Plus the battery of the mobile phone that he and Su Chongqing consumed when they were at home and did experiments, there was only about 20% battery left in the mobile phone. After he fooled the emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty, the battery of the mobile phone finally ran out and was turned off, which made Li Wangyu very sad. After putting away the phone that had no battery, Li Wangyu slipped back to the group of ministers in the shock brought by the Tao ancestor showing his divinity, and also made a surprised expression. Outside the Taiji Palace, Yuan Tiangang became more and more excited. He worked harder on a series of ceremonies, such as summoning, following the stars, submitting the report, dropping the banner, and sending the sage. Due to the unexpected Tao ancestor showing his divinity, the heavenly grand ritual, which was originally a simplified version, would be extended to 49 days in the Taiji Palace under the decree of Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi did not waste any more time. He turned around and walked into the main hall of the Taiji Palace. He returned to the throne, and the court meeting continued. After the civil officials and military generals took their seats again, the atmosphere in the main hall was completely different. The envoy of Luo Zhou, who had previously proposed to let Pai Lupi write an edict of self-condemnation to save the people, was now kneeling in his position, trembling like a sieve. Before Pai Lupi could speak, Feng Xianling came out again and asked Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, the envoy of Luo Zhou misled the public and slandered the sage. I ask you to remove the envoy of Luo Zhou from his official position and arrest him to serve as a warning to others." "Yes. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare my life." The envoy of Luo Zhou finally screamed and turned his eyes to Zhang Yuanshou for help. In this regard, Zhang Yuanshou could only turn his head and pretend that he did not see the envoy's eyes for help. Now, who would attack Pai Lupi with the excuse that the plague of locusts was the punishment of heaven? Wasn't that seeking death? At this time, Zhang Yuanshou could not even protect himself, so how could he care about the envoy? As Pai Lupi's voice fell, the imperial guards immediately stepped forward and dragged the envoy of Luo Zhou, who had already collapsed on the ground, out of the main hall. Pai Lupi looked at the envoy of Luo Zhou being dragged away and felt even more delighted. This group of bastards from aristocratic families had previously used the plague of locusts as an excuse to make trouble for him. This had already made Pai Lupi very sullen. If it were not for the great influence of the aristocratic families, Pai Lupi would have already killed them to vent his anger. Today, Dao Zhu actually showed his divinity in front of the civil and military officials. This had completely relieved Pai Lupi of his worries. In the imperial court, there were no more restrictions. Pai Lupi could not help but smile. "Minister Zheng, do you have anything else to say?" The black-bellied Pai Lupi could now be said to be elated, sweeping away the bad luck of being forced to abdicate by hundreds of aristocratic family officials. He looked at Zhang Yuanshou and was prepared to ridicule the head of the Zheng family of Xingyang. However, Zhang Yuanshou no longer had the intention to arm wrestle with Pai Lupi. Today's imperial court had completely exceeded their expectations. It could be said that they had suffered a crushing defeat. In the face of Pai Lupi's aggressive questioning, Zhang Yuanshou obediently knelt down and said, "Your Majesty is wise. I have misunderstood Your Majesty's painstaking efforts. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me." Humph. Li Er let out a cold snort from his nostrils. Zhang Yuanshou's lowering of his head and admitting defeat was within his expectations. Pai Lupi then looked at the heads of the other aristocratic families. Before Pai Lupi could speak again, the heads of the Chui clan of Qinghe, the Chui clan of Bowling, and the Lu clan of Fanyang all knelt down and said, "Your Majesty is wise." Pai Lupi, who had obtained great satisfaction, raised his head and laughed heartily. Noda's Taiji Palace was filled with Pai Lupi's proud laughter. Pai Lupi's sharp gaze swept across the imperial court. Those aristocratic family officials all lowered their heads and avoided the emperor's gaze. When his gaze fell on Li Wangyu, the smile on Pai Lupi's face froze for a moment. Chapter 231. Looking at Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel suspicious. What was going on with the Tao ancestor showing his divinity just now? Was it Li Wangyu's trick? After all, Li Wangyu had promised him that the Tao ancestor would show his divinity in the heavenly grand ritual. Pai Lupi had naturally heard of the little tricks of Taoism. Originally, he thought that Li Wangyu was just colluding with Yuan Tiangang to make some tricks to confuse the officials. But in Pai Lupi's view, the scene just now was the real Tao ancestor showing his divinity. There was no doubt about that. This set off waves in Pai Lupi's heart. Did Li Wangyu have such an immortal method? Could he really ask the Tao ancestor to show his divinity? Facing Pai Lupi's suspicious eyes, Li Wangyu also smiled bitterly in his heart. He had already expected that Pai Lupi would inevitably make various conjectures and want to know the truth of the matter. However, he couldn't tell the truth about this matter. Li Wangyu could only force himself to be calm and show a bright smile to Pai Lupi, who was staring at him. Fortunately, in the main hall, in the presence of civil and military officials, Pai Lupi couldn't catch Li Wangyu and interrogate him even if he was anxious. He could only withdraw his gaze from Li Wangyu. He coughed softly and said, "Come on, give me a banquet." Give a banquet? Pai Lupi's words made all the officials stunned. Why would the court give everyone a banquet for no reason? Was it to congratulate the Tao ancestor showing his divinity just now? The officials were confused. Only Li Wangyu couldn't help but show a sneaky smile. With Pai Lupi's order, the palace maids who had been prepared for a long time came in from outside the hall. Each of them held a food box in their hands and began to distribute food to the officials in the hall. It was very simple, just a plate and a pair of chopsticks. However, the food on the plate turned the originally solemn hall into a wet market once again. The officials discussed animatedly, and it was very lively. What is this? They look like locusts. How can this be eaten? Your Majesty, how can this worm be eaten? In the Taiji Palace of Noda, only Li Wangyu, Fang Xianling, Chang Yaojin, and the others were smiling as they looked at the food in front of them. Pai Lupi ordered people to deliver plates of fried locusts to the officials in the name of a banquet. In front of Pai Lupi's throne, there was also a plate of fried locusts. Pai Lupi opened his mouth under the gaze of all the officials in the hall. The people live by the grain and you eat it. I would rather eat you to save the people. After saying that, Pai Lupi stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a locust that was fried until it was yellow and fragrant. He opened his mouth and was about to eat it. Your Majesty, you can't eat it. Your Majesty, you can't eat it. How can you eat locusts? Your Majesty, if you eat locusts, you might get sick. You can't eat it. Pai Lupi ignored the official's dissuasion and directly put the locusts into his mouth and started chewing. Seeing that Li Er had actually eaten the locusts, the officials in the hall once again let out a cry of surprise. Li Wangyu was speechless. Why did they make such a fuss when Pai Lupi ate fried locusts? In history, Pai Lupi ate locusts raw. That was disgusting. Pai Lupi swallowed the locusts in his mouth and looked at the officials again. Everyone, why don't you eat? These words made the officials in the hall look at each other. Did they really have to eat such disgusting locusts? Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Cheng Yaojin, and the others naturally reached out their chopsticks without hesitation and put the fried locusts into their mouths under the horrified gazes of their colleagues. Seeing this, the courageous officials in the hall could only pluck up their courage and reach out to pick up the locusts in front of them. They closed their eyes and put the locusts into their mouths. Suppressing the disgust in their hearts, they chewed hard. However, what surprised everyone was that the fried locusts were extraordinarily delicious. After the courageous officials opened their eyes, they looked at the plate of fried locusts in front of them in disbelief and reached out their chopsticks again. Under the pressure of Li Er and the lead of these bold officials, the main hall of Taiji Palace was soon filled with the sound of people chewing on fried locusts. Everyone? How's the taste? Pai Lupi asked with a smile. At this time, many of the officials had already fallen in love with the fried locusts and were eating happily. Your Majesty, the locusts are delicious after being fried. They taste like prawns and are crispy and delicious. Haha, so although the locusts are a natural disaster, they can also be eaten to alleviate hunger and save thousands of people. Your Majesty is wise. Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and gestured to the provincial guards. The provincial guards immediately stepped forward and walked to the front left of Pai Lupi and said loudly, "Control is in order." In the hall, the officials held their breaths and all bowed down. In today's imperial court, demons cannot win against virtue. In ancient times, locusts avoided the border. If they can avoid virtue, how can they not be virtuous? Today, you sit and watch the seedlings being eaten. How can you bear to not save them? How can you be at ease because of hunger? Instruct the censorate to immediately exterminate the locusts. Those who resist will be beheaded. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Originally, there were many officials who objected to exterminating the locusts. They said that a natural disaster was not something that could be resisted by humans. There were even local officials who refused to exterminate the locusts. They said that exterminating the locusts would bring more harm. In addition, the aristocratic families used this as an opportunity to add fuel to the fire. They wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Pai Lupi's prestige. As a result, exterminating the locusts could not be carried out. Now that the Taoist ancestor had shown his divinity, he announced that exterminating the locusts was a great merit. In this way, exterminating the locusts was logical and there were no more obstacles. In the Tang dynasty, in the 3rd month of Zhanguan, the entire country exterminated the locusts. It was a few months earlier than the original time of exterminating the locusts in history. The imperial court's strength and determination to carry it out was also greater. A disaster of exterminating the locusts disappeared without a trace. After the imperial court meeting, the news of the Taoist ancestor showing his divinity at the Taiji Palace quickly spread in Chang'an City. Because at that time, there were no less than 1,000 people in the Taiji Palace who had witnessed this miracle with their own eyes. Everyone had to believe it. Many officials even recorded the conversation between Pai Lupi and the sage, as well as the matter of Pai Lupi and the officials eating fried locusts in the main hall of the Taiji Palace. They printed it into books and spread it widely. In the Tang dynasty, which had a strong atmosphere of religious belief, this matter immediately spread to the entire Tang dynasty with Chang'an City as the center. For a time, the Taoist temples that were originally prosperous in the Tang dynasty became even more prosperous. The people of the Tang dynasty went to the Taoist temples in groups to burn incense and kowtow to the Taoist ancestor, asking for the Taoist ancestor's blessing. Under the strong push of Pai Lupi, the Tang dynasty began to exterminate the locusts. Exterminating the locusts was not complicated. At night, a fire would be lit, and the locusts would fly to the fire and be burned to death. Then, a pit would be dug to bury the locusts. In addition, with the help of manpower and other methods, exterminating the locusts was not too difficult. The landlords and villagers who were originally worshipping the locust god immediately changed their minds when they heard from the officials and scholars that the Taoist ancestor had shown his divinity at the Taiji Palace in Chang'an City, and personally passed down a verbal order saying that the locust plague was the enemy of heaven and earth. Exterminating the locusts would be a great merit. In this year, the locusts were not a disaster. However, Li Wangyu was not happy at this time. He was racking his brains, thinking of how to fool Pai Lupi. Chapter 232. In the Yin and Yang Hall of Tai Chi Palace, Li Wangyu was restless. From time to time, he would raise his eyes to look at Pai Lupi, who was sitting at the side and reviewing memorials. As soon as the court meeting ended, Li Wangyu wanted to blend into the hundreds of officials and slip away. However, before he reached the entrance of Tai Chi Palace, he was stopped by the palace eunuchs, who were summoned by Pai Lupi. He knew very well why Pai Lupi summoned him. This was also the reason why he wanted to slip away. Feeling uneasy, he followed the eunuchs into the Yin and Yang Hall. However, he saw Pai Lupi sitting behind a few tables and reviewing memorials, completely ignoring him. Li Wangyu complained in his heart, "Isn't this King psychological warfare?" He had seen a lot of movies and TV shows in his previous life. The police often did this during trials. They put psychological pressure on the suspect to make the suspect reveal flaws. Pai Lupi used this method to interrogate him. He had underestimated Li Wangyu's psychological endurance. Back then, he was able to change his mathematics score from 9 to 99 to lie to his parents without batting an eyelid. Although he had been severely beaten after being seen through, it was not because he had revealed flaws. It was because the bastard neighbor's child next door, his classmate, had exposed him. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu was nervous, he did not show any flaws on the surface. He was calm and composed, quietly watching Pai Lupi show off. In the Yin and Yang Hall, it was quiet for a moment. Neither of them made a sound. Even the eunuchs who were waiting on the side lowered their breathing. After a full 30 minutes, Pai Lupi put down the pen in his hand and rubbed his slightly sore wrist. He raised his head and looked at Li Wangyu with a faint smile. He waved his hand and motioned for all the servants in the hall to leave. Then he stared at Li Wangyu and said, "Zio, tell me, Why did the emperor ancestor suddenly appear during the heavenly grand ritual today? Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was not flustered at all. Just now, Pai Lupi had purposely left him to the side, and his mind had wandered off. In the end, he came up with a reasonable excuse. Uncle, actually, as early as 3 days ago, the Taoist ancestor told me in my dream that he would show his divinity in today's heavenly grand ritual and open the eyes of His Majesty. Pai Lupi was stunned. What? The imperial ancestor gave you a dream? Li Wangyu nodded seriously and said, That's right. That's why I'm so sure that the Tao ancestor will show his power during the heavenly grand ritual. His words made Pai Lupi a little confused. Was that really the case? Seeing that Pai Lupi didn't speak for a long time, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Although the excuse of giving him a dream was very bad, it was very effective. Even if Pai Lupi was suspicious, could he find Laozi and confront him? Who could say that Laozi didn't give him a dream? Anyway, Li Wangyu insisted that the Tao ancestor gave him a dream as an excuse. Even if Pai Lupi had doubts in his heart, there was nothing he could do. In the end, Pai Lupi could only accept Li Wangyu's explanation and reluctantly believe that the Tao ancestor gave Li Wangyu a dream. Although there were many doubts, such as why the Tao ancestor gave Li Wangyu a dream and why Li Wangyu believed the words of the Tao ancestor in the dream, these were not important. At least Pai Lupi was sure that Li Wangyu was not malicious, and what he did was in line with the interests of Pai Lupi. Naturally, Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue to delve into this matter. After the lunar pilgrimage in the Taiji Palace ended, the gilded copper statue of the Tao ancestor was directly enshrined in the Taiji Palace by Pai Lupi. He burned incense and prayed day and night. After the heavenly grand ritual, Pai Lupi gave rewards to the 58 Taoist temples in Chang'an, including the abbot of Xuandu Temple. Yuan Tiangang was left in Chang'an by Pai Lupi 4 years earlier and became the think tank of Emperor Taizong of Tang. As for Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi did not give him any more rewards. The main reason was that he was too young and had just been granted the title of county founding man. It would be too excessive to give him another title. In this regard, Li Wangyu complained in his heart. The stingy Pai Lupi did not give him a title, but he could give him some gold. Li Wangyu did not mind having more money in his family. Now his Li family was just out of poverty. Not to mention those aristocratic families. Even ordinary businessmen were much richer than him. Even if Li Wangyu was granted a title, he had no interest in entering the imperial court. Now he was only interested in making money. After the threat of the locust plague was eliminated, Li Wangyu began to think about his plan to make money. The winemaking workshop was a must. This would be an important industry for his Li family in the future. Glass was also a very profitable industry. Unfortunately, Li Wangyu did not know how to make glass. Glass seemed to be made of silicon and sand. But he was a second-tier college student who majored in electronic business. He really did not understand. In fact, it was not only Li Wangyu who did not understand. Su Chongqing, a top student at the University of Pennsylvania, also did not understand. In the future, the division of labor was too detailed. If one did not specialize in that industry, how many people knew how to make glass? It did not matter if they did not know how to make glass. If they could make high alcohol content wine and then purify the alcohol, it seemed like they could make perfume. This was also a very profitable industry. In any era, women's money was the easiest to earn. Soap could also be made. Li Wangyu still had the basic knowledge of chemistry. Li Wangyu had already learned how to make soap from the old people in the village. Li Wangyu had read many transmigration novels. Most of the protagonists did this. He also planned to follow suit. With a 4-wheeled carriage business, winemaking, perfume, and soap industries, his Li family would be rich. After thinking about what to do in the future to get rich, Li Wangyu was in a good mood. On this day, Li Wangyu planned to have Niu Wu go to Chang'an City and ask him to help fatty Cho Kuan find food for him. He planned to buy grain and wine from Cho Kuan. However, he saw the old housekeeper Li Hang come in from the outer courtyard with a smile. Lang Jun, Minister Feng of the Ministry of Works, is here to visit. Li Wangyu was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He could not help but reveal a look of surprise. He remembered that when he was knighted, Pai Lupi personally promised to build him a manor for free. In the Tang dynasty, there were 6 ministries: officials, rights, soldiers, punishments, and works. Each ministry had 4 divisions under it. Under the Ministry of Works, there were 4 divisions: Ministry of Works, Ministry of Land, Ministry of Works, and Ministry of Water. The Ministry of Works Minister, Assistant Minister, and Minister, Assistant Minister were in charge of city labor. They were the assistants of the Minister of Works and the Minister of Works. This Minister Feng from the Ministry of Works was probably here to build a residence for him. Li Wangyu hurriedly told Li Hang to invite Minister Feng to the central room. He would be there soon. After Li Hang went to greet Minister Feng, Li Wangyu turned around and took out a scroll of blueprints from the study. These were the blueprints that he and his beautiful boss had come up with after Pai Lupi agreed to let him design the manor. Li Wangyu unfolded the blueprints and looked at them with satisfaction. Then he rolled up the blueprints and walked to the central room in the outer courtyard. Big house. I'm coming. Chapter 233. In the central room of the Li family, Dr. Feng from the Ministry of Works had been in a daze for a long time. His eyes were absent-minded as he stared at the blueprint on the table in front of him. Li Wangyu was only a white-collar worker in the future. He had managed to get a mortgage and buy a house with great difficulty. However, before he could hand over the house, his soul had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu was very excited to be able to own a mansion that was almost impossible to own in the future. After Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior discussed how to build their new house, he used his sketching skills and went through several drafts. Finally, he drew a sketch that satisfied both of them. However, when he took out the sketch of the county magistrate's mansion and showed it to Dr. Feng, this rank 6 official from the Ministry of Works was shocked. "County magistrate, are you sure you want to build your mansion like this?" Dr. Feng finally regained his senses and asked with difficulty. Li Wangyu nodded and said, "Yes. Is there a problem? I don't really understand. This shouldn't be against the rules, right?" Dr. Feng from the Ministry of Works was in his 50s. He had worked in the Ministry of Works for more than 10 years. He could be considered a top-notch construction engineer in the Tang dynasty. However, when he saw Li Wangyu's sketch of the building, he was also dumbfounded. This was because he didn't know whether this building was against the rules or not. The Tang dynasty had strict regulations regarding the mansions of officials and nobles. The width of the main hall of a county magistrate's mansion could not exceed 5 rooms. The depth of the main hall could not exceed 9 shelves. The width of the main hall was the space, and the depth of the main hall was the shelf. The space between 2 adjacent purlins was a shelf. The width of 5 rooms referred to the 6 pillars in the main hall. There would be 5 spaces in the middle, and the width of the main hall could not exceed 5 rooms. The depth of the main hall could not exceed 9 shelves. However, these data and requirements were based on the traditional architectural and garden design requirements of China. However, the sketch Li Wangyu showed him was an architectural style that Dr. Feng had never seen before. Of course, in this era, other than Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, no one else could draw such an architectural blueprint. Li Wangyu's sketch of the mansion was actually a large and luxurious manor, not a traditional Chinese building. To the Li Wangyu of the future, the manor was just a dream. He reckoned that even if he worked hard for the rest of his life, got promoted, got a raise, married a rich and beautiful woman, and reached the pinnacle of life, he might not have the chance to own a luxurious manor that could only be seen on TV. But now, his soul had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, and he had been granted a title of nobility for no apparent reason. Pai Lupi had even generously offered to give him a county mansion, so he immediately thought of his dream of a manor. His beautiful superior naturally wouldn't reject his idea. Even if Su Chongqing's family conditions were good, owning a manor was still out of his reach. Therefore, the two of them hit it off and joined hands to design an architectural blueprint that would create a new world in the Tang dynasty. Dr. Feng had never seen an architectural blueprint like this before, so he couldn't help but lose his composure. In Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing's design, Noda's manor was based on the designs of many of the world's top manors. In this aspect, his beautiful superior, who was a sea turtle, had the right to speak. When she was studying in America, she often traveled to Europe and America during winter and summer vacations, so she had a deep impression of those top manors. For example, the garden in front of the manor's main building was a miniature version of the Palace of Versailles. All kinds of roads, trees, ponds, pavilions, and flower beds formed a symmetrical geometric pattern that was very magnificent. Li Wangyu even designed a Noda lake in the manor, which made Dr. Feng click his tongue. The manor didn't only have Western garden designs, but Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing also incorporated Eastern garden designs. Jiangnan's Yu Garden and Humble Administrator's Garden were representative garden designs, and all kinds of pavilions and waterside pavilions were also copied by Li Wangyu. The main building of Noda's manor was a small 3-story castle. In order to design the castle, Li Wangyu didn't forget to find Aphrodite and discuss it with her for a long time. Aphrodite was the most excited person in the family when Li Wangyu wanted to build a small castle. She never thought that she would see a castle in the style of her hometown in the Tang dynasty, thousands of miles away. Aphrodite looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of love. She misunderstood that Li Wangyu had built the castle especially for her. How could a man who could build a castle for his woman not make Aphrodite's heart beat faster? If not for her beautiful superior staring at her from the side, Aphrodite would probably have jumped into Li Wangyu's arms and offered herself to him. Dr. Feng swallowed with difficulty and asked, "Hu Xiannan, how can this manor be built like this?" "Why not?" Li Wangyu asked in confusion. "It's against the rules." Dr. Feng began to explain to Li Wangyu what the composition of feng shui was, what the front hall and back bedroom were, what the 3 entrances home were, what the hierarchy was, and what the differences between men and women were. In short, the architecture of the Tang dynasty wasn't as messy as Li Wangyu's sketches. What kind of manor would lead to Noda's garden? And the shape of the garden was so strange. As for the master and the servants living in the castle, it was even less in line with the residential culture of the Tang dynasty. Dr. Feng could only shake his head at Li Wangyu's strange idea. It was really too messy. Li Wangyu didn't care so much. No matter what Dr. Feng said, he insisted that his manor should be built like this. Hee, Dr. Feng, if this manor doesn't violate the rules, I still want to build it like this." In response, Dr. Feng could only shake his head. Forget it, this was the manor of the Huxian man. Before he came, he had already received instructions from Pai Lupi from the palace that the Huxian man's manor didn't need to be too concerned about whether it violated the rules or not. If necessary, it could be built according to the standards of a duke's manor. This could be considered the Pai Lupi's hidden compensation to Li Wangyu. In any case, Li Wangyu's manor was far away in Dingzhou village, not Chang'an city. Even if it violated the rules, it wouldn't be conspicuous. Dr. Feng was prepared to leave this hot potato to his superior to worry about. He didn't plan to express his opinion. As long as Pai Lupi and the Minister of Works agreed to build according to Li Wangyu's sketches, then everything would be fine. Dr. Feng of the Ministry of Works took Li Wangyu's sketch of the mansion and left, returning to Chang'an. Even the Minister of Works was dumbfounded when he saw the sketches for the Huxian man's manor. In the end, he simply pushed it to Pai Lupi and asked Pai Lupi to decide on his own. When Pai Lupi saw Li Wangyu's sketches for the manor, he was also thunderstruck. However, he was quite open-minded. If Li Wangyu wanted to build it this way, then so be it. 100 years later, the world-famous Li clan's manor in Huxian was ready to break ground with Pai Lupi's approval. When Li Wangyu heard that Pai Lupi had actually agreed to build a manor for himself, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. However, his good mood didn't last for long. Following the arrival of the brats, Li Wangyu once again had the urge to go berserk. As expected, no matter which dynasty the brats were from, they weren't good people. Especially when one of these 2 brats was called Li Chengqian and the other Li Tai, it was even more so. Chapter 234. After Crown Prince Li Chengqian and Li Tai had acknowledged Li Wangyu as their master, Pai Lupi did not rush to have the eunuchs send them to Dingzhou village to study with Li Wangyu because Li Wangyu was busy preparing the heavenly grand ritual. Now that the matter had been settled, Pai Lupi finally remembered to have his 3 sons and daughters go to Dingzhou village to study with Li Wangyu and learn about the hardships of the common people. Although Li Chengqian and Li Tai had been forced to kneel and pay their respects to Li Wangyu and acknowledge him as their master, how could the 2 of them be willing to truly regard Li Wangyu as their master? What qualifications did an insignificant founding county official, only 16 years old, have to become the crown prince's master? They did not know what kind of bewitching potion Li Chongshou had fed their imperial father, forcing the 2 of them to acknowledge him as their master. Of the 3, only the youngest, Changle, did not reject this matter. However, it was clear that she could not influence her 2 elder brothers. On the road from Taiji Palace to Dingzhou village, Li Chengqian and Li Tai were huddled together, discussing something in hushed tones. Princess Changle wanted to stop her 2 elder brothers, but at this moment, how could Li Chengqian and Li Tai listen to the little lowly's words? They directly cast her to the side. Li Lizzie angrily glared at Li Chengqian and Li Tai. But she was helpless. The little lowly's lips were so pouty that one could hang an oil bottle from them. When Pai Lupi escorted Li Chengqian and the others to Dingzhou village, he naturally did not bring out the full crown prince's ceremonial entourage. Only a few palace guards accompanied him, as well as a few eunuchs from the eastern palace. Li Wangyu had naturally received advance notice from Pai Lupi, but he did not take it too seriously. Regardless of whether it was Li Wangyu or Su Chongqing, their reverence for imperial authority was limited. There was no need to count on the two of them to have any reverence for three brats. Therefore, Li Wangyu did not instruct the old steward, Li Heng, to clean the streets and use yellow soil to pave the way. He also did not open the main door to welcome the arrival of the crown prince and the others. When Li Chengqian's car stopped in front of the Li family in Dingzhou village, not a single person from the Li family came out to greet them. Before Li Chengqian and the others could say anything, the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace flew into a rage. These eunuchs of the Eastern Palace felt that they were the people around the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, so they were very proud. Even though he knew that Li Wangyu was the crown prince and the others' teacher, he didn't take it seriously. Li Chengqian naturally had a teacher to teach him in the Eastern Palace. However, Li Chengqian's teachers were also very respectful to the crown prince due to their fear of imperial power. They didn't have the dignity of a teacher at all. This gave the eunuchs by Li Chengqian's side the misconception that the so-called emperor's teacher was nothing more than this. Now that the crown prince had condescended to visit the Li family in Dingzhou village, not a single person came out to welcome him. Therefore, without waiting for Li Chengqian's orders, they ran up to the door and smashed it down. "Open the door. Is everyone dead? Tian Shilang, you have no manners at all. Who do you think you are? Hurry up and open the door." The door of the Li family's old residence was not very sturdy to begin with, so it was almost torn down by the eunuchs. The door was on the verge of collapse. Li Heng, who had no idea what was going on, was shocked when he heard the door being smashed. He hurriedly opened the door to check. "Who are you? Why are you smashing the door? This is the residence of the county magistrate of Wuxia. Don't be impudent." Li Heng was so angry that his beard was sticking up. He pointed at the plaque on the door and roared at the eunuchs who were smashing the door. The plaque on the door of the Li family had already been replaced with the words, "County Magistrate of Wuxia." This was the old man's pride. How could he tolerate others looking down on him? However, Li Heng's words only caused the eunuchs to sneer. T County Magistrate of Wuxia. Does a mere county magistrate who founded the country think he's something? Hurry up and tell the county magistrate of Wuxia to come out. We've seen plenty of princes and dukes in Chang'an. How dare a mere county magistrate who founded the country bring it up? It really is Tian Shilang. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. That bastard Li Wangyu actually dares to not come out to welcome him. Is he trying to rebel? Do you believe that we'll tear down your T County Magistrate of Wuxia for neglecting His Highness the Crown Prince like this? The old steward, Li Heng, was shocked when he heard their words. His Highness the Crown Prince had come to the Li family? He didn't know what was going on, so he hurriedly sent a servant girl to inform his Lang Jun. The eunuchs wanted to push Li Heng aside and rush into the residence. However, Li Heng wasn't willing to let them pass. He didn't care about his old age and reached out to stop them. "Old man, get out of my way. Be careful that we don't beat you to death, Tian Shilang." "Why bother with him? Rush in and find Li Wangyu to talk to him." Li Wangyu was in the back courtyard, but he had already heard the commotion from the outer courtyard. He couldn't help but frown. He was afraid that his old steward Li Heng would be at a disadvantage, so he hurriedly rushed out of the back courtyard. "Stop!" Li Wangyu had just arrived in the front courtyard when he saw Li Chengqian's eunuchs pushing Li Heng. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Li Chengqian, Li Tai, come out!" Li Chengqian and Li Tai, who had been hiding behind the Imperial Guard to watch the commotion, could only walk out from behind the Imperial Guard when they saw Li Wangyu come out. They casually cupped their hands towards Li Wangyu as a form of greeting. Although the eunuchs' actions weren't ordered by Li Chengqian or Li Tai, they had tacitly approved of it. They wanted to give Li Wangyu, this junior division commander, a show of strength. "Li Chengqian, Li Tai, is this the gift for becoming a disciple?" Li Wangyu asked coldly. Before Li Chengqian and Li Tai could say anything, the eunuchs, eager to protect their masters and show off, jumped out again. Shut up. Do you think you have the right to call out the names of His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you? How unruly. Don't you know the difference between superior and inferior? Why aren't you bowing when you see His Highness the Crown Prince? How dare you? How dare you act so impudently in front of His Highness the Crown Prince? Li Wangyu ignored the clamoring of the Eastern Palace eunuchs. He only looked coldly at Li Chengqian and Li Tai, waiting for them to give him an explanation. Heh, big brother Wangyu, these servants don't know any better. Don't mind them, I'll teach them a lesson later. Li Chengqian smiled unconcernedly and played dumb. Although he was only 9 years old, he was used to being flattered by others. Why would he care about the actions of the eunuchs beside him? Call me division commander. Li Wangyu stared at him and said. Li Chengqian's mouth twitched, but he could only reply, yes, division commander. Li Wangyu asked, let me ask you, are these eunuchs from your Eastern Palace? Li Chengqian was still smiling mischievously as he replied, yes, they're just a few ignorant servants. I'll be sure to strictly control them later. Although the little fatty Li Tai didn't say anything on the side, he had a mocking smile on his face. He wanted to see how Li Wangyu would get off the stage. Li Wangyu nodded and suddenly took out an item from his sleeve. He shouted at Li Chengqian and Li Tai, you two, give me your hands. The item in his hand was the golden ferrule that Pai Lupi had bestowed upon him that day. The two brats, Li Chengqian and Li Tai, couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw Li Wangyu take out the ferrule. The mocking smile on their faces had long since disappeared and was replaced by an expression of disbelief. Could it be that this Li Wangyu really dared to punish the two of them? Was he crazy? Chapter 235. In Li Chengqian and Li Tai's minds, although their father had given Li Wangyu the golden ruler, it was only a gift for him to become a disciple. Could it be that this little Wuxian man really dared to punish the two of them? Even in the palace, although Empress Zhong's son was strict with her children, no one dared to actually punish the two of them. Unlike Chang'e, Li Chengqian was the crown prince and Li Tai was the king of Yu. Their statuses were different. The palace maids dared to use the ruler to punish Chang'e and Pai Lupi's other children, but no one dared to touch the two of them. As for Li Chengqian and Li Tai's original teachers, they were also afraid of the imperial power and abided by the rules of a ruler. Why would they use the ruler to punish them? It could be said that from birth until now, no one dared to touch a single hair on Li Chengqian and Li Tai's heads. When they saw their father give Li Wangyu the golden ruler, the two brats were still a bit afraid. However, the eunuchs beside them comforted them, saying that Wuxian man, Li Wangyu, definitely did not have the guts to punish them. The two brats thought about it and felt that it was true. They were the most beloved sons of the Tang dynasty's crown prince and Pai Lupi. How could Li Wangyu, a mere founding county man, dare to touch them? It was because of this thought that they tacitly allowed the Eastern Palace eunuchs to provoke Li Wangyu. They wanted to give Li Wangyu a show of strength. Who would have thought that Li Wangyu would not play by the rules? He directly took out the golden ruler and prepared to punish them. This made Li Chengqian and Li Tai dumbfounded. On the other hand, the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace were all furious when they saw Li Wangyu take out the ruler. The eunuchs stood in front of Li Chengqian to protect him. Wuxian man, what are you doing? This is His Highness the Crown Prince. Unscrupulous. Simply unscrupulous. You, a mere founding county man, actually want to punish His Highness the Crown Prince. Do you still have any respect for saints? Wuxian man, do you want to offend your superiors? Protect the Crown Prince. Don't let this madman hurt the Crown Prince and His Highness. Guards! Guards! Protect the Crown Prince. The Eastern Palace Chamberlain jumped up and down, trying his best to show that he was loyal to his master. However, the palace guards who had followed him to Dingzhou village were dumbfounded. Should they stop Wuxian Nan, or should they pull away the eunuchs? They couldn't be blamed for their hesitation. Before they set off, the imperial guards had already received a warning from Pai Lupi. After going to Dingzhou village, they were only responsible for the safety of the three princes and princesses. They were not allowed to interfere with anything else and allowed Wuxian Xianji to make the decision. But now, Wuxian man wanted to beat the crown prince and the king of Yu. Should they protect the crown prince and the others, or should they let Wuxian man make the decision? The imperial guards in the palace all looked at the imperial guard leader doubtfully, waiting for his decision. The leader of the guards gritted his teeth and silently shook his head at his subordinates, indicating that he would not interfere in this matter. Li Wangyu paid no attention to the clamoring of the Eastern Palace chamberlains, only coldly staring at Li Chengqian and Li Tai. What? You two have the courage to indulge your servants, but don't have the courage to bear the consequences? To the side, Princess Changel hurriedly ran forward. After curtsying to Li Wangyu, she acted coquettishly and cutely towards Li Wangyu. Brother Wangyu, please forgive Brother Crown Prince and Brother Qing Ke. They won't be like this in the future, okay? Li Wangyu's originally frosty expression was immediately melted by the little lowly's pleading. That damned Pai Lupi! How did he give birth to such an adorable little lowly? Smiling, he dotingly stroked Princess Changel's small head. Okay. Since Changel has pleaded for leniency on their behalf, then the 10 lashes each will be changed to 3 lashes each as punishment for their lack of respect for their elders. Okay. How could Princess Changel, a 7-year-old little lowly, be a match for Li Wangyu? She believed that Li Wangyu had truly pleaded for leniency on behalf of her 2 elder brothers, reducing the punishment of each being struck by the ferule 7 times. On the other hand, Li Chengqian and Li Tai were on the verge of tears. This scoundrel of a junior commander was bullying them again. Both sides were going to beat them, yet he was still trying to swindle a favorable impression from their younger sister. Truly a scoundrel. However, Li Chengqian and Li Tai did not dare to disobey. After all, Li Wangyu was currently holding the golden ferule bestowed by their imperial father. On that day, the two had clearly heard Pai Lupi's words. If Li Wangyu were to use this ferule to punish them, Pai Lupi would definitely not blame them. In a sense, this ferule bestowed by Pai Lupi to Li Wangyu represented the authority of Pai Lupi. How could the 2 brats have imagined that Li Wangyu would be so forceful? They had only tacitly allowed the eunuchs to do as they pleased, yet the punishment was now in their hands. At this moment, the 2 were in a dilemma. They could only use silence to resist Li Wangyu. As for the eunuchs, they were unwilling to let the matter go. They stood in front of Li Chengqian and Li Tai, cursing incessantly. Out of the way! Li Wangyu coldly shouted at the group of eunuchs. These eunuchs were currently immersed in resisting the evil demon and protecting the crown prince. How could they possibly listen to Li Wangyu's words? Li Wangyu could not be bothered to pay them any attention. He only raised his eyes to look at the group of imperial guards. Everyone, these eunuchs are all people of the palace. If they continue to cause trouble, then please return. I will explain to the saint that I am unable to instruct the crown prince and his imperial highness, the Prince of Yu. Finished speaking, he took Princess Changel's small hand and returned to his residence without looking back. After he entered, the main doors of the Lai hut behind him slammed shut. Seeing Li Wangyu not give them any face, whether it was the imperial guards, Li Chengqian or Li Tai, they were all dumbfounded. This county man had shut them out of the main doors just like this? He even wanted to drive them back to Chang'an? The eunuchs were still unaware. Seeing Li Wangyu return to his residence, they began to urge Li Chengqian and Li Tai on. Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yu, this county man is truly repulsive. Let us return to the palace. That's right, Your Imperial Highness. Let us return and ask the saint to uphold justice for us. We must punish this arrogant and despotic county man with a crime of great disrespect and have him demoted and stripped of his noble title. This kind of vile character is truly arrogant. Your Imperial Highness, let us return to the Eastern Palace. Her Imperial Highness, the Empress, will definitely uphold justice for you. At this moment, Li Chengqian and Li Tai were not listening to the clamor of the eunuchs. They only smiled bitterly and looked at each other. Although the 2 little fellows were young, they were not as shallow as the eunuchs. If they returned to Chang'an like this, they were certain that they would be severely punished by their imperial father. Their imperial mother would also not protect them. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son valued filial piety the most. Respecting one's teachers was also a part of filial piety in China. If Li Wangyu were to complain to their imperial father, saying that the 2 brothers did not respect their elders, it was likely that the punishment they would receive would be even more severe. Although Li Chengqian was the crown prince, he was still very respectful towards his teacher. The 2 of them were just angry that Li Wangyu was so young and not much older than them, yet he wanted to be their teacher. However, even as the crown prince, Li Chengqian did not dare to return to Chang'an with his tail between his legs. With no other choice, Li Chengqian and Li Tai could only push aside the eunuchs in front of them. They stepped forward and lightly knocked on the main doors of Lai hut. Chapter 236. The old housekeeper Li Hang opened the door once more. Now that he knew that the two children in front of him were the crown prince and King Yu of the Tang dynasty, the old man was quite frightened. However, he still mustered up his courage and asked Li Chengqian and Li Tai according to his Longjuan's instructions. "Your Highness, King Yu, are you willing to accept your punishment?" Li Chengqian and Li Tai looked at each other and nodded helplessly, indicating that they would accept Li Wangyou's punishment. Seeing that the crown prince had agreed, the Eastern Palace eunuchs began to beat their chests and stomp their feet as if their parents had died. They cried bitterly and scolded Li Wangyu for offending the crown prince's actions. When Li Wangyu walked out of the door and saw this scene, he almost laughed out of anger. These eunuchs were all good actors with superb acting skills. Unfortunately, their brains weren't good, and their EQ and IQ were low. He only needed to look at the group of palace guards who did not move at all, and were only quietly watching from the side. He knew that they must have received Li Er's order in advance to act like this. Why didn't the Eastern Palace eunuchs, the crown prince's people, receive Pai Lupi's orders? Li Wangyu was willing to bet his head that these eunuchs were thrown to him by Pai Lupi to make an example out of them. Since Pai Lupi could sense that Crown Prince Li Chengqian was behaving oddly, he naturally thought that it was the Eastern Palace eunuch's fault. This was indeed the case. As the Emperor and Empress of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son spent far less time with Crown Prince Li Chengqian than the Eastern Palace eunuchs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a large part of the responsibility for Li Chengqian's future tragedy lay with the Eastern Palace eunuchs who had accompanied Li Chengqian since he was a child. Anyone who had been flattered and fawned on from a young age would inevitably develop an oddball personality. After Li Wangyu figured out what Pai Lupi was thinking, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. This damned bearded man actually wanted him to be the bad guy and help him teach the Crown Prince's close servant a lesson. However, even though he despised Pai Lupi for using someone else to do his dirty work, he did not object to being the bad guy. Judging from the actions of the Eastern Palace eunuchs, it was already a good thing that Li Chengqian had not gone astray. Since he had agreed to become the teacher of Li Chengqian and the others, he naturally wanted to change everything. In order to correct Li Chengqian's and Li Tai's personalities, other than his guidance as a teacher, Li Chengqian's personal attendants were also very important. A good cultural environment was very important to a child's growth and life. Li Wangyu looked at the silent palace guards and said loudly, "Take these servants away and flog them 30 times each. Then, chase them back to the Taiji Palace and hand them over to the saint." The leader of the guards hesitated, then raised his eyes to look at the Crown Prince. Even though Pai Lupi had told them to listen to Li Wangyu, these Eastern Palace eunuchs were the Crown Prince's people. He was somewhat undecided as to whether or not to listen to this county man's words. Hearing Li Wangyou's words, Li Chengqian couldn't help but clench his small fists. His eyes were filled with anger as he glared at Li Wangyu. "No. They are people of the Eastern Palace." Before Li Chengqian could finish speaking, he saw Li Wangyu flash the golden ruler that the emperor had bestowed upon him, blocking his words. Li Wangyou's expression did not change. He looked at Li Chengqian and said, "They are your personal attendants. Logically speaking, I should not be the one to punish them. However, these people took advantage of the situation to do evil and flatter you. As personal attendants of the Crown Prince, they instigated the Crown Prince to be disrespectful and unreasonable. As your teacher, I naturally have the duty to teach these impudent eunuchs a lesson, so that they will not tarnish the Crown Prince's reputation in the future." He then used his palm to lightly tap the golden ruler twice in a threatening manner. "Chengqian, do you have any objections to your teacher's words?" Even if Li Chengqian had objections, he was scared away by the ruler in his hand. He shook his head repeatedly. "Teacher is right. Chengqian has no objections." "It's good that you have no objections." Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. He then looked at the leader of the guards. "Why aren't you moving? Do you really want me to ask for the saint's decree?" The leader of the guards saw that even the Crown Prince had given in. Naturally, he wouldn't oppose Li Wangyu. He immediately waved his hand at his guards, indicating for them to come forward and hold down the Eastern Palace eunuchs. When they were pressed to the ground by the ferocious guards, the Eastern Palace eunuchs finally dared to feel fear. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please save me. How can I let Tian Shilang humiliate you so wantonly? County man, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. Crown Prince, save me." Hearing these eunuchs, who were usually obedient to him, cry and beg for mercy, Li Chengqian's eyes couldn't help but redden. Although he was the Crown Prince, He was only 9 years old. In the future, he would only be a little brat in the 3rd grade. Many of these Eastern Palace eunuchs were his playmates. After interacting with them day and night, Li Chengqian also had feelings for them. He was like a little brat whose beloved toy had been broken. He looked at Li Wangyu with anger in his eyes. Li Wangyu ignored Li Chengqian's anger. He just stared at the palace guards as they pressed the Eastern Palace eunuchs to the ground and began to beat them with planks. 30 planks, and under the circumstances where the guards didn't hold back, it was enough to beat the Eastern Palace eunuchs until their butts split open. The Eastern Palace eunuchs, who had been incomparably arrogant earlier, now realized that they had kicked an iron plate. However, it was too late for regrets. They were beaten until tears and snot flowed out of their eyes and noses. Some of the weaker ones directly fainted. Not long after, the 30 planks were finished. Li Wangyu pointed at the eunuchs on the ground who didn't even have the strength to cry, and said seriously to Li Chengqian and Li Tai, "Chengqian, Qingke, this is the first lesson I'm giving you. Remember, if you're in a high position and are unfilial, you won't be the only unlucky ones. You'll also harm the people around you and the people of the Tang dynasty." He then said to Li Chengqian and Li Tai, "Now it's your turn. Stretch out your hands." Seeing that Li Wangyu was still going to punish them, Li Chengqian and Li Tai didn't care about the eunuchs anymore. They pouted and stretched out their small hands, feeling wronged. Li Wangyu didn't hold back with the two of them. He raised the golden ruler in his hand and slammed it down a few times. Although he didn't use too much strength, it still hit the two kids until tears immediately welled up in their eyes. It was only by doing their best not to cry out loud. After teaching Li Chengqian and Li Tai a lesson, Li Wangyu led the two of them into the residence. "Let's go. I've prepared some new toys for you." Although Li Wangyu didn't have a family and children in the future, nor did he become a teacher, even if he hadn't eaten pork, he would have seen pigs run. Giving a sweet date after a slap. When he was young, he was often taught a lesson by his grandfather like this. Li Wangyu was going to follow suit and use this method to teach Li Chengqian and the others a lesson. After the slap, it was time to give a sweet date. Chapter 237. Ever since that day in Taiji Palace, when Li Chengqian and the others had taken him as their master, Li Wangyu had been thinking about how he should be the king of the children. For this reason, he had discussed many methods with his beautiful superior. As for how to educate the naughty children, the two had a common understanding. First, they would use play to attract Li Chengqian and Li Tai, and then slowly teach them. As for Princess Changle, there was no need to worry. The adorable little princess was not only clever, but also sensible. Li Wangyu planned to have his beautiful superior and Aphrodite accompany Changle to play, while he would concentrate on teaching Li Chengqian and Li Tai. As for how to attract Li Chengqian and Li Tai's interest, Li Wangyu was not worried at all. When it came to playing, Li Wangyu could boldly say that there was not a single person in the Tang dynasty who could fight. Although Li Wangyu was unable to create the mobile phones and computer games that the naughty children of the future loved to play, when he was young, where would he have had these to play with? Li Wangyu's childhood was abnormally lacking in material things, but his mental life was extremely happy. His memories were still fresh in his mind. Eagle-catching chicks, hopscotch, ice skating, cross-legged cockfighting, goat jumping, and even mud. These were all things that his group of little friends could play for an entire day. Rolling iron rings, spinning tops, and other toys were their favorite. Li Wangyu planned to bring all of these to the Tang dynasty. First, he would attract the interest of the two most noble naughty children of the Tang dynasty. From Li Wangyu's point of view, Li Chengqian and Li Tai, as well as Pai Lupi's other sons, had been locked up in the palace for too long and lacked contact with their peers. Spending every day with those feminine attendants, it would be strange if they did not feel awkward. He planned to first attract the interest of Li Chengqian and Aphrodite, and then slowly have these two naughty children play with the naughty and mischievous children of Dingzhou village. This would allow them to understand the hardships of the common people, and also allow these two spoiled brats in the palace to reawaken their childlike nature. For this reason, Li Wangyu took great pains to find Carpenter Lu and his family from the village. They busied themselves for 2 to 3 days and made many new things in the open space of the outer courtyard. After Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie entered the Lai Hot, they were immediately attracted by the things in front of them. In the open space in the front yard, there were wooden slides, swings, merry-go-round, and all kinds of climbing frames. Even though Li Chengqian and Li Tai still hated Li Wangyu in their hearts, they couldn't take their eyes off the rides and kept staring at them. Li Wangyu paid no attention to them. Leading the little lowly, Princess Changle, he led her to the front of the amusement facilities, explaining to her one by one how to play. The two brats, Li Chengqian and Li Tai, whose faces were filled with unwillingness, were immediately attracted by these novel rides. Regardless of whether it was the wooden slide or the wooden horse that required the manpower of the palace's imperial gods to move, they were all extremely excited. Previously, when they had been punished by Li Wangyu and had their eunuchs beaten and driven away, they had long since thrown their dissatisfaction and anger to the back of their minds. To the side, Li Wangyu smiled as he looked at the three little fellows, cheering and jumping up and down. At this moment, the imperial guards were so busy that their foreheads were covered in sweat, frantically protecting the extremely excited crown prince, His Imperial Highness the Prince of Yu, and the eldest princess. With a snap of his fingers, it was settled. Dealing with these brats was too simple. All he needed to do was find something that they were interested in and guide them. Although Li Chengqian and Li Tai had previously appeared unwilling, Li Wangyu dared to bet that even if he drove them away, it would be useless. When the three little fellows were covered in sweat from playing, their beautiful superior led the servant girls out, delivering iced drinks to each of the little fellows. Of course, this was made by using saltpeter to make ice. Originally, Li Wangyu had thought about whether he should go to Chang'an City to open a cold drink shop. He believed that the business would definitely be very good. In just over a month, he had changed from a second generation of the rich to the founding father of the Tang dynasty. His family also had a four-wheeled carriage business, which was a profitable business. Naturally, he would not open a small cold drink shop in Chang'an City. However, the iced drinks made Li Chengqian and Li Tai cry out in joy. Even their attitude towards their beautiful superior was excessive. They even called her master's wife. Li Wangyu was speechless. However, the beautiful superior rolled her beautiful eyes at Li Wangyu and actually acquiesced to this address. Su Chongqing liked the little lowly Changle even more. After delivering the iced drinks to the three little fellows, he took the cute little lowly to the backyard to play. For the entire morning, Li Wangyu played with Li Chengqian and Li Tai, making the two little brats extremely excited. How could they have imagined that someone would have so many fun things to play with? Compared to those palace eunuchs, this was much more interesting. After having a delicious lunch at the Li family at noon, the three little fellows were extremely satisfied to learn from Li Wangyu. This was not because the imperial cuisine in the palace tasted bad, but because Li Wangyu was too shameless. He actually used unhealthy fried food to attract Li Chengqian and Li Chengqian. Even in the future, the brats who were used to eating all kinds of delicacies had no resistance to KFC and McDonald's, not to mention the three little brats from 1300 years ago. Fried chicken steaks, fried chicken burgers, and iced drinks. That's right, burgers. In order to please Afro, Li Wangyu had already figured out how to make bread. Speaking of which, making bread was not complicated and Afro knew a little about it. Su Chongqing was also a baking enthusiast in the future. The only thing lacking in the Tang dynasty was an electric oven, but this was not important. They could just find the masons in the village to build an oven. After a few experiments, the bread was successfully baked. When Afro took the first bite of the steaming bread, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, making her beautiful superior feel sorry for her. But when Afro took the initiative to give Li Wangyu a kiss, her beautiful superior was so angry that she wanted to draw her knife and chase after this adulterous couple. Li Wangyu only felt that it was a pity that potatoes and tomatoes had not yet been spread to the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, they could be used to make French fries and ketchup. Even so, the eyes of Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie lit up when they ate a delicious meal that they had never eaten before. In particular, the little fatty Li Tai actually finished off 3 burgers in one go, which almost scared Li Wangyu out of his wits. He was afraid that this fellow would choke to death, and he would not be able to explain it to Pai Lupi. Relying on fun and good food, Li Wangyu finally made Li Chengqian and Li Tai not reject him anymore. After lunch, Li Wangyu coaxed the 3 energetic children, who still wanted to play on the rides, to take an afternoon nap. They were still primary school students. They could only study properly if they played well, ate well, and rested well. After the 3 children got up energetically, Li Wangyu led them to his study, which he had already converted into a small classroom. Since Pai Lupi had taught his own children to him, Li Wangyu could not just bring them along to play. Li Wangyu planned to teach Li Chengqian and the others some different knowledge. Chapter 238. Li Wangyu had a headache over what he had to teach Li Chengqian and the others for a long time. Thinking back to the primary school of the modern era, it seemed that they learned Chinese, mathematics, English, art, music, and physical education. There was no need to consider Chinese. If Li Wangyu didn't plagiarize the works of the great masters of the modern era, his actual level might not even be as good as these three. Although Li Chengqian and Li Tai were 8 and 9 years old respectively, in terms of essays, poems, policy, laws, decrees, scriptures and moi, they were far superior to Li Wangyu as they had been taught by famous teachers since childhood. There was also no need to consider English. It was useless to learn it. He seemed to be able to teach the three little ones how to sketch, but this was only a minor skill. It seemed that he could only teach them mathematics, plus some simple physics and chemistry knowledge. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu felt very tired. However, what he taught Li Chengqian and the others was not important. Li Wangyu felt that the most important thing was to establish a correct outlook on life for the three little ones. They had to learn the 8 honors and 8 disgraces. They had to study every day and strive to be a useful person to society. Li Wangyu stroked his chin, wondering if he should write down the code of daily conduct for primary school students for the three little ones to recite. He was extremely familiar with this code of daily conduct for primary school students. When he was young, every time he made a mistake, he would be punished by his homeroom teacher to copy it. Because he had copied it so many times, it was deeply engraved in his memory. Even now, Li Wangyu could recite it backwards. In the small study, Li Wangyu had already placed many teaching tools. The indispensable blackboard was actually quite simple. He had Carpenter Lu nail a wooden board and brush it with a thick layer of black paint. However, to make chalk, Li Wangyu had to spend a bit of effort and experiment many times before he succeeded in making usable chalk from gypsum. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and little Princess Changle had never seen a blackboard before. They didn't understand why their junior teacher had placed such a large piece of black wood in the study. When Li Wangyu picked up the chalk and began to write on the blackboard, the three little ones' eyes widened. Li Wangyu wrote down 10 Arabic numbers from 0 to 9 on the blackboard. The Arabic numerals were first invented by the ancient Indians, then spread to Europe by the Arabs, and then modernized by the Europeans. People thought it was an Arab invention, so people called it Arabic numerals. Arabic numerals were first introduced to China in the 13th to 14th century. Actually, ancient Chinese mathematics was not bad. It was even ahead of the rest of the world. From the Wei Jin dynasty to the beginning of the Tang dynasty, it was the time when the Chinese mathematical system was established. There were many mathematical works such as Wuxiao Suanjing, Wujing Suanshu, Wujing Suanshu, 9-chapter Suanshu, and so on. It was just that Chinese numbers were too cumbersome, and to a large extent, it limited the development of mathematics. The three little ones were very curious. They looked at the strange symbols that Li Wangyu had drawn on the blackboard, not understanding what they were. Li Wangyu then wrote down the corresponding Chinese numbers below each Arabic number before he began to explain in detail to the three little ones. The three little ones did not find the symbols and numbers that their little teacher had taught them useful. Instead, they felt very awkward because they were used to it. Li Wangyu did not explain much. After the three of them memorized the Arabic numerals, he directly wrote a few simple arithmetic problems on the blackboard and let them calculate by themselves. However, he asked the youngest Princess Royal to calculate with the Arabic numerals that he had taught. Li Chengqian and Li Tai calculated with the Chinese numerals that they were used to. Okay, Chengqian, Qingke, you two won't lose to your sister, right? That would be too embarrassing. If you win the competition, your teacher will reward you with a bowl of ice cream. It's delicious. Although they did not know what ice cream Li Wangyu was talking about, Li Chengqian and Li Tai were angry at Li Wangyu's underestimation. Arithmetic was something that they had to learn since they were young, especially Qingke, who was good at it. How could she lose to a little girl like Changle? The two snorted. Humph, how could we lose to Changle? Hee hee, that's good. If you lose, you two can only watch Changle eat ice cream. Okay, let's begin, Li Wangyu said with a sneaky smile. What a joke. Comparing the speed of writing Chinese numerals and using Arabic numerals was like comparing the speed of a tractor and a sports car. Why don't you think about the Chinese numbers? How much time would it take just to write those Chinese characters? The final result was not out of Li Wangyu's expectations. He set a total of 10 questions. When the little girl finished, Li Tai, who was the fastest, had only finished 7 questions. Li Chengqian had only finished 5 questions. How is this possible? How can Chang'e calculate faster than me? The little fatty, Li Tai, was in disbelief. Li Wangyu did not explain. He ran to the kitchen and made a bowl of ice cream for Chang'e. Speaking of which, ice cream actually originated from Wuxia. It was not an imported product. As early as the Yuan dynasty, someone added honey, milk, and pearl powder to ice. As a result, the world's first ice cream was made. When Marco Polo returned to Italy, he brought back the method of making ice cream from Wuxia. Therefore, ice cream became popular in Europe. Although the ice cream made by Li Wangyu did not have the delicate texture of the ice cream of the future, it was still a rare delicacy in the Tang dynasty. The little girl had won against her two brothers and received such a delicious reward. She smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into crescents. While eating the ice cream, she made exaggerated smacking sounds. Li Chengqian and Li Tai swallowed their saliva and were extremely jealous. Fortunately, the little girl was not a person who liked to eat alone. After eating a few mouthfuls, she reluctantly shared the delicious ice cream in her hand with Li Chengqian and Li Tai. Li Chengqian and Li Tai originally wanted to maintain the dignity of the losers and not eat this unexpected food. But in the end, they could not resist the temptation of the ice cream and tried to taste it. This time they could not stop. In order to fight over the little ice cream, Li Chengqian and Li Tai, the two little brats, almost fought. Li Wangyu was speechless for a while. The crown prince of the Tang dynasty was really pitiful. If others saw the way he was holding the bowl and licking the last residue, they would probably think he was a beggar. There was fun and there was delicious food. In just a day's time at Dingzhou village, Li Chengqian and Li Tai had completely forgotten how they had looked down on Li Wangyu. It was not until evening that the three children reluctantly returned to Chang'an City after the imperial guards urged them several times. Because Li Wangyu was not interested in being the king of the children every day, he had agreed with Pai Lupi to send Li Chengqian and the others to Dingzhou village twice every 10 days. That was to say, once every 5 days. This made Li Chengqian and the others feel very resentful. When they left, they looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of resentment. They hated that they could not come to Dingzhou village every day. Li Wangyu did not care about the resentment of the three little brats. He did not want to tire himself out. After sending Li Chengqian and the others off, Li Wangyu did not have time to rest. He was busy negotiating with the Ministry of Works to repair his county magistrate's mansion. Chapter 239. Although Pai Lupi nodded and agreed to build the manor according to Li Wangyu's sketch, the troublesome matters were not over yet. First, there was the location of the manor. After discussing with Li Wangyu and the officials from the Ministry of Works, Li Wangyu's manor was prepared to be built on the hillside facing the sun. Previously, in order to compete with the Li clan of Hu County, the hillside facing the sun was about 1,000 mu in size. The Li clan's ancestral grave only took up a very small area, and the Taoist temple that Sun Simiao was currently building took up less than 50 mu of land. The remaining few hundred mu of land were empty. After the officials from the Ministry of Works inspected the area, they did not have any objections to the location of the manor. But the officials from the Ministry of Works were at a loss as to how to build Li Wangyu's castle. Even in ancient China, building a house was a very strict matter. It was not just the craftsmen who came up with the idea, but there were also detailed blueprints and construction plans. The Song dynasty's construction methods was the most complete book on building techniques in ancient China. The Great Tang had detailed regulations on the various design standards, specifications, materials, construction quotas, targets, a clear hierarchy of buildings, the artistic form of buildings, and so on. Therefore, before the construction began, the officials from the Ministry of Works of the Tang dynasty would draw up detailed construction plans according to the needs. The level of detail and complexity was not inferior to the construction plans of the modern era. But even the most senior official from the Ministry of Works did not know how to build the small castle that Li Wangyu wanted to build in his manor. This gave the officials from the Ministry of Works a headache. Thus, Feng Longzhong from the Ministry of Works led a few technical officials to Dingzhou village to pay Li Wangyu a visit. Hu Xiannan, we have never seen this castle that you drew before. Can you draw a more detailed sketch of the building for us? Feng Lang directly asked Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu naturally did not have a problem. He had already drawn many sketches when he was discussing how to build the castle with his beautiful boss and Aphrodite. Hearing Dr. Feng's words, he immediately stood up and went to the study to retrieve a stack of sketches. These were all drawn by him using the perspective drawing method. It was very intuitive and clear at a glance. But when they saw the detailed blueprint Li Wangyu had drawn for the castle, Feng Lanzhong and the officials he had brought with him fell silent once more. This kind of construction method was unheard of in the Tang dynasty. But putting aside whether this castle violated the law or not, the key point was that in the eyes of the officials from the Ministry of Works, this castle looked a bit like a small military fortress. What was the man from Wuxia trying to do by building something like this near the capital of Chang'an? The officials from the Ministry of Works were not wrong. Castles were military fortresses built by European nobles to protect their land, food, livestock, and population. They used them to guard their own territories. First and foremost, it would be used for military defense. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't think too much about it. He just felt that building a castle was mighty and domineering. After Dr. Feng and the other officials from the Ministry of Works ran to Dingzhou village many times, they still didn't dare to make a decision on their own. In the end, they still pushed the responsibility to Pai Lupi. They asked Li Wangyu to go find Pai Lupi himself and let His Majesty make the decision. Li Wangyu was also tormented by the repeated communication with the Ministry of Works. Wasn't it just building a castle? Why was it so troublesome? He still had to find Pai Lupi to make the decision. Looking at the stack of sketches in his hands, Li Wangyu was worried that Pai Lupi wouldn't understand what he was going to do. This was his beautiful boss, and Aphrodite's painstaking work. Just as he was feeling a little depressed, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Several days later, in the Yinyang Hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi looked at the item that Li Wangyu had the palace guards carefully move in with a puzzled expression. The item was about the size of a table and was square in shape. There was even a piece of red silk covering the item below so tightly that it was impossible to see what it was. However, since it could be moved into Taiji Palace, it had obviously been carefully checked by the palace guards and couldn't be anything dangerous. Pai Lupi wasn't worried that Li Wangyu would cause any trouble. "Zio, what is this?" Li Wangyu chuckled. "Uncle, this is your nephew's newly built residence." Pai Lupi was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily. "Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? How can your mansion be so small? Don't tell me you want to become a mouse?" Haha. Without waiting for Pai Lupi to finish laughing, Li Wangyu pulled open the red silk to reveal the item below. However, Pai Lupi was dumbfounded and his laughter was also stifled in his throat. Under the red silk was an exquisite sand table. It was the model of the manor that Li Wangyu wanted to build. The sand table model was the idea that Li Wangyu had suddenly thought of that day. Since the officials from the Ministry of Works and Pai Lupi didn't know what his manor and castle were like, he might as well make it for them to see. Wasn't a sand table model a method commonly used by developers in the future? The house that Li Wangyu bought with a mortgage was also facing the sand table in the real estate sales department. Wasn't he fooled by the saleswoman's glib tongue into paying for the house out of his own pocket? He could also make a sand table of the manor and show it to Pai Lupi. With the sand table model, everything would be clear at a glance and he wouldn't have to waste his breath. That's right, that's what he would do. Although the sand tables used by real estate developers in the future were all made of plastic, Wuxia actually had similar architectural models since ancient times, and they were even more detailed. Li Wangyu remembered watching a variety show on Central TV called National Treasure. In one of the episodes, the Palace Museum's collection of precious cultural relics, the Thunderbolt type, was an architectural model of Wuxia's ancient buildings. The so-called Thunderbolt type referred to a model made of straw, wax, wood, and other materials that was scaled down to the size of the real thing. Because there was an ironing process in the manufacturing process, it was called a Thunderbolt type. Li Wangyu naturally didn't know how to make a Thunderbolt type, but he didn't need to make it so detailed. He just needed to give Pai Lupi a direct impression. Moreover, once his house layout sand table was finished, he could also let his beautiful boss and Aphrodite see what their future home would be like in advance. When the Ministry of Works was building in the future, they could also use the sand table to build it, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. At the thought of this, Li Wangyu became excited and immediately asked Niu Wu to help him invite Carpenter Lu over. Without the help of a skilled craftsman like Carpenter Lu, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to complete the sand table by himself. When Carpenter Lu arrived, Li Wangyu told him about his idea, which piqued Carpenter Lu's interest. Although he had never made such an exquisite object before, he was willing to give it a try. Thus, Carpenter Lu found his 3 sons and worked together with Li Wangyu, and everyone got busy. After several days, They finally made the sand table of the manor. Li Wangyu then carefully transported the sand table to Chang'an City in a carriage and moved it into Taiji Palace, inviting Pai Lupi to take a look. Seeing Pai Lupi's shocked expression, Li Wangyu was indescribably pleased. Hee, Pai Lupi, you country bumpkin, you must have never seen such a good thing, right? Before Li Wangyu could finish showing off in his heart, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his head. Pai Lupi had knocked him on the head with a chestnut. Bastard! Chapter 240. Just as Li Wangyu was feeling proud of himself, he was hit by Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi was still cursing and scolding him, leaving him dumbfounded. What was going on? He was just showing Pai Lupi the sand table of the manor. Why did he hit him? Was Pai Lupi jealous? Before Li Wangyu could figure out what was going on, Pai Lupi turned around and shouted to the eunuchs in the Yin Palace. Immediately summon Duke Wei, Duke Lu, Duke Yi. Duke Yi for an audience. Pai Lupi summoned a dozen or so founding dukes in one breath. The eunuchs received the order and turned to summon Li Jing, Chang Yaojin, and the others to the Yin Palace. Li Wangyu was still confused. What was Pai Lupi doing? Why did he summon a group of military bigwigs for no reason? Could it be that he was not satisfied with the sand table of the manor and wanted to summon a group of bigwigs to beat him up? After Pai Lupi finished instructing the eunuchs, he ignored Li Wangyu and continued to look at the real estate project sand table in front of him. This made Li Wangyu very embarrassed. Li Wangyu coughed softly. Uncle, is there a problem with the sand table I made? Humph, what a waste. You scoundrel, why didn't you offer up such a good thing earlier? You deserve a beating. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu angrily. Good thing? What did he mean? Li Wangyu was still very confused. Did Pai Lupi take a fancy to his manor and want to build one? But what did he mean by calling a group of military bigwigs? Seeing Li Wangyu's bewildered expression, Pai Lupi did not want to pay attention to him. He looked at the sand table in front of him and kept gesturing with his hands as he muttered something. The mansions of the Grand Dukes were not far from the Taiji Palace. It did not take long for them to gather in the Yin Palace after being informed by the palace servants. Your Majesty, why did you call us here? But who is so blind as to provoke the Tang dynasty? Wahahaha, my spear has been thirsty for a long time. Chang Yaojin roared. Ever since the book Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties became popular, everyone thought that Chang Yaojin used an axe as his weapon. Chang Yaojin's 3 axes were very famous. But in reality, Chang Yaojin's weapon was a long spear. It was similar to the red-tasseled spear and axe. These military bigwigs were suddenly summoned into the palace by Pai Lupi. They all thought that there was going to be another war, and all of them were very excited. When Li Wangyu heard Chang Yaojin's hoarse voice, he couldn't help but shrink back. This old hooligan was really afraid of him. However, although the Yin Palace was large, where could Li Wangyu hide? Naturally, Chang Yaojin, who had just entered the palace, saw him. Hey, nephew of the Li family, why are you here? Don't tell me that you also know how to go into battle and kill the enemy? Li Wangyu was speechless. He hurriedly greeted the Guogong and replied, Uncle Cheng, please don't joke around. After meeting Pai Lupi, the military bigwigs were very curious about why Pai Lupi had summoned them. Pai Lupi pointed at the sand table that Li Wangyu had brought. Everyone look at what this guy made. Well, this guy calls it a sand table. It was the sand table of the manor in Hu County. Country bumpkin. Li Wangyu silently complained in his heart. Li Jing and the others' gazes followed Pai Lupi's finger and fell on the sand table. Li Wangyu and Carpenter Lu had made the sand table for this construction project. In order to be more intuitive, he and Carpenter Lu had not only made a model of the castle, but they had also made a terrain model based on the topography of the hillside facing the sun. Li Wangyu had used yellow mud to build the undulating hillside. In order to make it more realistic, he had even covered it with green peacock stone powder. It looked lush and verdant, just like a hillside full of trees. When Li Wangyu's manor was chosen, he had only used part of the hillside facing the sun to build the castle. The European-style garden and pond were built on the flat ground at the bottom of the hillside. When making the sand table model, Li Wangyu and Carpenter Lu had used gelatin and blue dye to create the shape of the lake. In addition to Carpenter Lu's exquisite skills, he had made the castle model out of wood. The entire sand table looked very realistic at a glance. It had completely displayed Li Wangyou's imagination of the manor and the surrounding terrain. Such a realistic sand table had never appeared in the Tang dynasty since the creation of the world. When the group of military leaders looked at it, their eyes immediately lit up. Your Majesty, this thing called a sand table was made by Li Zio? Good stuff, good stuff. Li Jing took a few glances and immediately said to Pai Lupi. However, Cheng Yaojin shook his head. Son of a bitch, this battlefield is too small. At most, it can only be used to command a battle of 1,000 people. What a waste. Li Wangyou couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. F***CK, what is this old bastard talking about? My manor's sand table, he actually said that the battlefield is too small. Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, and the others also commented on Li Wangyou's sand table. Finally, the confused Li Wangyou understood what was going on. This group of military leaders, including Pai Lupi, had used his construction sand table as a military sand table to command battles. He turned his head to look at his proud work, the sand table of his manor. It seemed like it could really be used as a military sand table. He hadn't thought about this before. The key point was that he wasn't a military fanatic. He didn't realize the military significance of the sand table at all. In fact, sand tables had a wide range of military uses. They could vividly show the terrain of the battle area, the composition of the enemy's position, the deployment of troops, the configuration of weapons, and so on. Later generations of the army often used sand tables to study the terrain, the enemy situation, battle plans, organize coordinated actions, carry out tactical drills, study battle examples, and summarize battle experience. In the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, even the maps used for battle command were quite rough and simple. Most of these maps were of a schematic nature and were far from accurate. This was actually quite disadvantageous for battle command, but the level of technological development at that time was like this. It was too difficult to draw an accurate map. At this time, the sand table presented in front of Pai Lupi and the military leaders seemed to have opened up a new world for everyone. For a horse emperor like Pai Lupi, he saw the military use of the sand table at first glance, so he immediately asked the chamberlain to inform Li Jing and the others. The appearance of the sand table piqued the interest of the military leaders. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, surrounded the sand table and looked at it with interest. On a whim, the Minister of War, Li Jing, and the other founding dukes actually planned to make a military chess deduction on the sand table. Seeing Pai Lupi and the group of military leaders rubbing their hands together, Li Wangyou felt very stifled. He wanted to cry but had no tears. My manor. Not for you to play like this. Chapter 241. I'll use a brigade of MO blade soldiers to block the manor's gate, and 2 brigades of armored soldiers to harass you with arrows. I don't believe you can break in. Bah, old man. Why do I have to go through the gate? Which part of the manor's wall can't be broken through? Any cavalry can break into the manor with a single charge. You can only retreat to defend the castle. Even if I retreat to defend the castle, I can defend it for 10 days to half a month. So what if you have several times more troops than me? Don't forget, you are all cavalry. How can you attack the castle? In the Yin and Yang Hall of Taiji Palace, there was an uproar. Those founding dukes were divided into 2 factions. They were playing chess on the sand table of Li Wangyou's manor. Pai Lupi was the judge. The history of military chess in Wuxia could be traced back to 4,500 years ago. The Xia dynasty had begun to use stones and wooden sticks to demonstrate formations and research war on the ground. The most indispensable thing for the valiant generals in China's history was the deduction ability before and after the battle. The most famous chess deduction in history was during the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. Mozi wanted to stop Chu from attacking Song. Gong Shuban made cloud ladders for Chu, wanting to use them to attack Song. Mozi and Gong Shuban in front of King Chu used their pockets as the city walls and the wooden pieces as the city defense weapons, and began to deduce the strategy of the game of chess. Gong Shuban used many ingenious siege tactics, but they were all resolved by Mozi. Until Gong Shuban used up all his siege methods, Mozi's defensive equipment was more than enough. King Chu finally gave up attacking Song because of this deduction. In the Tang dynasty, the rules of chess deduction in the military were more complete. There were detailed rules and deduction methods. These military big shots could only do chess deduction based on a map that was not very detailed, which made them very unhappy. But today, seeing Li Wangyou's sand table, This kind of chess deduction method that seemed to have a god's view made these big shots exclaim. The military big shots who were having fun even called the servants to bring wine, drinking while continuing the battle. Even Pai Lupi was the same. He kept drinking the wine in his cup and laughed heartily. Li Wangyu was completely speechless. If it weren't for the fact that he really couldn't beat these bastards, he would have fought it out with these old fogies who destroyed the sandbox of his manor's buildings. This was too much. This was not King military sandbox. A bunch of old men. Old killers. Each and every one of them was trying their best to figure out how to destroy the small castle that he hadn't started building yet. This feeling was really too strange. However, he was just a small county official. In front of Pai Lupi and this group of old ruffians who were all dukes, he really had no right to speak. He could only grit his teeth and endure. It was not easy to endure until the group of military bigwigs had their fill. They even drank several jars of wine before the deduction of the military flag was finally over. Satisfied, Chang Yaojin used his palm leaf fan-sized palm and began to ravage Li Wangyu's small shoulders. "Nephew, not bad. This sand table is a good thing. You little bastard. You finally came up with something interesting. It's simply a waste of time to make water wheels and carriages." Chang Yaojin's words made Pai Lupi want to beat him up. Water wheels and four-wheeled carriages were so important to the Tang dynasty that he was willing to give Li Wangyu a title. However, this old man actually said that it was a waste of time. Pai Lupi was too lazy to pay attention to Chang Yaojin. He reached out his hand and called Li Wangyu to his side. "Zio, tomorrow you will teach the Ministry of Works how to make this sand table. Look at how rough you made it. It's really unusable." Pai Lupi even complained that Li Wangyu's sand table was not exquisite enough. Li Wangyu only felt his teeth itch. He really wanted to bite someone. Enduring Pai Lupi's ridicule, Li Wangyu rubbed his hands and looked at Pai Lupi with an embarrassed smile. "Your Majesty, what do you think of my mansion? Is it okay to build it like this?" The main reason he made this sand table was to get Pai Lupi to agree. Now that their war was over, he had to quickly ask. Pai Lupi once again looked at the sand table. After a while he said, "Zio, your castle is extravagant. I'm afraid I can't agree with you building it like this." Hearing his words, Li Wangyu became anxious. How could it be extravagant? "Your Majesty, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I've calculated it with the Ministry of Works Fenglang. It doesn't cost a lot of money. It doesn't exceed the cost of building the mansion." Li Wangyu wasn't speaking nonsense. Although his mansion was not small, it didn't have the complicated structure of traditional buildings. Therefore, it didn't cost a lot to build it. The labor cost of building a traditional Chinese wooden building was quite high. Just the mortise and tenon structures that didn't use nails and only used tenons would require a lot of skilled craftsmen to build. In the future, the cost of repairing ancient buildings was much higher than the cost of cement. The main reason was the labor cost. Li Wangyu felt that his mansion didn't need that many skilled craftsmen to carve those complicated patterns. Why did Pai Lupi say that it was extravagant? Pai Lupi pointed at the small castle on the sand table and said with a bit of dissatisfaction, "Zio, how many stones do you need to build your castle? How many corvée laborers do you need to transport the stones for your castle? We can't agree to your nonsense. There are still many things to be done in the Tang dynasty. The plague of locusts hasn't been extinguished yet. How can you casually recruit so many corvée laborers just to build a mansion for you?" Hearing Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Pai Lupi had misunderstood. He quickly explained, "Your Majesty, you misunderstood. My small castle doesn't need to be built with stones. It can be built with bricks. I don't need to recruit corvée laborers to transport the stones." Many of the traditional European castles were built with large stones. However, Li Wangyu wasn't preparing for war. He just wanted to build a castle-like house to show off. Therefore, Li Wangyu's plan was to prepare bricks and then use cement to build a castle-like house. Build with bricks? Pai Lupi was slightly stunned, but he still shook his head. Nonsense. How can bricks be used to build a house? When Chang Yaojin and the others heard the conversation between Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, they all came over. "Zio, how can you build a house with bricks? Moreover, your castle is several stories high." That's right. This old man has never heard of using bricks to build a house. "Zio, you should stop fooling around. Haha, Zio is a genius, but there are times when you make a fool of yourself. This old man has never heard of using bricks to build a house. Using bricks to build walls and towers, this old man knows. How do you build a castle? In the Tang dynasty, there was no cement. Therefore, the bricks were made with sticky loess mortar. The walls of the Tang dynasty were built with loess and covered with bricks. Although it was strong, it wasn't suitable for building a house. If glutinous rice was boiled and added to lime to make bricks, it would be strong and durable after solidification. It wouldn't be inferior to the cement of later generations. However, the cost of doing this was very high. Only a small number of royal buildings could be used this way. In the history of China, it wasn't until the Ming dynasty's Emperor Zhu Di built the Forbidden City that they started to use bricks on a large scale. Therefore, when Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and Li Jing heard Li Wangyu's words, they only thought that he was talking nonsense. However, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Your Majesty, everyone, do you want to make a bet with me? Chapter 242. Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, Li Jing, and the rest were all stunned. A bet? What bet? Li Wangyu laughed mischievously. Let's bet that I have a way to glue the bricks together and make it very firm. If I can do it, Your Majesty will allow me to build a mansion. How about that? Uncle Cheng and the rest of you will pay for the wood in my mansion. How about that? Would refer to the decorations and furniture of the later generations. Because most of the buildings were made of wood, the mansion was mainly decorated with wood. Pai Lupi said that he would build a mansion for him, but he did not include decorations and furniture. He was as stingy as the developers of the later generations. Since Chang Yaojin and the rest did not believe that he could build a house with bricks, Li Wangyu naturally did not mind making a bet with them and extorting a sum of money. After all, he was poor. Li Jing suddenly asked, Ziyu, can you glue the bricks together? How firm can it be? It won't fall with a hammer. Li Wangyu replied confidently. Pai Lupi's eyes also lit up. He and Li Jing looked at each other and revealed a smile in their eyes. Okay, I will bet with you. Ziyu, if you can stack the bricks together and not fall with a hammer, I will agree to build this castle for you. Li Jing also twirled his beard and laughed. Haha, Ziyu, if you can really do it, I will pay for the wood in your mansion. So what? Ziyu, how much time do you need to build it? Li Wangyu, who thought that he had taken advantage of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the rest, smiled until his eyes narrowed. He pondered for a moment. When the old mansion was remodeled last time, he still had a lot of hand-ground cement left. When he returned to Dingzhou village, he could ask the masons in the village to help him build a brick wall. After 2 more days, the cement would solidify. Li Wangyu raised 3 fingers to everyone. 3 days will do. After 3 days, Your Majesty and the rest of you can come to Dingzhou village. I will show you a brick wall that won't fall with a hammer. Okay. Pai Lupi directly reached out his hand and high-fived Li Wangyu, setting the bet. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and Li Jing's smiles and vaguely felt that something was wrong. But when he thought about it carefully, he did not find anything wrong, so he did not think too much about it. After saying his goodbyes and leaving the palace, Li Wangyu hurried back to Dingzhou village to find a mason to build the wall. 3 days later, at Dingzhou village in Hu County, several dozen riders entered the village. Pai Lupi led a group of dukes to the old residence of the Li family. Speaking of which, ever since Li Wangyu moved from the county seat of Hu County to Dingzhou village, this secluded village at the foot of Qinling Mountain became more and more lively. The farmers in the village were already used to seeing all kinds of nobles that they normally wouldn't see, so they all went to the Li family's old residence. Originally, there were some farmers who were watching from afar and talking to each other. But now, other than the little kids in the village, no one was interested in the Li family's guests. After Li Wangyu was conferred the title of nobility, the Li family's old residence had a plaque with the words, Hu County Male Residence, hanging on the door. This really scared the farmers, including the village head. Li Jia Shaolang was conferred the title of nobility. Even if it was the lowest rank of county baron, in the eyes of the villagers of Dingzhou village, he was still an extraordinary noble and was respectfully addressed as Lord Zhu. In the eyes of the farmers, Yang Mingfu of the Hu County Yamen was already a righteous official. Not to mention the founding county baron, who was a noble of the Tang dynasty. Currently, the 127 families in Dingzhou village were all sealed off by the Li family. From now on, the rent of their houses would be transferred to Lord Li. For a time, no one dared to pass by the road in front of the Li family's old residence. They would rather take a long detour than disturb the county baron. The naughty children in the village were pulled by the ears and scolded for a long time by the adults at home. They were told that they didn't dare to be mischievous. If they offended the county baron, they would lose their heads. Previously, when Li Wangyou's ducks ate locusts, the farmers who blocked the Li family's front door were in fear and trepidation. They were afraid that Li Wangyou would hold a grudge against them because of this. However, the commotion caused by Li Wangyou's conferment of nobility dissipated not long after. This was because the farmers all discovered that Li Xiaolang seemed to be the same as before after he was conferred the title of nobility. Which family's Lord Ju would squat on the ground and chat with others every day without a care for his image? Which family's Lord Ju would act like the farmers and curse people with vulgar words when provoked? Even after Li Wangyou was conferred the title of nobility, in the eyes of the farmers of Dingzhou village, he was still the same old Li Xiaolang. In addition, the business of the four-wheeled carriage business was getting better and better, and the farmers had more and more copper coins in their pockets. They felt that the Li family was still the same old Li family and was still so pure and kind. Gradually, the farmers' fear of Li Wangyou's conferment of nobility dissipated. Their attitude towards the Li family returned to normal, but there was more respect. In addition, the way they addressed him had changed. The old villager originally called him Li Xiaolang, but now he called him Lord Ju. That was all. Pai Lupi led a group of dukes and bigwigs to Dingzhou village. The farmers passing by only glanced at this group of people and didn't have any strange expressions. They continued with what they were doing. The Li family's old residence, on the other hand, was wide open. Li Wangyou led his beautiful superior, Aphrodite, and the others to respectfully welcome Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi jumped off his horse and tossed the horsewhip in his hand to the imperial guard as he impatiently asked, "Zio, have you finished building the brick wall you mentioned?" Li Wangyou hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi and the bigwigs before replying, "It has already been built. Your Majesty, please inspect it." Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction and took the lead to lead the group of bigwigs into the Li family. In the front courtyard of Lai Hot, a brick wall had appeared out of nowhere. This was the wall that Li Wangyou had the village masons build for him. In order to make it sturdy, Li Wangyou even had people dig a foundation for this brick wall. Pai Lupi walked forward and patted the wall with his palm. He found that it was abnormally sturdy. "Zio, is this really a brick wall that you had people build? You didn't get someone to transport a stone slab to deceive us, right?" Pai Lupi asked in astonishment. In order to make this brick wall sturdy, Li Wangyou had even had people smear cement on it. Now that the cement had dried and solidified, it indeed looked like a stone slab. Cheng Yaojin also used his fist to pound the brick wall twice and smiled at Li Wangyou. "Nephew, you're cheating. How is this a brick wall? It's clearly a stone slab." Li Wangyou chuckled and pointed to the hammer that he had already prepared. "Uncle Cheng, you'll know once you hit it. Could it really be a brick wall?" Li Wangyou's attitude made Pai Lupi and the bigwigs somewhat suspicious. Cheng Yaojin didn't hesitate. He picked up the hammer and smashed it at the brick wall. With a clang, there was only a white mark left on the brick wall after being knocked. "Son of a bitch, Li Wangyou, are you sure you're not messing with me? This is clearly a stone slab." Cheng Yaojin swung his hand that had been shaken by the hammer and cursed at Li Wangyou. Li Wangyou chuckled. "Uncle Cheng, how about we make another bet?" Chapter 243. Another bet? Cheng Yaojin was amused by Li Wangyou's words. Was this bastard addicted to gambling? "Nephew, what kind of bet do you want to make?" Cheng Yaojin asked angrily. Li Wangyou smirked. "Let's bet that this wall is made of bricks. If it's really made of bricks, Uncle Cheng, you'll lose 50 troops to me. How about that? If it's made of stone, I'll give you 50 jars of the best wine." He had his eyes on Cheng Yaojin and wanted to get some elite troops from the old hooligan. Originally, the Li family's mansion was not big, and he didn't need any troops. Even the Niu brothers were killed by Niu Yong first and then asked for permission. Thus, he had no choice but to accept them. But now, he was conferred the title of county man, and Pai Lupi was going to build him a county man's mansion. Thus, he was short of manpower. The new county man's mansion, according to his and the Ministry of Works plans, occupied a few hundred mu of land. When the manor was built, it would be impossible to have no one at home. Servants and maidservants were easy to find. He could go to Chang'an and spend money to buy them. But there was no place to buy this song. Thus, he had the idea of hiring Chang Yaojin. For these military bigwigs, it was a trivial matter for them to choose some loyal and honest veterans from the army to be part of their troops. Seeing Chang Yaojin questioning the brick wall made of cement, Li Wangyu naturally thought of this. He immediately teased Chang Yaojin with a smirk. He wanted to make a bet with him and swindle some troops from Chang Yaojin. Chang Yaojin's big palm was about to fall again. Bastard, are my troops only worth a jar of wine? You want to take advantage of me? Get lost. Li Wangyu smiled and dodged Chang Yaojin's palm. He smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, what are you saying? Didn't I see that you don't believe that this is a brick wall? I'll give you a chance. Hee, if you think that the wine is too little, we can discuss it again. How could Chang Yaojin, this old hooligan, let Li Wangyu take advantage of him? Looking at his confident appearance, Chang Yaojin knew that the stone slab wall in front of him must have been built with bricks. He glared with his bell-sized eyes. You little bastard, you want to trick me? Move aside, I won't bet with you. After saying that, he raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it at the wall again. The strength of the artificial volcanic ash cement created by Li Wangyu was naturally not comparable to the high-strength cement of the later generations. After being smashed by Chang Yaojin with all his strength, the cement on the surface of the wall cracked and fell off, exposing the bricks inside. Chang Yaojin put down the hammer and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Hey, this place is actually made of bricks. Nephew, what method did you use to make these bricks so sturdy? Even with Chang Yaojin's strength and his full strength, he was only able to break the cement on the surface of the brick wall. This made everyone surprised. Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the other military leaders immediately gathered around and carefully examined the brick wall in front of them. Zio, what exactly is this wall and the material that holds the bricks together? Why is it no different from a stone? This is really mysterious. It's actually made of bricks. With Jijia's strength, he only broke the surface with a single hammer strike? What a sturdy brick wall. Tisk tisse. Could it be that he melted the stone and poured it onto the bricks? Li Wangyu was speechless. To think that they could think of such a thing. Did they think that it was casting metal? To melt stone, he had to have the ability to do so. Your Majesty, everyone, this brick wall was made of cement by this little one. Pai Lupi stared at him. Hurry up and say it clearly, what is cement? What is that? Li Wangyu gave him the middle finger in his heart. Was the emperor so amazing? Was this the attitude of someone who was asking for advice? Why were you so fierce? Fine, the emperor was amazing. Li Wangyu admitted defeat. He lowered his head and obediently replied, Your Majesty, the cement is a type of adhesive that I created. After mixing it with water, it can firmly glue the sand and bricks together. After it solidifies, it hardens into this state. Zio, how much did this cement of yours cost? Li Jing asked. Li Wangyu scratched his head. Cost? It didn't seem like it cost anything. The cement he was using now was made by grinding broken pottery pieces, so there was almost no cost. If he wanted to make it on a large scale, it would be simple. He just needed to put lime and clay in a kiln. The process of making this kind of cement was very simple. The calcining temperature was low, and the requirements were not high. Of course, compared to the Portland cement of the future, it was far inferior in terms of strength and hardness. But in the Tang dynasty, this kind of artificial volcanic ash cement was enough. Li Wangyu didn't know how to make real cement. He wasn't a professional. It was the same as making glass. He knew what it was, but didn't know what it was. After pondering for a while, Li Wangyu replied with uncertainty, Duke Wei, if this cement is made on a large scale, the cost should be very low. I haven't calculated the exact cost. It's just putting lime and clay in a kiln and calcining it. It's very simple. Pai Lupi couldn't believe it. It's that simple? Zio, this is a matter of great importance. You can't talk nonsense. Li Wangyu said with a wronged face. It's really that simple, Your Majesty. I'm not talking nonsense. Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others surrounded Li Wangyu and asked him again and again. Finally, they confirmed that this thing called cement was really that simple to make. Li Jing twirled his beard and smiled. Your Majesty, if what Zio said is true, and this cement can be made on a large scale, then it's really a blessing for the Tang dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty. This cement is really good stuff. Congratulations. Your Majesty. Congratulations. Your Majesty. The Tang dynasty has obtained such a divine item. Damn it. If we use this cement to build a city outside the Great Wall, let's see if the Turks can still be so rampant. Li Wangyu was a little confused. The cement I used to build my own house. How did it become Pai Lupi's? Congratulate you, my ass. You want to steal my things again? Bah, none of you are good people. Every day, you think about how to steal my treasures. In the future, I have to ask my beautiful boss to take care of the things at home. The emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty are all bandits. In fact, Li Wangyu was not stupid. He naturally knew the importance of cement to a country. In the Great Tang, even this artificial volcanic ash replacement cement was a priceless divine artifact. Whether it was used to build cities, roads, or dams, it was indispensable. Since he took out the cement, he had already expected that it would attract Pai Lupi's attention. Pai Lupi was a Pai Xiao. He wanted to take all the good things into his mouth. However, Li Wangyu did not intend to hide it. He also wanted to make the cement public to benefit the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wangyu was mentally prepared, when he saw Li Er and the group of high dukes acting as if the cement was already in their pockets, it still made him feel very unhappy. He simply coughed lightly. Cough, Your Majesty, everyone, how much can I sell this cement formula for? Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and the others heard this and could not help but be stunned. Sell it for money? Chapter 244. Without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, Chang Yaojin went berserk. Bastard brat. How can you sell this kind of military weapon for money? I'll beat you to death. After Chang Yaojin finished speaking, he reached out to grab Li Wangyu and wanted to beat him up. When Li Wangyu saw the old hooligan flip out, he hurriedly ran away. Too shameless. This kind of threat of force, it's really infuriating. I can't afford to offend you. Do you believe that I won't find your 3 sons for revenge? However, when Li Wangyu thought about the size of Cheng Chimo's 3 beast brothers, he felt that he should forget about it. It seems that he can't deal with the old hooligan's 3 sons. It's really a tragedy. In the face of the old hooligan's deterrence, Li Wangyu could only raise his hands and surrender. Uncle Chang, please wait. Little nephew has thought about it and feels that things like cement should be offered to His Majesty. Li Wangyu's tactful made Pai Lupi very satisfied. He raised his head and laughed, pretending that he didn't hear Li Wangyu's request for money, and began to discuss the use of cement in the military with the military bosses. Pai Lupi actually complained that Li Wangyu's name was unpleasant to hear. Such a divine object was given a rotten name like cement. With a wave of his hand, he directly changed the name of cement. The earliest lime that appeared in the history of China was made from the shell of a big clam. It was called mirage ash. Hong Jiwen State Records. Mirage ash, oyster shell ash is the top, small oyster shell is the second, and small clam shell is the bottom. The 3 colors are different, and the big clam is the top. Since Li Wangyu said that cement was made from lime and clay, Pai Lupi cited the classics and changed the name of cement to mirage ash. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only silently roll his eyes in his heart. As long as you are happy, then so be it. It sounds more cultured than cement. Pai Lupi proudly accepted the mirage mud, freely offered, by Li Wangyu. He was overjoyed and asked Li Wangyu to prepare a banquet. He wanted to celebrate with Li Wangyu and the other military leaders. Li Wangyu's heart was filled with countless mythological beasts. F***ck. Isn't this too much? You stole my cement. Oh no, mirage mud. And you want me to hold a banquet to celebrate? You've gone too far. With great resentment, Li Wangyu asked the old steward, Li Heng, to prepare the banquet. Pai Lupi was not polite in the slightest. He went to the Li family's central room and sat down. He also very impolitely asked the servant girls to pour tea and water. Li Wangyu silently criticized Pai Lupi's behavior of not treating him as an outsider. Chang Yaojin, Li Jing, and the others were very envious. As expected, the Li clan's little boy was favored by both the emperor and the Sacred Hearts. They really treated him as their own nephew. Although Yuqi Jingda was not familiar with Li Wangyu, he was secretly calculating in his heart. His 2 children seemed to be very close to this county man. It seemed that in the future, he should let them be closer to Li Wangyu. Among this group of leaders, There were many who had the same idea as Yuqi Jingda. How could Li Wangyu know what these leaders were thinking? He was still thinking about how to retaliate against Cheng Yaojin, Pai Lupi, and the others. Hearing Cheng Yaojin shouting for him to bring wine again, Li Wangyu's eyes turned and he had a plan in mind. Hey, old scoundrel, don't even think about walking out of my Li family's door today. I'll make sure you come in vertically and go out horizontally. Li Wangyu smiled and told Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others to wait for a moment. He went to fetch good wine for everyone. Ever since he drank the disgusting water wine of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu planned to open a wine factory in the Tang dynasty. He had already begun to try brewing a small amount of sorghum wine. Although Li Wangyu's third uncle's family opened a wine factory in the future and specialized in brewing sorghum wine, he knew the process and method of brewing sorghum wine. However, he had never actually brewed it himself. Therefore, as early as when he moved to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu tried to brew some sorghum wine as an experiment. He didn't expect that he would succeed on his first try. After more than 40 days of fermentation, the sorghum wine he brewed had already been distilled by Li Wangyu. It was now ready to drink. The biggest difference between the liquor of the future and the water wine of the Tang dynasty was the distillation process. Distillation was the process of heating up the wine and turning it into wine vapor. After cooling it down, it turned back into wine. After distillation, the liquor would be colorless, but the alcohol content of the wine would be much higher than the original liquor. Tang dynasty's 3 baskets of wine were mostly fermented and then directly filtered before drinking. According to Shen Kuo's Dream Creek writings, the alcohol content of the finished wine was between 3% and 15%. It was similar to the beer or rice wine of the future. After distillation, the alcohol content of the distilled sorghum wine was between 50% and 60%. It belonged to the category of hard liquor. Li Wangyu didn't believe that Pai Lupi and the others, who were used to drinking low-alcohol liquor, would be able to drink his high-alcohol sorghum wine. Today, he had to get them drunk and take revenge. He asked Niu Wu to bring out a jar of wine from the warehouse. The Arabic number 65 was impressively written on it. This was Li Wangyu's liquor with the highest alcohol content. Although there was no alcohol detector in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu's third uncle had taught him a few tricks that could roughly determine the alcohol content of the wine. After shaking the wine, there would be hops the size of a grain of rice to a grain of sorghum. According to the time it took to pile the hops, the alcohol content could be roughly determined. If the hops were the size of a grain of sorghum to a grain of corn, the time it took to pile the hops was about 3 seconds. The alcohol content of the wine was about 65%. The alcohol content of Li Wangyu's sorghum wine was equivalent to 3 times the alcohol content of the Tang dynasty's liquor. This was the weapon he was preparing to use to vent his resentment. Li Wangyu's face was full of smiles. He asked Niu Wu to bring the 65% alcohol sorghum wine to the central room. When Cheng Yaojin saw that there was only 1 jar of wine, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. "Nephew, you're a county man now. How can you still be so stingy? How can this jar of wine be enough for us to drink? Quickly go and bring a few more jars." Li Wangyu said with disdain, "Uncle Cheng, it's not that I'm stingy. It would be good if we could finish this jar of wine." What a joke. He asked Niu Wu to bring out a big jar of wine. This jar of wine was equivalent to 20 caddies of 65% alcohol content. "It wouldn't kill you all." When Cheng Yaojin heard Li Wangyu's words, he immediately jumped up and said, "Brat, don't talk nonsense. I can drink a bucket of wine by myself. Your jar of wine isn't even enough for me to rinse my mouth." Not only was Cheng Yaojin jumping up and down, even Pai Lupi, Li Jing, Yuqi Jingda, and the others were dissatisfied. They felt that Li Wangyu was looking down on them. To these founding dukes who were addicted to wine, saying that they couldn't drink wine was like pointing at their noses and saying that men couldn't do it. This was a great humiliation. Pai Lupi also glared at him and said, "Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Quickly go and bring the wine over. Don't mess around." Li Wangyu laughed mischievously and said, "Hee hee, your majesty, everyone, do you want to make another bet?" What do you want to do now? What do you want to bet on?" "Let's bet on whether you can finish this jar of wine." Li Wangyu pointed at the jar of wine and smiled proudly. It was as if a fox's tail was wagging behind him. Chapter 245. When Li Wangyu proposed another bet, Pai Lupi almost laughed out of anger. This little rascal was going crazy today. Chang Yaojin opened his mouth and wanted to agree, but he swallowed the words back down. He suddenly realized that for such a shrewd person like Li Wangyu to propose a bet, there must be something fishy going on. Today, he almost fell for Li Wangyu's trick. Now that this little rascal proposed another bet, he might be up to no good. Chang Yaojin's tone changed. What bet? Go play on the side. Hurry up and pour the wine. If you make any more noise, I'll deal with you. Li Wangyu wanted to trick Chang Yaojin with a bellyful of evil tricks, but who would have thought that the old scoundrel would learn to be smart? It was a pity. He was still thinking about how to trick Chang Yaojin into giving him troops. The servant girls in the central room who were serving everyone quickly came forward to open the seal on the wine jar. As soon as the wine jar was opened, a strong fragrance overflowed. The fragrance of the wine filled the entire central room. This strong fragrance that had never been seen before immediately attracted everyone's attention. Pai Lupi's eyes lit up. Ziyu, what kind of wine is this? Why is it so fragrant and alluring? Chang Yaojin, Li Jing, Yuqi Jingda, and the other big shots were so stimulated by the wine that they almost drooled. They didn't even blink as they stared at the jar of wine. Li Wangyu chuckled. I've let your majesty see a joke. This is the wine that this subject brewed. I ask your majesty and the other officials to taste it. Little rascal, don't say so much. Hurry up and pour the wine. Chang Yaojin impatiently shouted. When the servant girls brought in cups of clear and transparent wine that looked like clear water, everyone, including Pai Lupi, was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the alluring wine fragrance that kept going into their nostrils, everyone would have thought that Li Wangyu had brought a jar of clear water to trick them. How could the people who were used to drinking turbid wine believe that wine could become as transparent as water? For a moment, they all held the wine cups and carefully sized it up. They leaned closer and greedily sniffed the wine fragrance. Only Chang Yaojin couldn't care less. He directly raised his head and poured a glass of white wine into his mouth. In the Tang dynasty, the alcohol content of the wine was not high, so the wine cups were quite bold and unrestrained. The size of the wine cups was also very large. Li Wangyu was also deliberately mischievous. The wine cups that he poured wine for everyone were extremely large. Each cup could hold at least 3 liters of white wine. Chang Yaojin drank the 65% liquor in one gulp out of habit. His eyes bulged and his face turned red. He shut his mouth tightly, afraid that he would spit out the liquor. After swallowing the wine, he felt a burning sensation in his throat, as if it was on fire. Following that, a scorching heat rose from his chest and abdomen. That comfortable feeling made Chang Yaojin unable to help but spit out a mouthful of alcohol. Damn it, what a good wine! What a strong wine! I thought my throat was burning. Kid, what kind of wine is this? Why is it so strong? Li Wangyu thought to himself. How could the sorghum wine he brewed have a name? But if he were to directly call it sorghum wine, it would be too low class. He rolled his eyes and replied, Uncle Cheng, this is your nephew's Shadozi wine. Shadozi wine was actually a high alcohol content wine from the northeast. It was named because of its high alcohol content and strong taste. Li Wangyu thought that the name of the wine was quite good. Moreover, it should be liked by this group of old men. So, he directly plagiarized it. Shadozi? Good name. Drinking this wine is really like a knife scraping the stomach. Haha, it's addictive. It's even more addictive. Come, fill it up for me. Chang Yaojin didn't even take a bite of the food. He directly drank more than 3 liters of liquor. Even though he was addicted to alcohol, at this time, he also felt the alcohol rush to his head. This old hooligan couldn't help but shake his body. Seeing Chang Yaojin's exaggerated performance, Pai Lupi and the others also picked up their cups. Some took small sips to taste the wine, while others drank it in one gulp like Chang Yaojin. After the wine entered their stomachs, everyone exhaled a long breath of burning alcohol. Some people, because it was their first time drinking such a high alcohol content wine, their throats were stimulated by the alcohol. They couldn't stop coughing, causing the people around them to laugh. Good. As expected of Shadozi wine. I've lived my whole life, but I've never drunk such a strong wine. Damn it, this is what wine is. The wine I drank in the past has turned into horse piss. Ziyu, this wine was really brewed by you? Haha, well done, this is what wine is. This wine deserves a toast. Everyone, Let's drink to victory. After tasting a mouthful of Li Wangyou's Shadozi wine, Pai Lupi and the group of dukes went completely crazy. Who would have thought that there was such a strong wine in this world? Everyone who was used to drinking wine and 3 baskets of rice felt that Li Wangyou's Shadozi wine had opened the door to a new world. Cheng Yaojin, who was slightly tipsy, grabbed Li Wangyou, who was laughing at the side. Kid, how many Shadozi wine do you have? Quickly give me 100 jars as a show of respect. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Don't you want troops? When your mansion is repaired, however many troops you want, I'll give them to you. Cheng Yaojin's words made everyone's eyes light up. They all looked at Li Wangyou. Ziyu, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. I've treated you well, right? Haha, I don't want much of this Shadozi wine. 100 jars will do. Isn't it just troops? There's no need for the knowledge-seeking festival. I'll give it to you. Li Jing also came to join in the fun. He pushed Cheng Yaojin away and said to Li Wangyou. Cheng Yaojin dared to be angry at anyone except Li Jing, the god of war of the Tang dynasty. He didn't dare to be reckless. Seeing that Li Jing also came to snatch the wine, Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he could only grab the wine that the maidservant had just poured for him and drink it. As for Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Duan Jishuan, Lu Hongji, and the others, they all stared at Li Wangyou with burning eyes. Even Pai Lupi, although not as shameless as Cheng Yaojin and directly asked for the wine, also held the wine cup and coughed lightly, reminding Li Wangyou not to forget about him. Li Wangyou could only look up at the roof of the central room speechlessly. Did he do something wrong? The emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty were simply a group of drunkards. They seemed to be going crazy when he took out such a high amount of Shadozi wine. They asked him for 100 jars of Shadozi wine. Were they planning to take a bath in the alcohol? You old hooligans will drink to death. Li Wangyou helplessly spread out his hands and shrugged. Your Majesty, gentlemen, it's not that I'm stingy, but I really don't have any. I'm just trying to brew this Shadozi wine to see the effect. But you don't have to worry. I'm going to set up a winery in Dingzhou village that specializes in brewing Shadozi wine. When the winery is built and the wine is brewed, I'll definitely send it to you. His words made Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, and the others feel very regretful. However, Pai Lupi suddenly said, Zio, your aunt is also interested in brewing wine. Why don't you cooperate with her? What? Empress Zhong's son is interested in brewing wine? Pai Lupi, are you kidding me? Chapter 246. Pai Lupi proposed to cooperate with Li Wangyou to set up a brewery. Although Li Wangyou complained in his heart, he did not reject it. After the beautiful boss had a flash of inspiration and pulled Empress Zhong's son to invest in the SF Express four-wheeled carriage company, the benefits were obvious. Not to mention that Empress Zhong's son provided the much-needed development funds and horses for the carriage company. But the name of Empress Zhong's son gave enough protection to the carriage company and the Li family. Zhang Kongbua of the Zhang family in Xinjiang provoked the beautiful boss and let people surround the four-wheeled carriage company to force her to yield. After Li Wangyou let people set a fire, the relationship between Empress Zhong's son and the four-wheeled carriage company was made public. The Zhang family in Xinjiang not only immediately compromised and apologized, but also sent Zhang Kongbua, a playboy, back to his hometown in Xinjiang. Since then, no one dared to obstruct the SF Express four-wheeled carriage company in Chang'an City. Originally, as the four-wheeled carriage company slowly developed, its profitability made many aristocratic families in Chang'an City envious. If it were not for Empress Zhong's son, Li Wangyou and Su Chongqing alone might not be able to keep their industry even if Pai Lupi promised them the exclusive right to operate in Chang'an City. Maybe they would have been eaten up by those aristocratic families, and even their bones would not be left. With the successful precedent of the carriage company and the royal family, Li Wangyou did not reject Pai Lupi to invest in his brewery business at all. He even felt secretly happy. Just by looking at the reaction of the group of tycoons in the central room to the sorghum wine, it could be imagined that after the brewery was built, this would be another hen that could lay golden eggs. With Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son as his backers, Li Wangyou did not have to worry that his industry would be coveted by those aristocratic families. The reason why Pai Lupi proposed to let Empress Zhong's son invest in Li Wangyou's business was actually to protect Li Wangyou and to reward him for offering the Mirage Mud. At this time, there were several military bigwigs in the central room who were unfamiliar with Li Wangyou. When they learned that the Li family was going to build a brewery, they couldn't help but have some thoughts of getting involved. However, after Pai Lupi spoke, the few big shots immediately threw their thoughts to the back of their minds. Everyone began to toast and drink to their heart's content. The Li family's delicacies cooked with pork were constantly being served to the table. The military leaders who were tasting such delicacies for the first time couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. With the addition of the strong wine, the atmosphere in the Li family's central room became lively. Cheng Yaojin was the first to take off his clothes. He pushed away the table and ran to the center of the room and began to dance. Yuqi Jingde, Duan Jixuan, Lu Hongji, Chai Xiao, and the others were also unwilling to fall behind. They all took off their clothes and began to dance bare-chested. Li Wangyu was speechless. He covered his eyes with his hand. It was too king painful to the eyes. He finally knew where Cheng Chimo's group of debauches learned their unrestrained behavior from. This was simply a case of the upper beam being crooked, the lower beam being crooked. They were all the same kind of trash. The 4 maidservants of the Li family were also blushing from the bold and unrestrained performance of the Guadukes. They hid far away and didn't dare to come forward to pour wine or pour tea. Pai Lupi didn't mind. Instead, after drinking, he also began to dance. This made Li Wangyu even more dumbfounded. What made Li Wangyu even more frightened was yet to come. After the group of old assassins drank so much, they still felt that the dance wasn't exciting enough. Cheng Yaojin shouted and jumped into the front yard. He snatched a long spear from the hands of the palace guards. Wahahaha, which one of you will come down? Do you dare to fight with me? Bah, Cheng Jijie, you killing talent. Don't be so arrogant. I'll play with you. Yuqi Jingde didn't hesitate and also jumped into the front yard. He snatched a weapon from the hands of the palace guards and charged straight at Cheng Yaojin. Come eat my spear. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. His mouth was wide open as he watched Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde fight in the front yard. These 2 old killers had drunk too much and were now acting crazy. Pai Lupi, Qin Qiong, Li Jing, and the others didn't stop them. Instead, they all clapped and stamped their feet in approval. They also continuously drank wine. Seeing the 2 of them fighting, someone couldn't help but jump into the front yard. He snatched a weapon from the palace guards and also charged forward. Li Wangyu looked and saw that it was the yellow-faced man, Qin Qiong. He didn't care if the weapon was convenient or not, and he didn't care who his opponent was. He directly charged in. The 3 of them were in a chaotic fight. One moment, Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde besieged Qin Qiong. The next moment, Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin beat up Yuqi Jingde. Seeing them gnashing their teeth and not holding back their spears, Li Wangyu wondered if the 3 of them were mortal enemies. Li Wangyu already didn't know how to ridicule this group of founding dukes. They were all a group of bastards. He lowered his head and pondered. Was it wrong for him to push the high-content sorghum wine to the Tang dynasty? This group of people who went crazy after drinking too much really had poor alcohol tolerance. Just as Li Wangyu was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through the air. Then, a gust of wind brushed past his cheeks, and another dust sound was heard. He seemed to realize something and slowly turned his head with a sluggish expression. He saw a spear inserted into a pillar not far behind him. The end of the spear was still violently shaking up and down. F***ck. Was he almost stabbed to death by this spear that was thrown out just now? A drop of cold sweat flowed down Li Wangyu's forehead. Reaching out to touch his slightly painful cheek, Li Wangyu woodenly raised his eyes to look at the front yard. He saw that the weapons in the hands of the 3 old bastards had already been knocked out of each other's hands. At this moment, they were actually fighting with their bare hands. Li Wangyu had just walked out from the mentality of surviving a great disaster. Before he could even jump and curse, he saw a huge figure fall directly from the front yard into the central room, knocking over several banquet tables and smashing the bowls and plates on them into pieces. It was Cheng Yaojin. In a moment of carelessness, he was attacked by Qin Qiong and Yuqi Jingde and directly sent flying into the central room. Chai Xiao, Duan Jixuan, and the others, who had their wine spilled, all angrily cursed Cheng Yaojin for being a bastard. Bastard, what are you arguing about? Cheng Yaojin was not to be outdone and cursed back. In the next moment, Chai Xiao, Duan Jixuan, and the others pounced on Cheng Yaojin and waved their fists. Very quickly, the central room in the front yard of the Li family also turned into a battlefield. Originally, Everyone was ganging up on Chang Yaojin, but then it became a fight between each other, becoming a chaotic mess. Other than Pai Lupi, who was surrounded by the imperial guards who had reacted, all the other dukes and bigwigs were randomly fighting. Not only did Pai Lupi not allow the imperial guards to mediate, he even held his wine cup and drank heartily while cheering for everyone. Jie, kick him. Hey, you idiot, throw him. Jingda, are you stupid? Don't you know that monkeys pick peaches? If it weren't for the imperial guards holding him back, Li Wangyu reckoned that Pai Lupi would definitely have rushed up as well. Ever since the central room in the front yard turned into a battlefield, Li Wangyu scrambled to hide to the side. As for the 4 maidservants of the Li family, they had long been scared to the point that their faces turned pale and they screamed as they ran to the rear yard. The old housekeeper, Li Heng, was hiding behind the Niu brothers, but he still had a smile on his face. Lang Jun, it seems that the saints and guests are all very happy. Li Wangyu's tears fell. Happy your sister. Are you still the Li family's housekeeper? A group of bandits entered your home, and you're still smiling so happily? Are you crazy? Chapter 247. Pai Lupi and the others were not out of Li Wangyu's expectations. When the 10 caddies of 65-proof sorghum wine was finished, everyone, including Pai Lupi, was drunk. Chang Yaojin and this group of founding dukes could be considered to be exceptionally talented. On average, each of them drank more than half a caddy of liquor and even got into a fight, which almost turned the Li family's front yard into ruins. Only then did they collapse on the ground and pass out drunk. The palace guards carefully carried Pai Lupi and the other dukes into the carriage and returned to Chang'an City. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was about to cry when he saw the mess in the front yard. This group of old hooligans and murderous people. Even if they beat him to death, he would never entertain these bastards again. Their alcohol tolerance was so poor that it was despicable. After the group of generals got into the fight, even the entertainment facilities that Li Wangyu had carpenter Lu build for Li Chengqian and the others in the front yard were smashed into pieces. As for the central room, the wreckage of several tables and broken bowls and plates were all over the floor, as well as the remains of dishes that had been overturned. Even the air was filled with the stench of alcohol. Not long after the old hooligans left, before Li Wangyu could have someone clean up the mess, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin took a carriage back home from Chang'an City. Now, his beautiful boss still went to Chang'an City every day, and the SF Express Carriage Company was becoming more and more popular under her management. However, he did not know whether it was because her relationship with Aphrodite was getting better and better, or because she was worried that Li Wangyu would cheat on her at home, but now she would bring Aphrodite with her whenever she went to Chang'an City. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only secretly gnash his teeth in hatred. How could he say no? When the 3 girls returned home, they were shocked to see the situation in the front yard. What was going on? Was there a war at home? When Su Chongqing found out that it was Li Er and a bunch of dukes who were drunk and causing trouble in his house, causing his house to look like it had been hit by a war, he glared at Li Wangyu. She was sure that Li Wangyu must have taken out the highly concentrated liquor he brewed to show off, resulting in such a result. Clean it up yourself, the beautiful boss said coldly before pulling Avro and Perrin back to the backyard. The teenage version of Angelina Jolie and Perrin both made faces at Li Wangyu and stuck out their tongues, indicating that Li Wangyu deserved it. Then, they left with Su Chongqing. Looking at the backs of Su Chongqing, Avro and Perrin, Li Wangyu opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain. His current mood was like a F***king dog. Why did he feel like he had shot himself in the foot? If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of pain, he really wanted to give himself 2 slaps. Why did he have to bring out the liquor for no reason? However, Li Wangyu also felt that he had been wronged. He only wanted to get Chang Yaojin and the others drunk to vent his anger. Who would have thought that these bastards would have such poor alcohol tolerance? They actually drank too much and resorted to martial arts. How immoral! Li Wangyu was furious. He turned around and raised his middle fingers in the direction of Chang'an City to show his disdain. After venting his grievances, Li Wangyu shook his head helplessly and began to call the old butler, Li Heng, and the maidservants to clean up the mess in the front yard. After cleaning up the front yard, Li Wangyu smiled apologetically and talked to Su Chongqing for a long time before the expression on her beautiful boss's face changed. However, what made Li Wangyu even more depressed was that the next morning, someone knocked on the door of his residence again. The fops were all shocked when they saw their father drunk like a pile of mud and sent back to the residence by the palace guards. It was the first time that Cheng Chumo and the others had seen their father so drunk. After questioning the palace guards, they learned that their father had gotten drunk at the house of Huxian Man, Li Wangyu. According to the guards, Huxian Man had brewed a kind of liquor called burning knife. It was as clear as water, but as sweet as fire. The saints and dukes had all gotten drunk because they had drunk too much. How could the fops hold themselves back after hearing the words of the guards? If it weren't for the fact that it was late and the evening drum of Chang'an City had already sounded, they would have rushed to Dingzhou village overnight to taste the burning knife wine. Early this morning, when the gates of Chang'an City had just opened, the fops couldn't wait to ride their horses to Dingzhou village. When Li Wangyu heard the report from the old housekeeper, Li Hang, his head was about to explode. He didn't need to think to know why these fops were here. Was everyone in the Tang dynasty a drunkard? Helpless, Li Wangyu changed his clothes and came out to meet the guests. He bowed to the fops and said, "Brothers, what brings you to my residence so early in the morning?" "Zio, tell me honestly, how do we treat you?" Cheng Chumo asked in a low, muffled voice. Li Wangyu said, "Of course they treat me very well." "That's good. If that's the case, why do you treat us like this? Since you've brewed the burning knife wine, why don't you share it with us?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. He knew that these bastards were here for the same reason. Faced with the aggressive gazes of the group of profligate sons, Li Wangyu could only explain, "Brothers, you've wronged me. This burning knife has just been brewed. Yesterday, the saint and Uncle Cheng happened to meet. I was just about to send an invitation to my brothers to invite you to my residence in 3 days to taste this wine." Cheng Chumo waved his hand and said, "It's better to hit the nail on the head. Today is fine. Zio, quickly take out the burning knife wine." Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu and the others also urged, "Yes, yes, quickly take out the burning knife wine." Li Wangyu was speechless. He looked up at the sky. Damn, what kind of wine are they drinking so early in the morning? The fops had left the city as soon as the city gates opened. They rode their horses to Dingzhou village. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning, but they were already clamoring to drink strong wine. Li Wangyu really couldn't understand these drunkards. In the future, Li Wangyu often met with his friends. He drank red wine, beer, and white wine, but he was definitely not addicted to alcohol. He really couldn't understand the fops' thoughts. However, since the fops had blocked the door, Li Wangyu naturally couldn't say anything. He simply went to get the wine for them. Calling Li Hang, he asked the maidservants to prepare some food for the fops in the kitchen. He also asked Niu Wu and him to go to the storeroom to get the wine. It was still 65% Kaoyang wine, and it was still 20 caddies of wine. Li Wangyu also threw caution to the wind. Since things had already come to this, he might as well let the fops drink and let them drink until they died. Thus, yesterday reappeared. It was incomparably melancholy. Apart from the fops' fighting strength not being as frightening as the old ruffians, the events of yesterday's Lai Hot were almost replayed. Li Wangyu expressed that he was very calm. It'll be fine once you get used to it. However, he still wanted to chop these bastards to death. Chapter 248. Li Wangyu didn't even bother to look at the drunken debauches in the central room and the mess on the ground. After instructing Li Hang to clean up the mess, he went back to the backyard to sleep. When he woke up, he found that the group of debauches was already gone. The debauches woke up with a splitting headache and no longer had the mood to ask Li Wangyu for wine. Instead, they climbed onto their horses and went back to Chang'an City. After the debauches left, Li Wangyu let out a long breath. Looking at the smashed tables in his house, he turned around and instructed Li Hang to find Carpenter Lu. He asked Carpenter Lu to use a piece of wood as thick as a bowl to make a sturdy table. It didn't have to be pretty, just sturdy enough to withstand smashing. Li Wangyu didn't expect that guests would come to his house on the 3rd day. This time, it was Yang Quan who led the way. He brought Yu Shernan, Kong Ingda, and a few other Confucian scholars to his house. Their purpose was still the same. They heard that Huxian Nan had brewed the best wine and came to taste it. Yu Shernan, Kong Ingda, and the other Confucian scholars' alcohol tolerance was much better. At least, they didn't smash the central room. Only recently, they started to sing loudly, "Hey, hey, hey," disturbing the people. On the 4th day, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji came. On the 5th day, Ma Zhou and Yan Libin came. On the 6th day, on the 7th day. For the entire 10 days, Li Wangyu's house was filled with guests. They all came for the same purpose: the burning knife wine. Li Wangyu was already completely numb. When he saw guests, he didn't waste any time. He just ordered the wine and drank until they were drunk. It wasn't until Li Chengqian and Li Tai came to Li Wangyu's house to learn and asked for wine that Li Wangyu was finally enraged. He took a golden ruler and chased after the two of them for a long time. It was fine if he couldn't afford to offend the others, but these two also came to join in the fun. It was a good opportunity for Li Wangyu to vent his anger. Two little brats also wanted to drink. This was simply going against the heavens. After the county magistrate's mansion was bustling with noise and excitement, Li Wangyu's sorghum wine was completely consumed. Only then did the guests finally stop in their tracks. It was beyond Li Wangyu's expectation that liquor was so popular among the nobles of the Tang dynasty. Although he knew that the Tang dynasty had good wine, he didn't expect that they would go so crazy just for a sip of good wine. After discussing with his beautiful boss, they decided that they had to speed up the progress of the brewery. Otherwise, Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others would have too much resentment for not being able to drink good wine. Pai Lupi was just short of sending the imperial army to snatch the wine. How terrifying! After drinking a high concentration of white wine, it was really terrible to let them drink that turbid and sour wine again. The beautiful superior went to the Taiji Palace and requested an audience with Empress Zhang's son. The two women quickly discussed the opening of the winery. Empress Zhang's son invested 5,000 strings of copper and took 40% of the winery, while the county magistrate took 60%. Empress Zhang's son only sent people to manage the accounts, and the Li family was responsible for everything else. In this regard, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing naturally had no objections and immediately nodded in agreement. The location of the winery was chosen near Dingzhou village. In addition to the convenience, the most important reason was that the water here was good. The mountain spring water that flowed endlessly from the Qinling Mountains was sweet and refreshing. This was a pure natural and pollution-free spring that couldn't be drunk in the future. It couldn't be better to use it to make wine. Good water must be used to make wine. According to the Book of Rites, if you are a great chieftain, the rice must be gathered, the rice must be plowed, 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 the water must be clean, the spring must be fragrant, the pottery must be good, and the fire must be plowed. The spring must be fragrant. This was the requirement for the water used to make wine. When Li Wangyu traveled in the future, he also tasted the spring water of several famous springs. But in his opinion, the spring water of those famous springs in the future couldn't compare to the sweetness of the spring water in the Qinling Mountains. Because the smell of distillers' grains in the winery was particularly pungent, Li Wangyu chose a location far away from the village. He chose a flat valley below Shouyang Mountain as the location of the winery. And the anxious Pai Lupi actually used his official position for personal gain, and directly sent craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to Dingzhou village to build a winery for Li Wangyu for free. This saved Li Wangyu a lot of money. It would be a waste not to take advantage of the imperial family. Li Wangyu accepted this benefit with a clear conscience. The winery was different from his manner. The construction speed was very fast. Brewing, fermentation, distillation, blending, canning, storage. Li Wangyu directly enlarged the winery of his third uncle's family. He drew out the blueprints and had the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works build according to the blueprints. After a month, the Burning Knife Winery was built with the efforts of the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works. After Li Wangyu bought a large amount of sorghum and other grains from his enemies, he officially started to brew wine. In order to keep it a secret, the craftsmen in the winery were all slaves that Li Wangyu bought from the west city of Chang'an. The longer Li Wangyu stayed in the Tang dynasty, the more he lost his sense of justice and morality. Li Wangyu couldn't bear to see the slaves in his family being sold by Yang Quan, so he took responsibility for the debt and released the slaves in his family. But now, in order to keep the winery a secret, he actually spent money to buy slaves. For this reason, his beautiful boss laughed at him, but also acquiesced to his practice. In the Tang dynasty, where there was no intellectual property protection, this was the only way to keep the winery a secret. When the first batch of Burning Knife wine was brewed and shipped to Chang'an for sale, it immediately attracted the attention of all the influential people in Chang'an. For a time, the wine in Chang'an was expensive. But this was a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. On that day, Li Wangyu took the ferrule and chased after Li Chengqian and Li Tai, who wanted to drink the wine for a long time. After a few days of venting his anger, he finally let them go. This time, when the three little ones came to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu planned to let them have more contact with children of the same age, so that they wouldn't be raised in the palace all year round and develop problems. Li Wangyu remembered that he had read a document in the future, which said that if children couldn't play freely in their childhood, they might be unhappy when they grew up. So Li Wangyu wanted to correct the tragedy of Li Chengqian and Li Tai in the future and create a happy childhood for them. In his opinion, it was necessary to create a happy childhood for them. Children of 8 or 9 years old, learning everything from the old masters in the palace every day, and being surrounded by the servants and eunuchs, who were physically disabled, it would be strange if they didn't have psychological depression. Li Wangyu felt that most of the tragedies in the imperial family were due to childhood depression, which caused the children to become mentally deformed. Teacher, what are we learning today? Ever since Li Tai mastered Arabic numerals, he became more interested in mathematics. He also had a direct understanding of Li Wangyu's ability. In addition, the temptation of the Li family's fun and delicious food made it very natural for Li Tai to call him teacher. Li Wangyu shook his head. We're not learning anything today, we're going out to play. Li Chengqian and Li Tai looked at each other suspiciously, their eyes full of astonishment. But when the little Changla girl heard that they were going out to play, she cheered and jumped for joy. Li Wangyu didn't care about the three little ones' reactions. He ordered the palace guards to stay away from them and not follow them so closely. Then, he leisurely led the three little ones out of the door.